Um,
Okay.
Important. Hello, everybody. Welcome to episode 117 of Knights of the Anime Table. Uh, Hope everybody's having a good day. Uh, a lot of a lot of stuff going on, and I forgot to put a K in that title. Ah,
Yep.
damn it. Uh,
You get this.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
Lots of craziness going on. We have the Power Rangers well underway uh with everything going on. I'm liking the new season though. I'm liking the new season
Toys on Super
Same
Crazy.
here.
because
Yep.
I feel like it's they actually have they have improved their store and everything. They have a whole lot of new characters involved and everything.
Indeed.
And I'm like, I like this. I do like this. It's because they have some very interesting characters in the battle pass, which makes it worth getting because the panda one's actually pretty cool. That one surprised me. Um, Even the red panda variant, because I know everybody loves the red panda. Um, Also, the Halo one, I thought that was pretty cool. Like they didn't go overboard with it. They kept it they kept it visually appealing and everything. Though I don't know why we put the Power Rangers at the very end of the battle pass.
Which is right.
Jason
Hype,
J, yeah,
I guess.
Jason David Frank is spinning in his grave.
Happily.
Happily, yes, happily spinning in his grave.
Building anticipation.
Actually, Bob, I told Raquel, I was correct on my prediction on one of them.
Oh, with the Dino Megazord as the
Yeah,
glider.
the White Tiger Zord as was going to be a glider, and I was correct
Well,
because
yeah.
I knew I knew if the Green Ranger was going to be there, the White Ranger was going to be far behind.
Yeah.
So I told Raquel, well, I predict that somewhere in the battle pass, be be as it may, we were either gonna see the Dragon Zord as a glider or the White Tiger Zord for the for the White Ranger as a glider, and I was correct on the latter. However, I looked at the bonus battle pass and everything and the Megazord one, and my gut is telling me that we're gonna see the Dragon Zord either as a skin like the Megazord is right now,
Mm-hmm.
or as a glider for one of the two, and we're probably gonna see um like the Mastodon, Tyrannosaurus, the Pterodactyl, and Triceratops, and the Mammoth as gliders as well for the other Power Rangers. Now, keep in mind,
It
Fortnite.
should have been there to begin
Now,
with.
keep in mind, this is pure speculation. Pure speculation. If I'm correct, then it's just a lucky guess. That's it. Nothing more. I don't have leaks or anything, Fortnite. So please take this as fan speculation. I was correct on one thing, but that was inadvertent. I was correct on one thing, but that was just a wild guess. However, I don't know what capacity these are going to be at, so we're keeping it to speculation and theory. However, I do share my sentiment with Raquel that we kind of got screwed over uh the rocket the firecracker Jerry um character, because we were supposed to also get a glider for that character for the 4th of July weekend, and I
Yeah.
think I think a pickaxe too, because we already got the
Yeah, we
back.
didn't get the glider or the we didn't get the glider or the pickaxe with Nitro Dairy, so for some odd reason.
Oh, Nitro Jerry, thank you.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was strange because you'd think they would add that in on 4th of July,
Yeah,
but
you would think. Yeah.
because
They
I
did
mean
it for some reason.
he's such a funny character. I like how he looks, and I really wish they did more with it, but I can't complain. The only downside is his emo is only good for the victory royale. It's only good for that, and I'm like, well, why not make another one for like the basic emote? As hilarious as that one is, I wish it wasn't limited to one thing. I like the character still, don't get me wrong, and he's a blast to watch and everything. But Fortnite, you really didn't thought this out too far ahead.
That's a common theme of this.
But I do there is a Fortnite poll going on right now for August. Oh, hey MGTOW, what's up? There's a lot of people that want to see a lot of fan things, and there's one character name in particular that surprised me. Spyro the Dragon.
Really?
Yes. There's a Fortnite survey. Here's hold on, I'll pull it up so that way you guys can see what I am talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hold on, let me get MGTOW in here real quick. Hey MGTOW, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man. If it starts echoing, let me know. I know how to fix it.
Alrighty, we will. So for this one, well, we already got Rick and Morty already.
Yeah.
And
Let's see. Aladdin Aurora from Fortnite. Don't know who that is. Batman. Like which version of Batman? Because we have a lot of Batman skins already. Bleach. That would be cool. Bob's Burgers. Kind of already have that already. Dexter's Laboratory would be also good. Yes.
Yes, please. Yes.
And from Wally, but you have to have Wally with Eve. Come on now, not just one person or robot.
Yes.
Fantastic Four already
already
have that.
happened.
Yeah, but like I wouldn't mind the original Fantastic Four too. Fear and Loathing and what?
That's
if we're talking Dexter's Laboratory, we need Major Glory.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yeah,
I'll settle for.
I'm just trying to imagine the trailer for a Fear and Loathing.
I don't know what that is.
It's a insane novel by Hunter Thompson.
Or Valhalla. I'll settle for Valhalla.
See the movie. The movie is a pretty good, telling of it.
Oh, by the way, anime. How's the game going?
We're just outside Tilted Towers in Into the Woods.
Good. I'm enjoying it. Thank you for not spoiling.
No, I ain't gonna say nothing.
Yeah, thank you, because I am very protective. Because remember, it's still my first time playing. I'm at the part where we did get the race car and everything. So I'm up to that point, but I stopped there because I want to save it for next Saturday night.
Did you get the DLC, like the what's it called, the special edition?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But so back to the Fortnite survey. Let's see, we got Foxy for Foxy.
FNAF? I don't know what that is.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Because that would be cool, because we already seen Freddy Fazbear and a few others. It would be nice to see more characters. And then we got Frozen.
Disney.
Okay, I can live with that. Genshin Impact.
I don't know.
That might be difficult because of the art styles and everything. That might be difficult.
It'd be simplified a little bit, but they got cell shaded characters.
Similar to anime, so I don't really see that being that difficult.
It is anime.
Here's a War. Gundam. Which Gundam?
Oh.
The original
Ooh.
Gundam? Like if like if you see like a skin of Char, like I'm all
Ooh.
up for that.
Char High School, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
high
yes.
school musical, nah.
Uh,
Jumanji would be cool.
Gundam. We need all the Gundam Wing, all the
Oh
G
yeah,
Gundam.
definitely. What about Mobile Suit G Gundam? Like that's
Yes.
would be cool too.
Domon Kashu.
Oh yeah, definitely. Jumanji, Jurassic Park. Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen, we already have that.
Yeah,
Kill
Kill Bill,
Bill Volume 1.
Okay. Right,
Alright.
the bride. Yeah.
And Kumamon, I don't know what that is.
I think that's from Digimon because I
Oh,
recognize.
okay,
the
Digimon.
word.
Okay,
Yes.
Digimon.
Okay.
Labaloo. I know I'm not familiar with Labaloo, but it's some kind of like
It's not a Digimon. I know that.
it's one of those I've seen it for myself. It's a little
Stealer of the Night, Phil.
It's a little
You enjoy your
person
day,
that has like somewhat a nefarious face.
Hideous little
So
Chinese knockoff of Pokemon.
And it's like they're in like a little fuzzy rabbit onesie. I have no problem with that. I guess Mega Man.
Okay. Which era?
That would be perfect.
Which era? The old or the current?
Mega Man, Men in Black. I wouldn't mind that.
Ooh. The animated series Men in Black. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Merida
from Brave.
Mulan would be pretty cool. We already got some Disney stuff in there, but I haven't seen it in store though. Mulan from
Disney. There's a certain thing. You're never going to see Mickey Mouse in there.
Paw Patrol, Pac-Man. Interesting. Pascal the Chameleon from Tangled. What about Eugene and Rapunzel?
There you go.
Ready Player One. I wouldn't mind that. I would also
Didn't we already have that already? What's that?
I don't really know. But speaking of Ready Player One, I wouldn't mind seeing the Iron Giant.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We already have Rick and Morty of Rocket League.
Do they have classic Buzz Lightyear?
No, and that would be a very bulky skin.
Scooby Doo is coming up for this Halloween, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Ooh.
That might be where they finally bring in companions.
Now, which Scooby Doo skin? The dog or Shaggy or the?
Oh, it'll be the whole crew with the mystery machine.
The whole crew.
Well, we're hoping it's going to be.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off at the mystery machine is a glider. I'm gonna laugh my ass off. That'd be interesting to see.
I have a question.
Be a much better fit for an SUV.
Hold on. Raquel, what's your question?
Are we gonna see Scrappy Doo?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I think it's a possibility.
Yeah.
However, I think he might be more in the battle pass though.
Well, that is which I would not.
Use him like Crypto.
And if he kills somebody,
Throw a biscuit comes in and
if he kills somebody with that, if somebody kills them in a Scrappy Doo skin, I can hear it now. The puppy power.
Shazam from DC Comics, that'd be cool.
They've already got Black Adam.
Shrek.
Yeah,
that'd be cool. Spyro the Dragon. I would like that. I also, if they're doing Spyro the Dragon, they should bring Jack and Daxter as Sly Cooper. If they're gonna do that.
What Ratchet and Clank would be cool.
Stitch from Disney, Supergirl.
Yeah, Supergirl's been for that. Also,
Tanjiro Komodo from Demon Slayer, Toad from Super Mario Brothers, The Book of Boba Fett.
They did that. They did that already.
Yeah.
It is Boba Fett from the movies, not from
the Grinch. Oh yeah, I would like that for something for Christmas. Yes. Ren and Stimpy Show. The Rookie.
Can you imagine the streams of that one? People playing Ren and Stimpy.
the
You
Rookie.
idiot!
What do you? Are you
Blow
mean
the
the?
sack of protoplasm.
I'm a little confused. What do you mean the Rookie? You mean them in the movie? With
If you're doing classic Nickelodeon, we need Cat Dog and who else?
the Rookie.
Are
I'm drawing a blank.
we talking the Nathan Fillion show? So we got cops running around, or there was a movie with that thing?
We need a Chris Hansen skin.
The Rookie. Is this like a TV show?
It's a movie, I think.
There was a TV show and a movie. Neither related.
Yeah, there's a TV
Not
show
where they
and a Rookie movie starring what's his name? I forget his name. Dennis Quaid. Yes, Dennis Quaid.
Yeah,
So
Microwaves. I don't think
that's Randy Quaid's brother, I believe.
Yeah.
Titanfall. I'm not really sure what that is.
Talking
Tom and Friends, Jack Snyder's Justice League, and Zero.
Oh, Justice League, yes. Martian Manhunter.
We already got all the Teen Titans, so I don't want to.
The only one out of the entire line I want. I already got Wonder Woman.
I really want to see Martian Manhunter. That'd be awesome.
Definitely.
There's one Batman scan I wouldn't mind getting, but other than that,
all right.
Only if it's the animated series.
Celebrities: Andrew Garfield.
we're
Don't mind that. Camila Cabello. We already have her, don't we?
I think so. We already did. Yeah, we did. Chris Rock. Which version?
Yeah, David Bowie. Frank
yeah.
Oz.
Definitely which version?
David Bowie will be awesome. Frank Oz.
Yes.
Gordon Ramsay. That would be funny.
Frank Oz is a voice actor and a puppeteer. How do you do a skin on Frank Oz?
You'd be surprised.
You might as well do Jeff Dunham at that point.
Yeah. James Gunn, Jamie Lee Curtis,
Gun,
or you can have Jamie Lee Curtis character in the Halloween movie.
They've already got Undertaker.
Yeah.
Kane.
Oh, they got wrestling?
Madonna.
Yeah. Taker's in there. Dustin Rhodes. There's some female wrestlers in there.
Yeah.
They should have put Kane in there.
Yeah, that's what we got. Kane right there.
Kane, Madonna, Max Holloway, Michael Jordan, the basketball player. Okay. Miley Cyrus, Mr. Rogers, Olivia Newton-John, Ozzy Osbourne. Hell yeah. Yeah. Smells Like Nirvana, Steve Irwin. I say yeah for that. 21 Pilots and Wiz Khalifa.
I think we already have Wiz Khalifa. I think we already had Wiz Khalifa.
I think we do too.
But everybody else, I could see as potential. But this is a good survey. This is a good survey, though.
Definitely.
Like lots of different ideas. Lots of different ideas there, but I think everybody would agree. Like, why Frank Oz? That's actually a shocker to me because it's like, well, we already have the band from Metallica, so I guess may as well. And his alternate skin would be Yoda, complete with voice and everything. But I'm excited though. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun coming up, given with what we know and everything with the Scooby-Doo one and then the Halloween horror one. I know Leatherface is coming. I know Scream is coming. But I made the case to Raquel the last time we played. I'm like, they don't have the nerve to put Hellraiser on there. They don't have the nerve. They don't have the nerve to do it. They don't have the nerve.
They got to put Ghost Rider in there too.
I already have it.
They already have it in there.
Ghost Rider forever, yeah.
I already have him, so I'm happy.
Nice.
Most of the skeletons, just the
Flaming skull head.
Spine, yeah, skull. Skull, spine. There's no collarbone. There's no ribs. And guys,
nice.
there's more down there.
I'm trying to think what band I would have liked to see
Pantera.
in Fortnite.
Beatles.
Pantera.
Maybe Santera.
Pantera, Slayer,
The
Yeah.
Beatles.
Testament, Megadeth.
Hmm.
Play a Dave Mustaine skin.
Mm,
Maybe AC/DC. Maybe.
Mm,
mm.
Steven Tyler. Yeah, good.
If they're having Ozzy Osbourne in
What
the
about
survey,
Kiss? Do they have Kiss?
Hey.
Yeah, Kiss. If they're gonna have Ozzy Osbourne in
Kennedy
there,
Center Award winners. Kennedy
Yeah.
Center is coming up here.
they should have the band Black Sabbath in there too.
Oh, definitely.
Hmm.
You said this is all for Fortnite?
Yes.
The survey, what they're looking at.
For the survey, yeah.
It's just look. They ask, "What do you want to see?" And this is what they answered. Some of them have already got that. Had it years.
Yeah.
I mean, if they'll put Sabrina Carpenter in there, surely they'll put somebody of actual respect.
Yeah, they've had Metallica. They come back every once in a while.
They put Metallica in there. That'd be cool.
They already have.
Okay. See, I don't play Fortnite, so I have no idea.
They could with Apple.
It's pretty fun.
We can do either 60s mock top or go on, the psychedelia, late play. The Sgt. Pepper's good. Or do cell shit versions from Yellow Submarine.
Precisely that. And
Like how the Yellow Submarine is a divider.
Ooh. I would like to say of I would like to see a lot more of this around this time. I know for a fact we'll probably see Grinch for Christmas. I know he's probably going to be there because it's Christmas. Of course he's good. Of course he's going to be there.
And what's the little dog's name?
Max.
Max.
Oh, yeah.
I was drawing a blank on that. Like,
Mhm.
we're gonna see Max and Cindy Lou Who.
As soon as they get those companions straightened out, we were supposed to bring it out this time around with the crypto, but and there's a slot in the files apparently.
We because the only thing we got from crypto at that time during that season was the bone and everything.
Yeah,
the bone that will
very shockwave grenade, basically.
To destroy opponents.
Mm.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun to use and abuse from time to time.
Yeah.
although he could destroy everything, it was still fun to watch.
Once in a while, it paid off. But,
Exactly that, and I just wonder what they're gonna do in the coming days, because there's a lot in that battle pass that we haven't seen yet, and we have actually the bonus pass. That's not. It's coming out not
August 26th.
Yeah,
the bonus pass.
That's next Tuesday, not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday.
Yeah, and then
the
with the
Dragon
Megazord rewards, that doesn't. I don't think it's not going to be available to I think September 16th.
That's gonna be pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of that, and hopefully my bingo card. I hope I could get some things wrong on my predictions, because it would be nice. But I stand by my predictions, though. I stand by it, and I know for a fact we're gonna get them. However, there is one character I would like to see if it's possible. I would like to see Voltron in there.
Oh yes, yes.
I would like
classic.
to see.
Not anytime soon, I think.
The classic.
If you go in there, Oh, I'm sorry, Annie. If you're going there, I wouldn't mind seeing the Thundercats.
Oh yeah,
Not
Transformers.
not the crappy new
No,
one.
God,
Give
no.
us the
No, the classic
80s.
one. The
Give us the
classic one.
the classic
Yes,
masculine,
the original
feminine looking one.
with Lionel. Yes. G1 Transformers. I want Optimus Prime and Hotshot.
Well, we got Optimus Prime. It was a battle pass thing, but I don't know why. Why did you not have a transformation emo turn into a truck?
Hello,
Yeah.
everybody.
Right there.
Hello, Kermit.
I'm Raquel.
Hello.
There's supposed to be an all Avatar version of the panel.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I don't know if you heard, but I have a nephew now.
Huh? I can't really hear him.
I said I have a nephew now.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's cool.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
He's a couple months old. I don't know if you've heard.
I'm just hearing it for the first time. Congratulations. Is this a girl or a boy?
I said nephew. It better be a boy.
Oh, so it hasn't been born yet?
Oh no,
No, he's a couple months old.
7 months old.
Yeah.
6
Oh,
months
okay.
old.
There'll be no
Was a
infants
Christmas
identified as
baby.
kumquats here, okay?
Okay.
Was a Christmas baby.
7 months old Christmas baby. Is this like a boy or a girl?
I said nephew, so it better be a boy.
I'm confused.
Oh
I
man.
have a nephew now. It's a boy.
So anime.
Okay.
So anime. Us Gundam Wing fans just celebrated 30 years. The 30th anniversary just
Good
came
for
out.
you.
Ooh.
They had a San Diego Comic Con panel with who was it? Scott McNeil,
Ooh.
the guy that voiced Catch. Right offhand, I know it's Brad something, but I forget his last name.
He voiced Piccolo in like, in Dragon Ball Z. The early, I think he it wasn't it was Ocean Dub at the time before they switched over to Funimation.
Right. And they had Hiro. Was that Mark? He's like my favorite Gundam pot, and I can't even think of his name. Mark. Anyway, they had those three guys there, and then they had the original Japanese voice of Hiro do a special video. They had a special 30th anniversary animation of the original opening, and they announced that I think they're going to animate Frozen Teardrop.
Oh, nice.
And there's a new Gundam Hathaway movie coming out later in the fall.
Are you thinking of Mark Hildreth?
Yes, Hildreth. Yes,
okay,
Mark
yeah,
Hildreth.
he did Hero Yui, yeah.
Yes.
I dabbled in Gundam a little bit.
And the woman that did the whole presentation, she dressed up like Relena from the Academy. It was really cool.
I
Sweet.
I saw I saw a Fairy show.
So Kirby Morrow, he passed away. That was Troll Barton's VA. He's no longer with us. And
yeah, that one hurt. I felt that day when I heard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, damn.
And I think Wu Fei, I don't know what happened with him. Would have been cool to have had Zach's there. That would have been cool. I think that's Brian Drummond, didn't it?
I think it was him. Oh, real quick, Bob.
Yeah.
I'm most likely not gonna be here next Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I won't be here next Sunday because my sister has invited me to hang out with her on that day. However, I do have the stream set up and everything. I know Rosetta's a bit busy right now, but I'll notify her later on the manor
Okay.
itself. I'm letting you know first since you're already here, and it saves me time to write out a text format.
And hopefully Rosetta and I will both be healthy enough to do something.
Yeah. If not, I can easily go back and edit and push to a later date if possible. But I'll see what happens first. Knowing her, I'm gonna wait and see what her response is gonna be because it all hinges on that. But I'm more than if she can't do it that Sunday, then I'll just do it the following Sunday when I'm back in when I'm back in the house.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure I think I won't be back till probably 8 o'clock at night, depending. But I figure I just let everyone know what's going on that Sunday.
Alrighty.
Sounds good.
Oh, that reminds me, I didn't open my. I've been meaning to open my Christmas presents for my auntie from Christmas last year. It's at her house. It's at her presents are at my sister's house. I've been meaning to get those. Oops.
Talk about a late Christmas present.
Well,
Almost September. I was David for a few moments.
Well, what happened was we were supposed to go over there, and then a whole bunch of things happened, and we haven't had time to sit down and everything. I've been meaning to open them, but
If you waited this long, you can wait 5 more months, and you'll have extra presents.
hey, T-Gap Steve, what's up, buddy? Yes. Oh, He-Man 88's version in 2002 have anything else than Exo Squad. Oh, Exo
Exactly.
Squad, good one.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a typo. That the title was a typo, Steve. Sorry about that. But thank you, T-Gap Steve, for the $5 super chat.
Anime. Did you hear me?
Oh,
If
what's
you
up?
waited this long, you can probably wait the remaining 4 or 5 months. Then you can open extra presents.
I'm good, Carmen. I'm gonna open them now because I waited too long to see what they were gonna be, and I'm excited. That gives me a bigger reason to go there now.
No, wait 4 or 5 months. It'll be more. You can get more loot that way.
And then you got to stare at it for 5 months.
Whoever
I'm good. But
whoever was talking about original VAs, yes, Peter Cullen's the only Optimus Prime and Megatron for me.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Tomo Sakurai, the anime voice. Yeah, I heard about that last night.
Yeah, that was unnerving.
Jorge brought it to my who was it that brought it to my attention? It was a friend of mine by the name of Namco Fan. He brought it to my attention. He brought that one to my attention. It just sucks that we're losing our VAs, MGTOW.
Yep. Oh, I know.
That's why
We
I'm
just
making
lost Terrence Stamp earlier today.
Yeah, I heard the original Zod. That's the one. That's the one time I will ever kneel to Zod in respect. We resisted kneeling to Zod, but now in this moment of respect, we will kneel before him.
Well, that reminds me of Anime Night with the battle pass with the Power Rangers. With your assumption with the individual parts of Megazord might be in the battle pass. I was thinking if they're gonna do that, then they must
Agreed.
probably have the original villain in Power Rangers, Sita, in the Battle Pass.
Oh, of
Hopefully.
course.
I don't know if that's
Oh,
going to
oh,
be the
I didn't even
case.
I didn't even think about that.
Oh yeah.
Good question there.
Green Ranger and Dragon Sword, please.
Well, we already have the Green Ranger's already in there. He's already in the Battle Pass,
Yeah.
and the
Okay.
Dragon Sword is hinted. It is hinted in the emo. It's hinted.
Mm.
Let's see. T-Gap Steve, done with work today and figure out stop by and say hi. Do you find folks fun? Part about typos is making fun of them. Well, you are correct there.
Now,
I'm thinking
anime.
the other
For me and-
Zords, though, because all the other Rangers are in the item shop.
now for me and Anime Night.
There,
Oh, I'm sorry.
It would have made a lot more sense to put all the Zords in the item shop with the Rangers, and they didn't.
Yeah.
So I think they kind of dropped the ball on that.
Now for me and Anime Night, we need all the Sailor Scouts.
Yes.
Well, Sailor Moon, I would love that.
I want to. Of course, I wouldn't play the skin, but it would be pretty cool to see them. You know, I'd want the guy skins, like Tuxedo Mask or.
If they're gonna have, like, if they really put like Sailor Moon now, then you gotta have like they're already hinting. Maybe I'm not sure it's really. Well, I guess it is confirmed now because I saw it on Twitter. They're gonna have One Piece in there. If they're gonna do that, they should have like Yu Yu Hakusho and Rudy Kenshin in there.
Yes, Yu Yu Hakusho. Yes.
Come on.
Oh, dude, I love Yu Yu Hakusho. It's got to be Kuwabara or Hiei, or we're revolting.
Mm.
No ifs, ands, ors. If I don't get a Hiei or a Kuwabara, we rob. I'm just saying, man. Kuwabara's Spirit Sword's awesome.
Yeah.
Just saying. The Spirit Sword's fucking awesome. I don't care.
Hiei's Dragon of the Flame is awesome too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I've got an action figure, right, Anime?
Yeah, you do. Actually, I have all 4 of them.
You have the one I've got?
No, not the one you got. I have a different variant of his. So Raquel, in regards to your question to me about the Power Rangers and the Zords and everything, I do believe that Rita is going to be a surprise entrant. I have a feeling that her and
I hope so.
I have a feeling that her and Zed and Goldar are most likely going to be in the battle in the bonus battle pass or in the Megazord battle pass battle pass. As far as the Zords themselves, I do see them like being like an emote for each ranger, like the Mastodon for the Black Ranger and etc. And I also could see the Dragon Zord, like I mentioned earlier, being like a skin like the Megazord currently present, or be a glider for the Green Rangers since we already have the White Tiger Zord for the White Ranger. That's my speculation and theory into the mystery ones. However, Fortnite has proven me wrong from time to time, and I gotten some things wrong.
I think
but one can dream though. They
couldn't afford to do Zords for all years, so just do the White Tiger. And
rest in peace, Jason.
We'll get to the laters later. Yeah. Others later.
But if I have one complaint about the Power Rangers store, they don't have the Lego variations of them.
Yeah, I know.
That's my
Lego
one complaint.
Has everything.
No, in Lego Fortnite, that's my one complaint. Because Raquel, this is what he would.
Actual Lego, not video game, has done everything.
Lego Batman was a really good game.
I see what you're talking about. If they had the Lego variant of it and Fortnite, that's what it would look like. Yeah.
Well, anime. If they
that's
did,
what it would look like in Lego Fortnite.
Right.
If they did that, they need the
Awesome.
Zoids too.
Oh, that
We need,
too.
yeah, we
Oh,
need the
yeah.
Liger Zero.
Zoe? Oh yeah.
Oh, the Liger Zero or the Blade Liger. That'd be awesome.
Actually, I think the
Shadow
sword.
Fox.
Ooh, nice. But yeah, I would like to see. I would like to see Rita in there because I did stream the Power Ranger Rita's Rewind, which by the way, they did update the game and made it a lot better and a lot more a lot they put some quality of life stuff in there.
Right. Like I have to like I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, but when the Power Rangers stuff appeared on Fortnite, that's when on that's when Netflix put the season of Power Rangers on Netflix, and it's called Power Rangers Reignited or something like that.
Yeah, they're selling merchandise at Walmart of it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they've got all the Zord pieces.
I
Like
don't
the,
is it like just the first season or is just like or is
I,
it has season 1 and 2? Let me look that up. Power Rangers Reignited.
it's the,
Let me see.
Black and Green Ranger. Rest in peace, Jason.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not Reignited, it's Reignition. Okay, my bad.
Reignition. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Reignition. Yeah.
Is this just season 1? Oh, no. It's season 1, 2, 3, and Reignition.
Hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
I love the intro of the Power Rangers. I just can't get enough of it.
Oh, I love that intro thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. That.
Yep.
The way they played it in the trailer for the game, though, it looks like Starship Troopers.
Such a.
And then boom, it's morphin time, and so it goes to live action film 4:3 ratio, and it turns into what Power Rangers does.
The fact of where did, I forgot I had to look at it again. It was like
Comes down to
get
Pika.
teenagers with attitude. I love that intro.
I don't know who did the guitar and whatnot, but they were fucking jamming on that intro.
Mm.
I wouldn't be surprised, kind of like SpongeBob, if they had Pantera doing some of that.
And
Because Pantera did some of the music for SpongeBob, like those heavy metal riffs.
mm.
What is that one episode where they're in the bubble bowl?
Bobo. Bobo.
That's a good anime too.
Mm. I'm trying to think what other movies I would, other movie franchises I would like to see. Well, Fast and the Furious would be really nice.
For the most part, yes.
If you do the first 3 movies, yeah.
They've already had Dom's Charger in there.
Yeah, Dom's
And a
Charger
couple.
is there, but not everything else.
Ooh, this is a good one. Back to the Future.
Oh, yes. Yes. Wait, they've got car skins too in the game?
But there's at least you can get cars and,
Oh, yeah.
and Jeeps. There's only thing that I haven't seen in there though, but I don't understand. If they have Jeeps and cars, Then where's the motorcycles?
They need to bring back the motorcycle.
They definitely won't do a Dukes of Hazzard car. I'd love to see a General Lee skin.
Attention Epic, we need the General.
Well, they already have the Knight
With
Rider
the flag.
car in the,
Oh,
Change that
in
damn
the
flag.
store.
oh,
So,
Knight Rider.
so I don't see why not.
They're supposed to be getting the Batmobile.
They've got Kit. Yeah, Rocket League's got Kit.
A lot of because the same company owns it. So a lot of
Is it?
They've got like 5 Batmobiles. We're getting one. Come on.
Yeah, the Batmobile is supposed to be coming in the Fortnite shop soon, sometime.
Animated series Batmobile, or the TV series.
We're getting
Or
the,
the
we're getting
1999 version.
I want the 66.
The Tumbler. You talking about the Tumbler one?
No, we're
Is that
getting
is that the one with the big giant tires on it, like on the front?
that would be a good SUV, but we're getting the 89 Michael Keaton one.
Yeah, is that the one that's got the Tumbler, the military tank looking one?
No, that's the the 89 Michael Keaton one.
89's got the like bat fins on the side of it. Okay, yeah.
And the big jet engine. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I want that 66.
Oh, it's based off a real car. It's a real concept car.
Most of them are.
George Barris designed it.
Oh yeah, this was the 55 Ford Futura.
Yep,
Knocked
that's it.
around a while. I made an appearance in a movie with Glenn Ford and Debbie Reynolds. And
He did.
And Barris bought it from Ford, sold it to Barris for $1.
Yep. He designed
Literally
the.
$1. And it sat in back for a while, and then 26 bucks came around. And, we want you to design us a Batmobile. Well,
He designed the Monkey
It just so
Mobile.
I think of this thing sitting out back. It'd be perfect.
He designed some of the stuff from Knight Rider 2, I think.
Oh yeah, he was working. In fact, he even had a bit of a hand in the 89. I
He
think.
helped design the dash.
Ooh, this would be good. Ghostbusters.
Ooh, Ecto 1, yes.
We've had Ghostbusters skids. Yeah, we need Ecto 1.
Ecto 1.
They need to expand what they got.
That would be
I got
really
so
good
many-
for Halloween.
I got so many. We usually do about Fort Nightmares. I got so many examples of the 66 Batmobile. I got a Hot Wheels on me. I got 120, fourth one up in the closet. I got one kind of in the middle. I got the thing because as a bonus because I got behind me a 1/8 scale one and under construction.
If I could get a good
$100
scaled, if I could get a good scaled version of the animated series Batmobile, I would pay good money for that. With working machine gun, like pops out of the side and everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's some issues though. That,
Oh,
the Batmobile has machine guns. Yeah, I know.
Anime Night.
Yeah.
Did you? I didn't send you this picture, but I went to a big antique mall and found Alfred, an action figure of Alfred from the animated series for sale.
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to send that to you when I get a chance. Alfred Pennyworth, or was it Cobblepot Pennyworth? Pennyworth? His last name.
Yeah, Pennyworth.
Yeah, Pennyworth.
Pennyworth.
Pennyworth, yeah.
Cobblepot's is the penguin. Yeah. Anyway, it was an animated series package, and it had him and it had some accessories with it. I'm gonna have to show you when I get out. I found one of Harley Quinn too.
Oh.
They had Star Trek stuff
I
and
was
Star
wondering
Wars
how
stuff
that happened.
everywhere.
Hey, David.
Hey, good day, everybody. How's it all going?
Hey, brother.
Good.
Hey, brother. Yeah.
We're just talking
good.
nerd culture and everything. So
Yeah, what were you saying there, McTell?
I went to an antique mall and they had a crap ton of Star Trek stuff, Star Wars, G.I. Joe, Batman, DC comic stuff, like the action figures and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a place like that. They had a whole bunch of Sailor Moon, but when we went, it was all sold out.
Oh,
Yeah, I know, but they don't have the new stuff. They try to find the original stuff, you know.
oh, got somebody blaring music. Hold on.
Yeah, man, I hate when. Yeah, I got some shithead neighbors like that too. Sorry for the language. Yeah, I only got a few Sailor Moons. I haven't got many characters from Sailor Moon. Yeah, Sailor Chibi is probably. Sailor Moon is
Anime. Have you seen that Chibi Sailor? Anime. Have you seen it? Oh no.
glitching, man. Yeah, look.
Ooh.
Right back there. Right back there, that top shelf is all my Sailor Moon.
Oh, nice.
I have I have everybody.
That's what I'm looking for, man. Sailor Moon chibis, because I ain't got much room.
I would take this camera further, but I don't want to damage it.
No, you don't want it.
No, he doesn't want to damage his Sailor Moons with our Guna eyes.
I have Queen. I even have Queen Beryl and her henchman.
Oh, that's good.
And I also have the Sailor Starlights.
Ooh, Hollywood. Take note. If you want to ride a girl bus, watch Sailor Moon first.
All three of them. They were at the store called Box Lunch. We were there, I want to say about a year or two ago, and all three of them were right there in that store, and I'm like, I don't care how much it costed. It was about a good pretty penny there, and my sister was like, "Are you sure you don't want me
to clock?" What's the price? Ski mask and a Glock.
And my sister was like, "Are you sure you don't want me to buy this for you as my gift to you?" I'm like, "No, I'm allowed to spend my own money. I'm allowed to spend my own money. Appreciative, but just surprise me with the next thing."
Self-control.
But I bought it on my own because it would have a lot more meaning to it, and I have opened them. They're prominently displayed. I also have I even have Queen Serenity up there, and also I have Black Lady. Oh, Darth Vader, the mini Funko, the chibi Vader.
Yeah. I heard the reason why I'm holding this up is because Captain Bob's got his on display. But I heard this morning in the financial news, Funko Pop may be delisting, which means they're closing as a company. Yeah, they may be delisting. Their share price may have fallen below $1.
They're delisting?
Means I don't know what's happened, but in their last quarter, in 1 quarter, they've gone from a reasonably profitable company to they may be now bankrupt. Their share price. I don't know what's happened with Funko Pop.
Ooh, that's not good.
Well, I mean, fair criticism aside, Funko, I mean, I do have some Funkos over there and everything in between.
Right. I mean,
but I still, even if I don't like the face, the look on the faces or anything.
I mean,
they're still fun as hell to look at.
Absolutely. The only thing I can think of, maybe because it's probably the tariffs, maybe.
No, it can't be it can't.
No, it's not the first time either. No. I've heard that Funko Pops have this is the second or third time they've had to destroy toys because they lost their license. They have to meet minimum sales, but the licensees like Hasbro and that have been increasing the licensing on them and they can't increase the prices, and they can't keep up with the sales numbers. And they're also blaming the rise in
Tariffs.
what do you call it? Knockoffs from Temu.
Oh, they have knockoffs from Temu? I didn't know that.
Temu's been eating them with all these. I don't know. I get them. I don't know. Anime Night, you should be getting them. The ads from Temu on Facebook, full of knockoffs.
I have here and there, but if there's something from Temu that I really want,
That Funko Pop doesn't have, you wouldn't get it.
I already have. They're already up there in the display cabinet. They're already up there. Because I think look, I even have a gold Shenron. So
ooh,
well, a Funko version of him and Purunga as well. I have both of them.
Look, I'm not against Funko Pops. I know.
No, I have nothing against Funko. I know a lot of people hate it. I may not like the blank faces,
the style,
and
some
all
of them,
that, but I can't deny that some of them look really, really cool.
Some of them are really good. Look at the Kiss Funko Pops. I just can't afford them, and it's not Funko's problem because they are usually affordable. It's the space. Once you've got 20 or 30 figures, I mean, I just don't have the space. I don't know if I've got 20 or 30. I think I got more than that. I don't know. Maybe I got less. But I got a whole bunch of figures from different sources. I have Simpsons. I have Sid from Ice Age. I got a couple of Spider-Mans. I got a Iron Man.
Oh, Purunga.
Star Wars.
This is the non-Funko version. This is like the minifigure version of him. I also have there's no some I have that one up there. She's still in the box. I got her for Christmas of 2017.
I got her from one of those places that MGTOW was talking about before he crashed out. He probably had to reboot.
Yeah. I also
I got Venom. I got the original movie Venom, not the new one. I don't know why they changed Venom for the second time, but
just like the fact they couldn't make Carnage rated. They couldn't make that movie rated R, despite the fact it's just Carnage. That's Carnage we're talking about.
I know for a fact that had Sony spaced those movies out, they could have done a lot more.
Absolutely.
But Woody Harrelson would have done Carnage a second time. But rumor is Tom Hardy didn't want to keep doing Venom.
Well, that sucks.
But also the producers didn't want to keep doing Venom because they wanted originally to do the they originally planned out, for years they've been trying to do the Sinister Six.
Ooh.
But they keep bombing out, they keep bombing out. They keep misplacing the characters and then they can't bring them together. Like Disney sabotaged Sinister Six by putting Vulture into a movie.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did do that.
And then they sabotaged it again by getting them to not be able to use Spider-Man in any movie other than a Marvel official movie, which was, I mean, I hate split rights. Look what split rights did to Star Wars. And Star Trek. I think Star Trek suffered the most, right, with split rights.
I think Star Trek was kind of unintended consequences because they kind of forgot, when Star Trek is both. Oops. Okay.
Yeah. But I heard, and
Russ
I don't know.
Moonves, who hates sci-fi and Star Trek
Yeah.
particular, he's in charge of
what I heard.
Great, that'll do well.
Yeah, I heard an interview, and I don't know if it's true or not, but basically, if Les said jump, the board would say how high, even though they could have ousted him at any time. They just didn't have the guts.
Yeah.
They didn't want to stand up to Les Nunez because he had a quote unquote powerful friends.
Well, they had a good track record as far as picking good shows.
Other areas,
He had no ear for science fiction.
well, if you look around, fantasy sort of does outsell science fiction, but they hate fantasy even more. Look, at least science fiction does make it to the cinema now and again. Look how few fantasies get made.
Yeah.
And when it is, it's usually a rip-off of Tolkien.
Yeah. Badly.
Is any rip-off good? Except maybe The Expanse. But The Expanse was done so well, you can't really call it a rip-off because it's a nice mishmash. It's riffs without the riffs.
I tried watching Wheel of Time. I couldn't make it the first episode. It was so insulting.
Yeah. The Expanse is basically riffs without the mega demons coming through the riffs. Because that's how they travel through the universe from one point to another. They go out to the edge of the solar system and go through a rift.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Marvel stole that from rifts as well, from Palladium rifts.
I believe this other screens. I'm not looking at the side so much.
I forget when the first Palladium rifts came out, but I know it was first in a book. Ages ago. But I mean, hyperspace and rifts is not exactly an original idea. I'm just saying the way they did it, the way they did The Expanse just felt so much like rifts because rifts started off as a very low tech,
Yeah. Well, most sci-fi built in something. I mean, there's very little, nothing really in Star Trek original to Star Trek. They didn't invent the idea of teleportation. They didn't invent the idea of warp drive. They're one of the first people to put it all together.
They get credited for the flip phone, even though it was actually a engineer in Korea who was originally working on the actual flip phone a decade earlier.
Actually, it's something where facttrek.com is a great resource.
Yeah.
The one we see in the cage is almost identical to one that AT&T was trotting around several months earlier in a Tech Expo.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the original flip phone was invented by a Korean. Was invented by a Korean during the Korean War because they needed a concealable walkie-talkie for infiltrators to go into North Korea.
Yeah, it's radios. That's why I don't count it.
Yeah.
As far as getting into the telephone network, though, that's when we.
Yes.
So,
but the first flip phone in the US, was AT&T. It wasn't Apple. One of the reasons why Apple is so in debt is because of all the lawsuits for all the tech they stole.
That's right.
They're in bad shape. They need their AI in the US to kick off. That's why they're playing nice.
Well, it's trying to play cute, and that.
Well, don't forget, Google's been killing them for the last decade. See, Apple thought that everybody would license their smartphone, not Samsung. But everybody in the industry knew that Samsung had invented the smartphone, and they bet that they would do better the second time round. Now, I don't know why. But
I don't, the anime. I think
if you invented the smartphone, why would you sit on it for a decade?
What is it, Bob?
Well, I'm just going to
Sorry,
show the page then.
There he is.
Right there.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, it's from facttrek.com. So back in July 26th. How Star Trek with a flip-top phone. It's like, no, not really. This is from April of '63. a full year before the first pilot, and look what she's got in her hand.
Oh,
The flip top, yeah.
The little flip,
But I'm just saying,
little
yeah,
flip phone.
I'm just saying, yeah,
Look from there.
yeah. Same with the tablet. I think the ideas of integrated technology on Trek was not a bad idea, but it was Captain Obvious. However,
Yeah.
Intel Corporation was already working, and that's exactly where they get their name from, integrated technology. They were commissioned by the government and working on it before Star Trek.
Yeah. In fact, another thing is, Dick Tracy's wrist radio from the 40s.
Yeah. Well, which is where they got the idea for Intel.
Yeah. Mhm.
The government was going through ideas because post World War II, there was a scientific paper that says, hey, we're running out of ideas for new technology, what to do with all these electronics. So they went back to science fiction, which is, I wonder, and a lot of people wonder too, did Jules Verne predict the future, or did people in the 40s and 50s who read Jules Verne, because it was at the time one of the required reading books at college, and said, hey, this sounds cool, let's implement this?
Oh, and anybody remember the call for the picture phone?
Considering the first US submarine was named the Nautilus, first nuclear submarine, not the first submarine, sorry. First submarine was called the Turtle. But yeah, the first nuclear submarine, the Nautilus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually saw the visual phone in a what's that one? What's the one that Asimov wrote in? Was actually on the cover of one of the sci-fi magazines.
Yeah.
From the 40s, was it, or 50s?
I don't know. I remember stuff like early 70s on. Yeah, this is what they've been talking about for a while now.
Yeah.
The
video phone.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in the 60s, I remember growing up seeing ads from the 60s, coming soon, and it just quietly disappeared.
It's funny because I remember playing Destroy All Humans, the first game set in that era. It's so crazy to think how, even though they mentioned World War II and everything after all that, it's so crazy when you look at it and then go into the second game, the vast leap from the post World War II to the 60s and 70s, almost 70s. Yes.
Yeah, that gun you were playing with in Almost Human, Kill Humans, that's called the Tesla gun for a reason. It was actually invented a century earlier. Most of your electronics had been invented prior to World War II. Radio, television were already being tested. People don't know this, but it is a known fact in most engineering circles that technology used to be withheld for up to 100 years before release, unless the government had an immediate use. They weren't going to release. Look at the railway. How long Stevenson got permission to build the first railway, but after a couple of rails were built, they wouldn't allow any more. They didn't want to disrupt the economy too much. Look at computers. They artificially look at the price they put on early computers. People, were always wondering, how could PCs, it was scale of economy. No, it wasn't. Your early computers, your desktop clunkers, they had a tax of $1,000 on them. They find ways to restrict technology. For a long time they used to say, "Oh, only the British had radar." No, they didn't. It's the same with the light bulb. How long did the light bulb sit around? 4 years before they, look at all the trouble between Edison and electricity. Trying to. Now I do get that. DC, a safe current, a generator in every home. Sounds reasonable from a business perspective, but it's totally impractical. Who's going to build you have to, every home would have to be rebuilt to put in a generator.
Precisely that.
Yeah. Look at the jet. The jet was invented in 1936. The first commercial jet flew, nearly 20, 30 years later?
Yeah. And the Allies couldn't get a fighter off the plane, off the ground yet, but the Germans managed to get a couple.
Actually, there's 36 secret documents. One of them does actually say that the 8th Army flew jets over Germany and that was that pretty much they were able to destroy the German production before they could get more factories online. They basically because they dominated the skies.
Yeah.
But what gets me is they lied because they said in 1948 that mass bombing never contributed to ending the war, when the Russians were saying without mass bombing we wouldn't have shut down the jet production. But it's the same thing. You wonder, why did they bomb Tokyo in 1943 and never bombed them since? Well, they were destroying the Japanese nuclear program.
Well, also, once you flatten Tokyo and they don't rebuild, there's nothing left to flatten. You need to flatten it some more.
No, but
that's why the first nuke wasn't dropped on Tokyo. Tokyo's already no one's going to know the difference.
But they didn't know where in Tokyo the base was. So what they did is they targeted they targeted all the civilian workers.
Oh,
they murdered.
Well,
yeah. No, this is why there's so many more secrets.
Hiroshima also, there were legitimate, it was like armies, the Japanese Third Army was there. There were some major.
No, but I'm saying particularly the raid on Tokyo, they targeted the factory workers who were in the lower third of Tokyo, known as which was mostly wooden houses, and they firebombed it to kill the workers working on the nuclear program. Later after the war, they found out the Japanese cobalt bomb. Well, you would have seen the plane wouldn't have made it to the US. They would have seen it coming. They would have seen it coming. But at the time, they had no idea.
Of the Yamato, yeah.
Yeah.
We got a shadow just fell over Hawaii.
Yeah, it was basically the Japanese realized the only way to deliver this wasn't a ship. They actually were building a submarine. It wasn't actually a ship. It was a submarine they were building. But then they changed the submarine to deliver a bomber underwater, and then they realized that by the time it reached there, by the time it reached the harbor where they were building the aircraft carriers, the war was almost over.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it,
Well,
it's the same. You invaded North Africa wasn't the first campaign. Everybody's told that Algiers is the first campaign, right? Big red one.
It's been a while since I've seen that one, but
Actually, it was it was known as the Fifth Army, mostly made up of Arabs who were recruited and invaded Iran to fight in Stalingrad. Another secret war that for some reason, because they wanted to give all the credit to the Russians, and they actually the film that you see was actually made with German POWs. They actually got German POWs to recreate the War of Stalingrad, just so they could show a Soviet victory. Of course, Stalin was very grateful. No, he wasn't. He executed them all, even the Russians, to keep his secret.
To make it really extra, use live ammo during the shots.
Yeah,
real authentic filmmaking.
Yeah. Now, the story of Vasily is an interesting one. You know the story of Vasily, the sniper?
Mm.
He was actually Finnish. He was a
Yeah.
Finnish Russian, but he was captured and Stalin paraded him around.
Mhm.
And he too disappeared 6 months later to keep the secret.
This is over. What's the thing? We don't need him now.
Stalin was very good at keeping secrets.
Stalin, we still talk about the other guy. Like he was a, his name is Bob. He was a piker by comparison.
He was the first. He was the first one to. He was the first one to create Photoshop.
Oh, yeah. Go to various last time history tests. Suddenly, people are not there. The background is filled in, but what the hell? What happened to Vasily? He was the fellow not the favorite.
There was no Vasily.
Yeah. But why do you think that's Vasily? Please come into back up. We will talk to you about Vasily. Don't make plans. He won't be back.
Yeah, there was actually a. That's actually don't make plans. He won't be back. Is actually a true
In fact,
Russian
he never
saying.
existed. You don't know him.
If you get invited
This
to a
is
private
a warning.
meeting, yeah, don't make plans. He won't be back. Yeah.
You'll never heard of him. If anyone asks anything, no. Who are you talking about? And give them this clear. They will know
But what gets me, and I really, everybody's, there's a lot of reasons but a lot of these laws are still around in Russia, which is really disappointing. You think they would learn.
It takes a while to root these things out. I mean, we still got laws over here.
Yeah.
But for the longest time, there was a telephone tax funding the Spanish-American War.
Yeah.
It's not so much, it's like they never got around to, that? Forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Out here in Colorado, we had a thing, some kind of tax provision providing for benefits
like
to
the
the veterans of the Mexican-American War. That was in the 1840s. I think we got past that.
Yeah, but of course it's like the National Security Act. You may scream about Russia and some of their wacko-do laws, which includes, although they do have some very good child protection laws. But when it comes to the National Security Act, you think it was written by Russians. You have to submit. If you create technology in the United States, you have to submit it, not one, not two, but 3 different secret government agencies who can hold you up for decades if they wanted.
Yeah.
And have in the past.
How could this be exploited?
Yeah.
Second question, how can we exploit it?
And basically, if they turn around and give it to Apple or Google, you don't own it. You lose ownership.
Yeah.
This is what happened to the Liza. This is how Apple got created. Xerox submitted a brilliant desktop computer, and the government says, no, you're a photocopier company, and said, here, Apple, do something with this for us. Now, the National Security Act has rarely been used publicly. I mean, I think Trump used it publicly recently.
He's invoking different parts, and there's the Alien Sedition Act of Lincoln.
Yeah.
As controversial as that was, and how it cost President Adams re-election, it was still on the books. It was still held to be constitutional. Guess what?
Yeah. But it is
Trump's
probably
been doing his homework while he's been away, and now he's going to it because he can't run for re-election, so fuck it. Leave it on the field. Okay.
Yeah, there's a popular theory that when Truman created the National Security Act of 1948, which is known as which was actually a compilation of past and some new laws thrown in to create the CIA. But when he did it, the Supreme Court said this is so unconstitutional, it'll never pass. So he went to the Republicans and got a popular Republican to basically create the commie scare. It was Truman who created the commie scare because he knew actually there were commies. There was the Roosevelt secretary couple of FBI were known communists. Yeah, and they were,
Well, the OSS didn't tell FDR anything because they knew there were Soviet agents within his cabinet.
yeah.
We're not telling the old man a damn thing.
They didn't tell Kennedy about the Soviet agent in the government until after. They didn't tell Kennedy until the breach, until after the Bay of Pigs failure.
Yeah.
You think you'd want to say, hey, this guy's blowing you. But Eisenhower was telling him. Everybody was telling Kennedy this operation was blowing. No. And then after the CIA, Helms came to him and says, yeah, they're all right.
Yeah.
And that's,
And just to make it extra disastrous, no air support.
Yeah.
Leave these poor schmucks on the beach with their balls hanging out.
And what? Jack Ruby just happened to be an employee of Marcello, who was the guy they contracted from the mafia to carry out the Bay of Pigs. Yeah. What a coincidence! What a coincidence, right?
Well, there's a lot of shit going on. Like, man, I don't think there was a big grand conspiracy to knock them off.
Actually,
I think it's a lot. There's a combination of incompetence on
and luck.
Secret Service and FBI and CIA.
Yes. They haven't actually admitted that there was a
mafia
combination
certainly
of
would have if they had a chance, but it's like it gets there's Oswald crackpots running around. Let him be.
That was it. The
Let's
mafia.
just let him be. Mafia.
The people who hate it.
He already tried to knock off a conservative general a few months before. So let's just sit back there and see what happens. Let the asshole do it himself.
The shooters admitted to doing it. 4 men have confessed on deathbed. You can look them up on YouTube.
All the evidence,
and they're proud of doing it. And they can describe in detail stuff that at the time was not known.
And that's like none of the forensic evidence backs it. It all gets right back to that.
But the Warren Commission chose to delete facts because 1, they didn't want a war of Cuba. 2, they didn't want the Woodford deal exposed. That basically where they had deals with the mafia that date back to the 1920s to do the dirty work of the OSS and then the CIA.
Yeah.
And the commission, which had Gerald Ford, right, who then later had the Ford Commission. To have the Ford Commission basically have the CIA pull a lot of operations. And when Carter read the Ford Commission report, he actually went further and shut down a lot more operations, including one in Iran, which was supposedly what led to the coup in Iran, because there was no forewarning to the government or any U.S. opposition to the coup.
Shall we discuss how much of an idiot Jimmy Carter was? Oh, he's just a nice guy. Bullshit. What pain do you take now?
But what I mean is, Carter wanting revenge for decades later.
Yeah.
But Ford had already done the deed. He already took out the bad apples. But Carter, he wanted to play to the youth of America, who were greatly still paranoid and seething over the CIA.
It was a very weird period. When I was only about 10 or 12, but I still remember it.
But I mean,
it's very perfect. It's like people were pissed off about Watergate, because Ford pardoned Nixon. And the time it was doing okay. It was starting to come back a bit. Then I want to president.
But Nixon was framed. Nixon was framed.
He pretty much was.
Who was handling the evidence? A little known lawyer by the name of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, and that's why. She got her ass fired for lying to the committee too. But the damage done.
It's like the evidence against Donald Trump. The prosecutor who said, "I hate Trump, I'm going to get him." It was the one who was handling the evidence against him. Wow,
she's guilty of the very same thing, even worse though.
Yeah. At least we think Carter hasn't murdered anybody in cold blood, unlike Richard Helms. Although allegedly he did it in wartime, but we're not sure. Basically, his file was sealed, so we don't know whether or not he was actually a murderer or just defending the United States against a Soviet agent.
No,
but he was a field operative, So was well, they all were, weren't they, at some point, or an admiral. You know, it was really weird the way they chose CIA directors.
It was not. And of course, FBI, that was J. Edgar Hoover until the time he died in the 70s.
And that was probably the most corrupt period of the FBI. What do you mean the FBI has always been corrupt? Well, yeah, they were illegally formed.
They were supposed to have been shut down after they got Capone anyway.
Yeah, they were supposed to be a federal task force under the marshals. They weren't supposed to be an entire new agency.
Yeah. And thing is, that's never been changed. So Trump could shut them down like that.
Yeah, they're created by executive order. So is the CIA. Hey, what can a president do to an executive order from a past president?
Pass another executive order. This is now rescinded. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, every
referral,
president can rescind any executive order. And there's over 11,000 of them still active.
Yeah. Man, it seems like we never got around to that.
Yeah.
There's a few state of emergencies declared by Carter that are still in effect. I think we can pull that now. That country no longer exists.
No, but you know what I mean? There's somebody once said only 10% of executive orders have been rescinded, and there's like thousands of them. And I looked it up, and the current numbers, 11,100 and something. Like, you've 47 presidents, and you got like, wow.
There's probably a couple dating back to Washington.
No, but until Bush, there were hardly any. They you know, most of them are the modern era.
Oh.
But some of them are ridiculous, like there are amendments to amendments, you know, budget and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, rename the FBI center to the J. Edgar Hoover building, you know, created the NSA fort, amalgamated these forts, renamed this ship. You know, there's a lot of them that are just
lately it's like over to it. No, change the name back to this ship. Change the name back to that.
Yeah,
back to Fort Bragg.
Yeah, change the name of the Bradley. Change the name of the Obama to the Bradley. Yeah.
Like, come on.
No.
There's a lot of back and forth. It's like, okay.
That wasn't hate. You don't rename ships out of order. Okay.
Yeah.
The Gerald Ford was next. Everybody knew it. But then they created this other ship and named it the Obama, and it was a ship that was like a service ship or something, and it's like, no, you're out of order. And it wasn't the Bradley. It was actually, you know, but it was not the only time. They've often been political with ship naming, and no, presidents have always been aircraft carriers and have always been in order.
Yeah. I think the one thing with Jimmy Carter is a nuclear sub, because he was a sub guy.
Yeah, but like I said, the Navy said no.
Most part of the years.
In the Bush era, they're going to only do it with aircraft carriers, and they're only going to do it in order. And I think that hasn't been rescinded. The Navy did not like the renaming of certain ships, like with the Carter, because they had the Los Angeles class. They were actually going to be named after cities, like the Dallas. The Navy has
the bombers of states, attack carriers of cities.
Yeah. That way, sailors know when they hear a ship name, they know what's coming.
Yeah. And there are exceptions like the Enterprise. And that
was
the result. That goes back to when they failed to make the Enterprise from World War II a museum ship.
That was because
the very popular
thing, but they never did it. It's like the Enterprise, the Constitution, and a couple of other ships, because they're historic ships, they carry over.
Yeah.
But I don't know why the Enterprise shifted from destroyers frigates, then destroyers, then cruisers. I don't know why they shifted. But maybe because it was a prestigious ship.
Well, up until World War II, the name was just whatever. And at that point, it just happened to be, okay, we're naming this carrier Enterprise. And
but if you look,
it's just the name of that ship specifically, because there was a big campaign to save that ship. Even Mr. Nimitz himself was, campaigning to save the Enterprise as a museum ship. But then it's we don't, because it was like too much. It would beat to hell when she finally got into port. There was oak decks, so scrapped her, and they saved the big thing on the conning tower with all the battle ribbons. That's the only thing left of it.
It took a lot just to save
because of that. Because
it was one of the few ships.
The next aircraft, when you got a nuclear craft, we're naming her Enterprise, and from that point on, every Enterprise is going to be a major, ship.
Yeah, but what they did, however, with the Enterprise is that they had a big fight, but they did save the ship's mast and ship plates.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether I think the Smithsonian has the mast and the ship plate is at Annapolis, isn't it?
I don't think it's at some port. I think
the Navy Museum has the plate. I think the name plate.
Somewhere there's a thing off the mat, off the tower of all the battle.
Yeah, but it's the original oak, right? The original oak radio mast. The original radio mast was preserved, I think, in the Smithsonian.
But it was like before that, all kinds of ships were named Enterprise before that carrier.
Yeah,
a destroyer, a brigadier.
But the original bell was on the aircraft carrier. The original ship's bell from the original brass bell was on, and they did ring bells on the Enterprise up until 74. They did have Navy changed over to piping in, didn't they? Like the British.
I don't know, could be. I'm those in the 80s. I don't know.
Yeah.
Big fan, but not that well versed in naval traditions.
No, but
most Navy traditions I know from Star Trek, so there's a filter.
2 bells all aboard, 3 bells sunrise, 6 bells, for meal.
I just remember when McHale's Navy. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Hey, what we use bells here? What?
It was one of the few sounds that because brass bells used to be one of the few sounds a human could hear over the sound of cannon fire.
Yeah.
They should have got a woman. She could hear it. She could hear it.
Actually, that's why a lot of computer voices and stuff are female voices, because they can penetrate the noise.
Yes.
It's not about how
audio.
It's not how female voices can penetrate. No, the female voices at the frequency will literally go through most general noise, whereas the male voice will blend in.
But there was also a thing that the British. Was it the British? No, I think it was the French who first put the bell, or maybe the Spanish, to put a bell on ships. So I know the British used whistles or drummers for a long time. They changed to, I think it was Napoleon Wars, wasn't it? Nelson changed it to, because a lot of people don't know this, but the British Army and the British, though the Crown owned the British Navy, they didn't own all the ships. They only owned a third of them. What they did is have a thing called commissioning, commission a ship, where they would build the ship for a merchant, but it would be built as a warship, and the merchant would only pay a fraction of the price. But if a war broke out, it ain't yours anymore, buddy.
I'll think of what this is a commission.
Yeah, but if you want it back, money, please.
Yeah,
because once it was
early, because I posted, the little British patriotism. Posted my 2 favorite versions of Rule Britannia. Silver Black sort of starts off a cappella, and then one from Last Night at the Proms from a few years back, where the vocalist, Connolly, I think, she's dressed up as Lord Nelson. Very and it's the first time they'd done the original arrangement of Rule Britannia, and she, real good bit where she, kind of started with a sword, draws it out, and everyone looks like she's still got the scabbard on it. Yeah. And people kind of laugh, but then shakes it a bit. Union Jack flows out. Crowd goes nuts. Great presentation. But after that one, I thought what did that song actually about? It's not what you think it is. And back and it's like basically everyone's been singing it wrong since the Victorian era. The words have not been changed. Go on to find the lyrics. It's not Britannia rules the waves. It's Britannia, rule the waves. It's like in 1740, when that song was written, the Royal Navy was not that great.
No,
They were getting their asses kicked over by
it was a rally.
It was time.
Yeah, it was a cope song, like Les Miserables. The French Revolutionary song was a cope song.
Yeah.
Because basically it was born out of the slums by the miserables, as they were called.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it became a cope song and was reworded because the revolution had turned against its very self and was starting to basically, who are these filthy peasants? Be gone. Like, Robespierre did not like his own revolutionaries. And when he said be gone, you know what happened to them, right?
Yeah.
He was not a nice guy.
Yeah.
He was Stalin before Stalin.
Yeah.
He
With rural Britannia, it was a plea for things that we need to get some backup here, and the army's no damn good. Well, looking at you, Navy, rule of Britannia. Britannia, rule the waves. Okay. The Victorians added the S. But even then, it's never been officially changed. The lyrics still say Britannia, comma, rule the waves.
Yeah.
So it's really more, I think, if Nigel Farage is smart, he'll take that. But things like, we need to apply this concept to the channel. Britannia, rule the waves out there.
See, the thing is, Britannia was the original British revolutionary against the Romans. Although they tore her apart.
Well, that's brutal.
Literally, yeah. They were quite brutal.
Yeah.
But there's
very little evidence she ever really even existed. So,
Probably. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Britannia is an Anglification of the Celtic name.
Well, Britannia was what they named the island. What the Romans named the island, right? So, and it became kind of a personification with a female with a sword and things. But, Boudica's is different entirely.
But if you want to do girl boss history right, just look at the Celts. They did have female warriors.
Oh, yeah.
And they did have female leaders. And they did have female rights. It was the Romans who took away rights. But then later, rights were restored and then later taken away in the 17th century.
Yeah, the name Shannon, it's a military rank in the Celtic Army School, Celtic military force. Like a sergeant.
Yeah, there were females up to but later with medical, when nurses became an official part of the British Army, they made them all officers so they could order enlisted men around. But also to prevent shenanigans amongst the ranks. To basically, it was basically a double-edged sword that basically helped inflate the female ego, which pretty much didn't really need that much help. But any help is too much.
Yeah.
But there is actually I think when I was over in Europe, there was in the British Museum the Celtic display. And we didn't get to go because there was a storm on the channel. So we only got to read the brochure. Yeah. And they did have a female Celtic warrior on display that they had found. And so if you want to do girl boss right, there are history. The problem is pop culture. They want to drag out these they want to drag out these warriors, maybe from obscure tribes here and there from others. For some reason, when it comes to like, there's this burial ground where there are 30 women in Viking warrior outfits, and they said, there must be female Vikings.
How you doing, both silence?
They were actually turned out to be the female slaves of a Viking, and when he died, he had them buried with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They kind of forget, human nature is human nature. Okay,
There are a few historical references to a few female Vikings,
but very few. Yeah,
but they looked like bricks. Okay, they looked like men. Okay, they were 6'8" with oak arms. They look like Misa from.
And then they could do the kind of things. Okay, yeah, you do it good. Yeah,
They look like Mara from Street Fighter, Oh, hi, miss.
Yeah.
You think basically she was born with Hugo Boss, you know, basically, yeah,
You
she
know,
grew into it.
It's ma'am. You don't doubt it. Okay, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
It's
What did you
yes,
say?
ma'am.
Yes, mom. Yes.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? There's a few instances in the history where you can say, yes,
Yes.
there's some girl bosses done right. Whether it's,
Mhm.
you know, there was, what was it? There was the defense of Edo. 100 women with Naginata helped defend
Mhm.
Edo.
Yeah.
That's historic. You know, that's a fact. But it didn't mean there were female samurai.
No.
It just meant that samurais had the good sense to train their wives
It means in
because
this
they knew
case,
what bastards.
yeah.
Because
Mhm.
they didn't knew what they knew what bastards were roaming around the streets when they weren't at home,
Yeah.
and they wanted their wives to remain, you know,
Mhm.
safe.
Yeah. Someone to defend the house. Oh, we're out, doing whatever.
So they taught them to stab somebody when, you know, if he gets you down on when he's on top, reach over here to the basket and start doing this. You
Yeah.
know,
Little surprise once it comes down. Bing, hello.
samurai were not noble warriors.
Are
Okay,
you rethinking your life choices right now, Sparky? As you bleed from your dick?
yeah, but I'm just saying, no, Vikings weren't the only, but Vikings were not a noble army. Yes, people don't know this, but Vikinging was a profession.
Yeah, it's a job description, really.
And they worked for the kings of Norway, Sweden, etc.
Mhm.
They didn't just go Vikinging. They had to plan, they had to get permission, and they had to give the cut.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you didn't come home, they'd send ships looking for you because you owed the state. Yeah. They invented the concept of the IRS. Hey, he hasn't paid his taxes. Yeah. Fetch. He owes us $1. Okay, spend £1,000 searching the world for him. You know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me know if he shows up and bring me his head.
Yeah. And if you can't bring it, if you can't bring us his taxes, bring us his head. Yeah. And the British took that to heart, didn't they? Victoria. If you can't. Well, it wasn't it Victoria used to say, if you can't bring me his taxes, bring me his head?
I know that sounds like Victoria, but...
might have been George.
Sounds more like Elizabeth. I don't know.
Yeah, Elizabeth I.
Yeah. Maybe Mary.
Yeah, I know it was English royalty.
I got a personal grudge against Mary. Some of my family is in the Book of Martyrs.
Yeah. I'm not sure because I've got Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and Anglo, but mostly Scottish. You know, my family was predominantly Scottish until the 19th century, I think. Mm-hmm. We left England late, but we do have some actually, the predominant wing of my family's in America. Mm. On the Oregon Trail, there's Josephine Applegate County. There's Applegate County, Josephine County, Applegate. John Paul Applegate, who fought in the Revolution.
I got to a map back to Virginia, but I could easily qualify for Sons of the American Revolution. We got list on there. The captain of in the.
Yeah, but I'm not a direct descendant. Otherwise, I could just say, "Hey, under the Revolutionary Act, I'm a citizen."
Yeah.
Actually, did you know that sons and daughters of the Revolution can claim citizenship?
Okay.
No, I didn't know that, but they can. Direct descendants were able to claim citizenship. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they still have to go for the test.
Yeah.
But it's still.
I'm trying to figure out some way to work the Versa because also back to Oxfordshire and around Kingston, Blunt, Aston Rowan area, and going and Buckinghamshire gets very murky pre-1400.
But it's probably an expired statute because the Immigration Act has changed so many times. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the original Immigration Act had had a clause to allow to basically grant sons and daughters of the revolutionary citizenship because they had fallen. There was. What is it? Out of 6,000, how many fell in battle? Like 3,500. Mm-hmm. There were a lot of widows. There were a lot of widows and orphans. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Well, my family's been here since 1663, so
Yeah.
no need to worry about that. We're not immigrants to this. We were settlers. Okay, we helped build it.
And there is actually a settlement act where the natives came to agreement with the settlers. So, I don't care what people say. Land was granted to settlers.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I hate about the Immigration Act, because it basically says anybody can settle in the United States. No, that's not what the agreement was.
No, that's not what my family separated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I personally, I find the Victorian era makes for great pop culture, but it doesn't make for a good. But if you want a dystopia, if you want a really good dystopia, the first dystopia, I think, is probably the Roman Empire, but Victoria is a great modern era for a dystopic setting. Because you really look at the vast difference. You look at today and you go, Google the richest. No. Google is not the richest. Google's here. The British East India Company is like, yeah. We had a literal mountain of gold. What have you got? Oh, $1 trillion. What would the East India Company be worth today? Something like 60 trillion or something.
Mm-hmm.
They owned multiple gold mines. They had hundreds of ships. They had their own army. They had multiple countries.
Owned India.
Yeah. But see, a lot of people don't realize this. The British Empire did not grow through war. They grew through putting their arm around somebody and says, hey, would you like to be a partner in the world's biggest criminal syndicate?
And then, we'll just take it over for you and just follow a few rules.
No, but yeah, you follow a few rules. Well, you run the country. It's called gold or lead.
You can either live very well or not.
Yes. That sounds like Kitchener.
There's your choice. Now be a good lad.
Actually,
Sign on the dotted line. You'll be fine. Don't worry. We'll take care of everything.
yeah. So
the sun never sets on the British Empire, and
for a reason.
Few tattered remains. It's still true. There's still a few protectorates out there, Pitcairn and a few others. The sun still shines constantly on some part of what's left of the British Empire.
But what gets me is that people today fail to recognize that India, Pakistan, and parts of Africa have become neo-colonialist.
Mm.
And of course that's because the people, basically the people who own the media, basically also have huge shares in these emerging, economies.
I think supposedly the India Pakistan thing, Trump just shut that one down. He said, "Don't sit down and shut up, be nice." Well,
Not
you didn't
yet.
hear much about it, but but
but
he finally told
England. Yeah, but you look at England today. What is the most common word spoken by an Englishman today? Words you can't say on YouTube. About the English are quite. The peasants are revolting, monsieur.
Yeah, you're taking a smell. Goddamn. No.
No, the other revolting.
Yeah.
The other one. But come on. You look at Keir Starmer. Every time he's asked the question, he looks over. He's asking his wife for permission to answer.
He checked his notes 15 times just when 110 times just when he became prime minister. Who the hell does that? You have no idea what this is. You didn't know what he was saying.
I reckon every morning he sits down.
Never get up there. Say this.
Yeah. No, I reckon he gets up every morning, goes downstairs, has his little maid, he sits down and he doesn't have his breakfast ready. He sits down and there's a note left from his wife, things to do. Yeah. He's basically should just have cuck on his forehead, right?
Keir Starmer, it's going beyond just another Oliver Cromwell. He turned into Richard II with a bad fashion sense. Okay.
No, actually,
we got a full-on peasant revolt going on here.
Yeah, basically, that's what a lot of people say. We need Cromwell. At least had Cromwell had the good sense to step down, right?
Yeah. And the Restoration was just like no one to follow after Cromwell. Okay,
James.
was it James or Charles?
No, James. James. Charles was Charles.
No, Charles the First. No, Charles Second.
Yeah, I kicked out Charles, but I'll replace him with James. No, but look, if you look how corrupt Britain was, you would say definitely Charles must go.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the past, Chuck. Don't send the SAS after me because you're upset.
Not exactly making a great case for you right now, Chucky boy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's actually had dispatched the SAS to arrest people for insulting the crown. I mean, Prince Chuck ain't no king.
No.
When you invoke old laws to have some people arrested for insulting the crown,
Your Majesty, do you need me inside? You're going to send the coppers are going to pick me up and drag me back to England. I'm trying to get to England for the past 30 fucking years.
Yeah.
Come on, bring it. I'll welcome it. And while I'm passing the citizenship test.
No, he didn't send the plod. He sent Special Branch SAS in uniform.
Mm. Yeah, good luck pulling out from the middle of Colorado. Okay.
But no.
It'll be the cheap-ass people to who dares wins. Okay.
Cromwell gave the crown every opportunity, okay? The Magna Carta was the absolute result of a government gone mad with power. The revolt by Cromwell and multiple lords. And it wasn't the first or the second revolution. I think it was like the third only the third England had. They haven't had many, but it sort of did inspire the American Revolutionary. Franklin was a scholar of the Restoration. He wanted to bring Cromwell to America, basically. The Magna Carta was one of the blueprints that early Americans studied.
Mm.
But a lot of Brits today, do realize that after World War II was a big mistake handing in all your guns.
Yeah.
Big mistake. And the Immigration Act of 1974, huge betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Britain was bankrupt. Why did you need more workers when you're bankrupt? Because they wanted to borrow money off countries, and the only way the countries would give money is, say, take our excess population.
Mm-hmm.
We know that now. Britain was betrayed by its government. They sold out to... Why would you sell out to Jamaica for all things? But Jamaica at the time was very rich. When the people took over Jamaica, we can't say the pirate word, can we?
I'll allow it this one time.
Yeah. Well, when they took over Jamaica, right, they put a lot of money in the Bank of England, and it's been sitting there ever since, like a lot of gold, right, that they took off the Spanish, right? Jamaica used to have leverage, but see, Britain went bankrupt and they lost all that, but still, they had leverage. They used their last bit of leverage. Oh, you want this retirement land? Okay, we'll allow you to build this retirement land. We'll stay as part of the British Empire. We'll stay with the crown, but you've got to take our excess population. Give all these, And basically, there's no such thing as the Tory party, okay? A lot of people don't understand this. The Tories have not been the Tories since the 1800s, okay? They all come out of the same universe. Ever since it's always been Labour Liberal, okay?
Yeah,
they all come out of the same...
Got a brief flash, but otherwise,
Oh,
They come out of the same
fix your mic real
university.
quick. We got an echo.
Yeah. They all come out of the same university. They all echo. They all
Tell me in
echo.
private when it's good.
Yeah. Tories echo Labor or Liberal all the time. They've never had an original policy in the last since Thatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Thatcher was the last Tory.
Yeah.
We good?
And that's what,
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
We're good. Thanks, Big Town.
Everything
Sorry
we've seen
about
from the
that.
next election is like every time Nigel Farage's interview, it's like when you're prime minister, not if.
Yeah.
It's a foregone conclusion. Next
That's
election, he's going to be prime minister. He's already checking the measure for Drapes at number 10.
England.
And the Tories,
Yeah.
they're lucky if they'll have a dozen seats in Parliament.
But the reason why the Tories are, why the people are banning the Tories is because a lot of people are now agreeing with me that Thatcher was the last Tory.
Yeah.
Even the people they got today. I wouldn't elect that B&B for any. She don't deserve to be in Parliament. Half of the Tory party don't deserve to be in Parliament. They're only there because Labor threw them a bone to keep Reform out. Those seats should have gone to Reform. But Labor, because they had their thumb on the scale and had their thumb on the scale since the 70s, that's now, I don't know how controlled opposition works in England, but distributive voting or whatever. But basically, the system, a lot of people say the system's rigged because the major parties count, not the minor parties. The minor parties get to sit on the sidelines and wait.
That's about like here.
Yeah.
It's weird. I think it's, if they manage to force an early election,
But the thing is, when 700,000 people write a letter to say dismiss the Prime Minister, they didn't say dismiss the government. They said dismiss the Prime Minister. The only reason why they want to dismiss the government now is because they wouldn't listen to an official legal petition to hold a count vote on the Prime Minister. So they refused. That makes them complicit, right?
Well, they don't want that vote of no confidence on the record. Come on.
Yeah, but an official, basically, FU to the Prime, to a lot of people aren't saying two-tier anymore. They're using the Q word, which I know we can't say on YouTube. But it does rhyme with tier. Has to do with a ball with no balls, right? But we all know where they are. Yeah. They're in Mrs. Starmer's purse. It's like Macron. He's Bridget's wife.
Yeah, I mean, it's like here. I mean, most people think of it as only Democrat and Republican, but you actually have the Independent Party, the Green Party, the.
You get a balance. You got like 5 different parties listed for
You actually do have a Labour Party in the United States, but it's now only in Minnesota. It's known as the Labour and Farmers Party, but it's it's gone from 6% down to like nothing. It's now a tool of the Democrats. Most of your minor parties. You also got the Libertarian, which I think was also
Libertarian's the closest thing to a viable third party, and that's just.
Yeah, but they have to
fuck things up.
The problem is you have to take the Libertarians out of the Democrat Party and the Republican Party to make the Libertarian Party viable.
It's just going to fuck things up in that one account.
But the problem is America's system so binary, you have to have a major party collapse, and Americans are addicted to the Democrat Party. Admit it.
They're getting off that one. They're going through a draw now because the Democrat Party is imploding.
Yeah, but they had that with Carter. Whoops, big town.
Well, they had a minor collapse, but now it's just even then so far they're on the verge of a total.
Yeah, but electing Zohan, I think electing Zohan will be the death.
They're literally in debt right now. Just keep the lights.
Yes, I know they're in debt, but you know who is funding Zohan? A billionaire by the name of Singhan.
Oh yeah.
You know him, don't you, Bob?
I don't know about old Georgie boy.
No, he's not. No. Yes, he's one of George Soros's business partners. Yeah. He's a Indian. He's a Chinese Indian apparently, or an Indian Chinese. His wife is a lecturer at the Confucius Center in Shanghai.
and his wealth is dubious and might have to do with a certain poppy. But he runs the Confucius Center in the United States. Remember the Confucius Center? The mysterious billionaire who funded Bill Clinton from nowhere? Yeah, but anyway, his daughter is a member of the Jews for the Reform of New York, and they're funding Zohan. Guess what their reform is?
No more Jews.
No. The Book of Reform from Chairman Mao, the Cultural Revolution.
Book went around, yeah.
Red book, yeah, the Book of Reform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people are. It's starting to sour a bit on, Zoran.
Why? Yeah, but the reason.
You mean my corner is going to go belly up if he gets in? I've been dealing with that for 50 years.
When the Confucius Center renames themselves Jews for Zohan, you basically you've reached the point where First Amendment shouldn't apply, right?
Yeah, there's a point. Okay, that's different.
That's total false advertising because they're not Jews and they're not even from New York. But they're saying, the party that says, has Bernie Sanders going around saying we should be taking money from billionaires. Oh, really, Bernie? Now you won't take money from billionaires now that your career's almost over because you can see death's door right beside you.
Bernie used to be, the millionaires and the billionaires. Then it was revealed he's a millionaire. The billionaires.
What?
The billionaires.
He used to be against, no, he was, but don't forget.
How's he got, Bernie?
How's it go, Bernie? How many lake houses you got, Bernie? He did. At least he did. At least he said. At least he traded his Saab for a Prius. Though I think he only got that Prius to park in his driveway, and he's put the Saab in a garage somewhere.
So I don't see him running around the rolls.
But
I was wondering because they were bringing back the Presidential Council on Physical Fitness.
Yeah,
it's one of those things I think that Biden got rid of for some strange reason.
Was it Biden or I thought it was someone else?
I think it probably
was Biden. Yeah, I'm just asking.
For no reason.
I know, but
Triple H, okay, he's definitely he's not really a Roy baby.
But I'm just saying, I don't think Biden was awake at the time. I just think he said,
I delegated that. You don't delegate that. You don't delegate pardons and executive orders. You have to sign them personally. It's required in the Constitution.
Yeah, but
letters of thank you for the donation that gets auto-penned. Thank you for writing me, Johnny. I hope you really learn your lessons and kick your vitamins. That gets auto-penned. I pardon so and so from right. You sign that personally.
Yeah, it's not just signing stuff personally.
It makes it null and void if it wasn't signed personally. So there's a lot of shit going to come out of this thing.
It has to actually go through a legal process, and that's what they attacked Trump in the first making executive orders without going through the process, making pardons without going through the process. And he says, no, the process isn't constitutional. And as far as I know, it isn't.
Yeah, but that's also why I see he went in the Oval Office with cameras all around with a big Sharpie. Yeah. Here, and even the left, signed by the human hand. See? Haven't had a lot of that lately.
Yeah.
Okay. What did he do? What was auto-pen? So what can we just say is null and void?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of stuff. A lot of things. There was one executive order banning liquefied natural gas sales. And I didn't know that. No, it's an executive order.
I didn't do that. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, you didn't do it. He was auto-penned. What an environmental wacko AIDS did it.
That wasn't Biden being dementia. That was Biden actually not even knowing. Okay, it was never told.
That was genuine.
That was Biden's stuff. They waited for his afternoon nap that starts at 9 a.m. And they went to the auto-pen room.
Meanwhile, thinks, okay, by the next one. Next.
But guess who may be coming out as a Republican? The Teamsters.
Oh, yeah, because they've had it.
No. They have chapters. I'm talking about the Teamsters. I'm not talking about this chapter or that chapter. I'm talking about a union vote.
Yeah.
And if Zorhan comes into office, they're going to go Republican.
Because they're totally banned in the working class. But they're going.
No, because don't forget, one of the things the Teamsters has is their big pension funds. They don't want Zorhan taking it.
Yeah.
They'll nationalise the Teamsters. They'll nationalise the Teamsters and shift their pension fund down to New York.
That's actually pretty funny. Or King Charles. How about that too? We'll put King Charles in that. Actually, did you hear they're forcing Zelensky to wear a suit and tie? That's actually funny. I'm like, about time.
Like, stop coming to official meetings dressed like a goddamn college student.
We already have Tim Pool doing that. We already have Tim Pool doing that. We don't need another.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, I saw on Threads they're treating Zelensky like a child.
Well, he's dressing like one.
Well, did you see his temper tantrum last time?
He was karate. He's dressing like a bloody toddler.
Trump leans over and says, "Is there any way we can make peace?" No, never. I want war. Basically, well, he didn't. He said, "Oh no." He said, "No, there's no way." Okay, and Trump was furious because he had a phone call with Zelensky for hours, getting to an agreement, and Zelensky was supposed to say, "We have a pathway to peace." Instead, he says no, and like. Basically, that's where the memes all come from of him tipping over the baby food, you know? And Vance leaning over and going, "We had an agreement."
He's good there because they'll let Vance be the attack dog there, set him off, and that way Trump goes, "Okay, that's it. No, I'm sorry you have to see this, but this is what happens behind closed doors."
Yes.
No, you have no hands in this. You had no control. Yeah. It's between me and Putin to shut this down. You are in this middle. Shut the hell up and take what you get.
Yeah. Trump said
you had no army. You had nothing there. Okay, come on, shut the fuck up.
Trump said
to save your ass.
If you don't accept this, I'm not coming back. He didn't say if Putin doesn't accept it. He didn't say if Zelensky doesn't accept it. He says if one or the other. Okay, this isn't
good luck
a binary deal
on your own.
Yeah,
see how that works out for you.
You don't see how it works out for you. Okay, because he knows that Zelensky is doing the bidding of Merkel 2.0, Mrs. Bridget, and Two-Tier, you know, who are all... Now, a lot of people don't know this. They all went to the same political school with Vladimir Putin. Did you know that? The Hungarian School of Politics?
Oh, boy.
The World Economic, run by George Soros and funded by the World Economic Forum.
You need to freeze his assets and just seize everything.
Yeah, there's
I'm sure there's a legal.
Look, Trump can't do anything about that because it's outside of jurisdiction. Okay,
meddling in U.S. politics. I think he might have a way to.
But if they bring in if Trump is bringing up the Sedition Act. Yeah, but Soros is too old to prosecute. But Junior, on the other hand,
his son is very,
very primed to suffer in Supermax.
We got plenty of room out here. It's a big place. There's plenty of room.
You like LGBT activities? Oh, you're definitely gonna like Supermax.
Actually, I think Supermax is. It's well named because it's solitary. You get taken out of your cell for about a half an hour.
No,
walk around and back in yourself.
There's
no general population.
No, that's Supermax Colorado, but
okay.
But there is, I think it depends where you go because there is talk that in some prisons they have basically. Oh, these two get married. They can now, But yeah,
I just send them out here. Yeah, I don't mind the alcohol sickness for about. We'll get used to another week.
Yeah,
get used to not being able to breathe for a while.
I know only a little But I do know Supermax Colorado is basically like, yeah, it is a hole, literally. Okay. The facilities are above and the prisoners are like,
I think it's on the side of the mountain or something. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
yeah. It goes from heck to abandon all hope, basically, down to Dante's playground in the bottom levels.
I think I may have seen a diagram they did in Marvel, Operation Pegasus, or where they keep the really bad.
Yeah.
Hey, that's not bad. Do that.
Yeah. What's his name? Oh, we don't have names. They have numbers.
Yeah.
When is he getting out? When Captain Kirk is in office.
About the time we developed warp drive.
Yeah.
I think Kaczynski's in there.
But I read somewhere strange.
Improving right now.
Yeah. Well, I read something strange. I don't know if this is true, but apparently Supermax, there's no medical care. If you're dying, they let you die. If you sell,
I don't know about that. I think,
but no.
Can't require something doesn't.
I heard that like if you hurt yourself, right, or you try to off yourself, they keep you alive. But if you're dying from natural causes, then they let you. Then they stop.
Make you comfortable, but beyond that, why are we saying?
But
you're going to save the taxpayer a lot of money when you finally stop breathing.
Yeah, but the guy who basically one of the how many FBI are there's a lot of FBI in Colorado, by the way.
Yeah. Oh. Not just in Supermax, but just working at it because Denver.
Colorado has two. They have the federal and the Supermax. The federal.
Yeah, Kansas City federal prison.
Colorado Federal. There's a lot of FBI agents in there.
Yeah.
In Colorado Federal. There's a few in Supermax for treason.
Yeah.
Though one died recently. I forget who. They made a movie about him, Breach.
Yeah.
And how easy was it for him to basically? It was super scary that internal procedures didn't exist.
That thing, having been in the Air Force, I'm well aware of government incompetence. So great conspiracies, not so much. They don't, because people tend to talk. People want to keep their, hey, they're doing something. Incompetence, though, oh yeah, that's why I think when they finally read all the Kennedy documents, no, you didn't see anything about extra shooters.
Yeah,
what you saw was the Secret Service was largely incompetent. The CIA didn't know they had from ass in the hole in the ground. Nobody was talking to anybody.
No, but a few people who did know wanted it to happen.
Yeah, and again, a few of the main thing from the mafia side, their fingerprints all over that up until the day of the assassination.
No, I'm just saying, a few who did know wanted it to happen.
This crackpot Oswald's going to do something. Okay, sit back, see what happens. He might solve our problem for us,
Yeah,
and then I think, and I do well by that, Ruby.
Ruby was clear.
Yeah, you want to take care of something. They're shifting. They're gonna be moving out.
Yeah, Ruby, he won't stay silent. Go
take care of him. They'll let you in. Come on.
Yeah. Ruby, Spotter won't stay silent. Go take care of him.
Yeah, we don't want this Oswald guy stealing. What he's doing about? We don't care. We want him shut up.
You don't need to know. You only need to know that he's terminated. Okay,
Jack,
and if you don't do it, you join him.
You love the president. You hate what happened here. You're not going to live. You got cancer. You're not going to live anyway. Hey, look, here's your chance to take this creep out.
And then Ruby decided that
he wanted.
Ruby.
And he was down there all the time. The cops knew him. So that's why if you Ruby, Jack, what are you doing? They knew him.
Ruby, shut up, Ruby. All you have to do was shut up, Ruby. Do your 6 months and walk out. You shot the guy who shot JFK. Nobody was going to convict you, yet he panicked, so he didn't make it.
Well, he had cancer. He was terminal cancer. I think he knew it. So, do your duty here. Take this guy out for us, please.
Yeah, But here's the thing.
Terrible thing happened to them.
People did talk.
Yeah.
People did talk. Unfortunately, what happened was when people were talking, there was so much noise out there because there were a lot of people who wanted to use it as an excuse to go to war against Cuba or an excuse to go to Russia. Right?
I have no idea about that one.
I don't know. Prisons in the United States are very weird. Most of them are state prisons, and the vast majority of them, it's between Texas. I think Texas has the most right now, but California used to have the most. Now, Colorado has a few, but they're big.
Yeah, some are privately owned. But,
Yeah.
There's a medium security place just straight south of us.
But overall, statistically, United States does have the highest ratio of prisoners. But you've got to remember, you also have to weigh that against the law enforcement index.
Yeah.
And you have to realize that a third of the world doesn't even enforce laws half the time. It's money, please.
And but the U.S. population is like 330-some million.
Yeah.
You got to look at per capita and percentage-wise. You can't just look at the real numbers.
Yeah. And you also got to remember,
If you look at that kind of thing, then even gun violence, we fall to somewhere in the middle if you go by per capita.
yeah, if you take out the top 10 cities in the United States,
you take out Chicago, New York, and
DC,
we dropped at nothing.
yeah.
And those
See,
are the
that's
places
the
with the
problem.
strictest gun control laws.
And you also got the other problem, particularly countries like Canada, where they downgrade so many crimes all the time because they want to keep their statistics low. It's a known fact.
Yeah.
Canada's covered up mass shootings. That's a known fact. That one in Saskatchewan, remember a couple of years ago? They said nothing happened for weeks.
Canada's going to be really fun in the next few years.
Yeah.
'Cause
They tried to blame it on the United States and illegal guns. No, he wasn't even a legal gun owner. He stole his gun from a cop and went on a shooting spree, walking down the street, shooting people at random.
Yeah, that's our fault.
And then they only reported his self-deletion at the end. They didn't report the mass shooting that he committed beforehand, which confused a lot of people. But Canada has done this so often, downgrading crimes to make it look like they're ever so polite.
And Ottawa just keeps going, they're pissing off everything west of Manitoba. Even
Ottawa,
British Columbia. We could get every Western province becoming 51st to 54th
put
state.
it this way. No, there's going to be 1, 2, 3 in the west. There's going to be Alaska's going to go zoink, and Montreal, and it's going to be Quebec and Ottawa. That's it. I don't think the United States.
Scotia,
Yes.
Maybe.
Did you see that My Hero Academia released their final trailer for the season?
Yes,
The last season. What do you think about it?
It looks good.
I'm still on I think I left on season 5, I think. I haven't seen the 6th or 7th season so far. But kind of sad it's kind of ending. I wish it would have continued. Have you seen the spin-off anime with My Hero Academia, like Vigilantes?
I haven't yet. I've been meaning to muster up to even watch it.
It's pretty. I like it. You see some of the characters in the in the main series a little bit, not too much though.
We're still waiting on the last 2 books from Overlord to get a finish to that series. It was to finish at 16, but he turned the half-elf demigod into a 2-parter and then left that hanging. The manga's up to 19, although it's actually behind the books. They've started on the second half of the manga, which is really behind. But, of course, understand drawing takes much longer than, they don't have a big staff anymore. When a series comes nearly to an end. The thing is, I understand that it's way more popular as the manga right now than the anime, which is weird. Usually it's the other way around, isn't it? But I think it's like Chainsaw Man. You know, people like Chainsaw Man, but because the manga is so much more graphic and so much more so much more content to avoid the YouTube algorithms. But it's I like it.
I haven't really seen Overlord or anything like that. I've been meaning to check it out.
It's part of what's known as the Quartet. It's basically Konosuba, ReZero, the Saga of the Tenyo Eye are all published by the same corporation, and they have similar themes and storylines and overlap. Although apparently they are not. Apparently, it might actually. They might actually be part of a series of parallel, basically, universes.
Oh, I didn't know this. The season final of Blue Exorcist Kyoto Sega aired last night on Toonami. I need to get on that. I didn't know Blue Exorcist came back.
I spend a lot of time writing, so I don't spend a lot of time watching shows. I have to be very particular with my time. I actually got into the Ukraine war because I was actually researching war and modern warfare and how it's fought. And if you understand the reason behind why armies today are so much smaller than they were back then, because most of your wars these days are economic, rather than and political, rather than the fighting on the battlefield is secondary. And I that's one area where anime hasn't really caught up. Most anime still tend to be the more brutal side of things. But there's a few clever ones, like Overlord, shows you the politics behind war, and the maneuvering behind war.
Right, but other genres, you can watch and read. I mean, there's tons of them.
Yeah, there are tons of war anime that they're not very popular lately, but some of them like Riho, very very.
I'm more into the action, adventure, fantasy, comedy, and some romance stuff.
Hey, that's fine. I like Sailor Moon. I like, but I quickly found Macross, Gundam. I was mostly a mech, mech anime.
It's good.
And a lot of Ichi. But off the top of my head, I couldn't name a title, because it's just although some of the martial arts ones as well, I couldn't name them either. But unfortunately, they all tended to blend together eventually. That's what killed mech anime. They all tried to be Gundam.
Yeah, but luckily the mecha learned, okay, let's do our own thing and not copy whatever it is Gundam's doing.
I think that's the one series that has, to me, doesn't really speak Gundam is Ghost of the Shell.
I think with mech anime, a lot of them make the mech secondary. People come for the battles, not for the talky talk.
Oh, absolutely.
We want to see more cha, not more ya. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm here to lead, not to lead.
Yeah, Char was
That
probably
scene in
the
the Simpsons movie will forever be funny.
Char has got to be one of the best all-time villains, and like, why is he not on a list?
Right? It's insulting. It's like there's a lot out there to be enjoyed
There's
and everything.
just literally thousands upon thousands.
Literally, come on, he's even got the helmet and the blonde hair. What do you want? The little mustache and the Hugo Boss
of manga and anime to watch. I can, a good example is One Piece.
Yeah.
Still ongoing since the last part of the 90s. Still ongoing with the anime and the manga. I think there's like 1,000 episodes of the anime so far. Quite a binge watch. That's for sure.
Oh no. At least Giant Freaking Robot rated him as the greatest villain of all time. Thank you. You get a big thumbs up. Reddit. What? What do you mean Char's a villain? Well, that is the Hugo Boss section, right? All right. CBR rated him in the top 10. So, yay.
Well, at least you got in the top 10.
At least most Villainpedias do not include Char for some reason, and that pisses me off. Sorry. It's cheesing me off. They don't... See, the problem is they try these days so hard to make a villain so cartoonishly villain, like... I mean, really, what villainy did Darth Vader do? He basically chided somebody for failing in the workplace. He's basically a bad boss. Ooh, spooky.
Well,
you know what gets me? You read Darth Vader's bio, and then you look up some Ubisoft executives, and you go, Darth Vader was just a bad boss.
Well, he did choke half the officers.
Yeah, but
actually, in the comic though, in the comic,
he was proper villain. Yes,
yeah. And the funny thing is, in one of the Darth Vader comics, there was an Imperial officer who failed him so badly, he literally crashed an Imperial Star Destroyer into the asteroid war mouth. I'm like, how desperate can you get? I understand being afraid of your boss, but crashing.
But see, Char didn't need a retcon.
mm-hmm.
Oops, I pissed off Char. I better drift into the enemy fire because it's safer.
More honorable bet to die in battle than,
And have your boss shoot you in the back. Yes.
It's so hilarious to me, but a villain I could think of in Crash Bandicoot 4, they did Cortex really well. I love the cartoony, because he's just so much fun to watch. Because I love Clancy Brown's take on Cortex in the first 3 games, and everything. I loved his. Well, actually, there was a different voice actor for Cortex at that time in the first game, and then Clancy Brown took over from 2 to Wrath of Cortex. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm getting my ducks in a row.
Did you see the? Hey, did you hear about? This is anime related. Did you hear about the new pick for the Supreme Court? People are nominating Freon
Freya.
Oh god!
Freya.
Oh god!
I still yet to watch Freya, but from what I've heard, Freya and Solo Leveling.
I didn't know Clancy Brown was in Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, he was actually
I
because
don't know about it. Sorry.
because Clancy Brown also starred in he also starred in Detroit Become Human, which I loved him in that one, and he's also Mr. Krabs. He's also
I always
the
like
Kirk
him.
and Mr. Krabs are the same guy. It's like that can do anything. Okay.
Yeah, when I think of Clancy Brown, I think of him as Lex Luthor in Superman and Justice League animated series.
He has voiced him. He has.
Yeah,
he did voice him. He did voice
Lex Luthor in the animation.
Yep. So you're right, Raquel. He did voice him in that. That's why, and that's why I like Lex Luthor in the animated series a lot better. However, the new the Superman movie that's out right now, I do like the Lex Luthor in that one. It's a good take, and it shows how because he is a tech guy and everything, so they got everything right about him in that.
And he's tactical.
Exactly. That's how he's supposed. That's how he's supposed to be. He hates Superman.
That's how he's supposed to be.
And
one of the best Supermans is where Clark Kent goes undercover. Yeah, one of the best Supermans, right, is when Clark Kent goes undercover to bring down Lex Luthor and never uses his powers once.
I remember that one episode.
But because it's a thinking man's comic, and that sort of goes against...
Oh, go ahead.
It's still in the top 10, I think, for Superman, though. I forget its name. Well, I was hoping you remember it. Clark Kent goes undercover, and he brings down Lex Luthor. From the inside. He exposes his entire criminal network. But it's a two-parter. In the second part, Luthor goes to prison, and Lex Luthor's network is still running. So he gets arrested and has to survive prison as Lex Luthor, to get into Lex Luthor's prison cell to get, he had to do all this stuff to get into Lex Luthor's cell, to basically uncover, this is the kind of thing.
I remember that one. Isn't that the one?
Yeah.
Isn't that the one where he appears butt ass naked in front of the Justice League, where he's sitting in the interrogation room, completely butt ass naked?
What movie? Wasn't that?
That was so funny. Convinced them that he was there. They knew he was. They had to, after he got out, they interrogated him because he played the villain so well as Clark Kent. They thought that he had a split. They couldn't believe whether he was acting or not. He'd convinced them that he was as Clark Kent. I forget what he was. That he was, using his position as a reporter for insider trading or something.
Right. That was in Justice League Crisis on Two Earths.
Yeah, it's one of the top 10 of the Supermans. Because I hate the retcon of... At first, I hated the retcon of the destruction of Krypton. But if you look back at it, it actually makes more sense than the planet just going pop.
Because the kryptonite.
The original story is they destroyed their own planet by drilling into it to harness energy. And basically, it fractured. They went too far,
For me, from what I can remember, this because, of the kryptonite. And
that's where kryptonite originally came from. Is fragments of Krypton.
Yep.
Now, there was a story that was going to explain why and where Krypton was in relation to Earth, why it was so close and never discovered before. And then somebody actually tried to say, it's Mirror Earth. You ever heard of Mirror Earth theory? That Krypton was orbiting the sun on the other side, constantly.
Yeah.
There were all these different stories that they tried. They tried different stories. Nothing worked.
They can't resolve the Krypton story because they've made too many retcons. Anyway, I'm going to post a link in private chat. Anybody remember JoJo Bizarre's Adventure, the anime?
Yes.
JoJo's Adventure, yes, I do. I think right now I don't know if it's out right now, but I know there's a new series coming out.
Yes, that's what I'm posting about. It is finished and coming soon, and it's taken 3 years, but Stone Ocean is coming. It's already been nominated for an Emmy Award in the just for the previews for the music.
Ooh.
And a lot of people saying it's long overdue that it's gotten an award, but you know why they didn't get an award, right? Episode 13 of the original, the Lolly episode.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's why they didn't get an Emmy Award. Yeah. But they're all's forgiven, right? All's forgiven. They've actually looked back at it and say, yes, it was a parody, like a certain... That it actually did not glorify. It actually mocked and ridiculed that certain activity. And that's the whole point of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, that it's actually a mockery of, the various tropes in anime. And I'm sure Anime Night's seen a few episodes where he goes, he's making fun of me!
Yes, it's called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure
Super Nerd.
Steel Ball Run. Looks like it's going to take out...
the Super Nerd.
Like, what I could see with the poster, looks like it's going to be out in the West, and they're riding horses.
This one's actually made for universal release, yes. It's not made for... It's not made for a niche audience.
So maybe it's going to take place in, on an old Western kind of story, perhaps.
Well, remember, it does follow on Stardust. It does follow on from part 3, but yeah, it's the fact that it's come. The fact that it hit number 1 as a musical track is interesting, because that shows you how mainstream, from going from a bizarre back, basically back of the comic book, if you want a JoJo Bizarre Adventure, was go through that black door, show ID, it was back room, you couldn't get this anywhere, still banned in some countries though.
That's a shame.
Well, and the thing is, it's a shame, but it's one episode that people don't understand. It's not a glorification. A lot of JoJo Bizarre Adventure is a mockery of, the adventure. The adventure themes in anime. You have universe hopping. You have the mockery of the sci-fi. Particularly, I'm trying to remember one, where you've got the glorious overlord, the space hero who can't be shot and killed, who can basically, twist and turn, every bullet, boink, boink, I don't dodge, I curve around them,
I see the favorite. Oh, go continue. Sorry.
But to get an Emmy Award for a anime. That's the part that I'm bringing up, is the fact, have you ever heard of anything before? To go from that obscure anime to like, hey, I got more awards than One Piece.
Awards, and it's kind of like when the Golden Globes are handing out awards for the best picture for something that isn't even out yet.
I have to say that my favorite seasons of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure are the first 3 seasons, for sure. The other seasons, not just as great as the first 3, but they're still good regardless.
Yeah, but this is a direct. Unlike the past, which is adventure hopping, this is a series. This is a adaptation of Steel Ball Run. So yes, it is a adventure series. It is, and they are promising, of course, particularly with parts 4 and 5, to shy away from the more controversial past, but they're not going to apologize for it, which is also a good thing. It's like when they tried to make Trigun apologize for the violence. No, bro. His name is Trigun, okay? It's in the name. And if you know anything about Trigun, he didn't kill that many, did he? I don't think he's killed that many. I think mostly, I think he left a lot alive in his wake. You know, Clint Eastwood would be so disappointed.
Yeah, he would. He would.
He's still around.
Yeah.
Just had his 94th.
Yeah, and he took a huge swipe at Hollywood.
Yep, he's like, well, I'm at my age now. I may as well just take one last smack at Hollywood. You know,
But the thing is, he didn't attack them for their politics. He just basically attacked them for emasculating the hero. He said he said, yeah. You basically don't know how to make a hero anymore, you know? And this is from a guy who's played flawed heroes, you know, and multiple anti-heroes, who basically says, you don't know how to make a hero.
And I'm tired of trying to teach you.
The man with no name was a killer left on the side of the road to die.
Mm-hmm.
And because he had no memory of who he was, basically, he basically found empathy for people for the first time in his life. So for the first half of the movie, he's walking around feeling all these strange new emotions that he's never felt before. And then when he sees what's going on, basically, his instinct to draw the gun just took over, right?
No,
so he became a hero.
Don't fear those movies. It's 3 different characters.
Yeah, but the
same
thing
guy,
is,
it's just the same.
Yeah, he's the same guy, but he's undergone a change, right? He's forgotten how to be the villain.
No, it's just like in those 3 movies. It's not the same character. All 3 movies is 3 different characters. He's just got the same wardrobe.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
brought with him from Raw.
No,
it's the same.
But I'm just saying, the man with no name.
Yeah,
it's
general
the same
concept,
thing.
Yeah,
the general concept of a man who starts off as a gunslinger, a murderer for hire.
Mm-hmm.
He loses his memory, discovers empathy, and sees the corruption, sees the world for what it really is, and he decides to defend the people. It doesn't matter if it's the same character or not. He's just basically saying they don't know how to write a hero.
Well, it's like when I did High Plains Drifter. One line, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah.
I didn't offer it.
That's it. And that's, again, it may not be, it's not a sequel, it's not a continuation, it's a different take on the anti-hero, which he has played so well, people basically say, oh, there's Dirty Harry. Still.
All right, let's try it this time. No echoes.
Hey, Big Tao.
You're fine.
What's up?
Pretty cool.
Okay. Your phone giving you issues.
Yeah.
I've had days like that. I've had days like that. I was streaming yesterday, playing Postal, and I had all sorts of things going off in the background, freezing on me. I had no idea what was going on. And then as soon as I finish the stream, the computer goes boink, you know?
Oh.
And the thing is, I had no problems with streaming before. You know, I had ironed out every bug, but I had a update and boom. You know, every time there's an update, there's something that goes wrong. And I'm sick of updates, you know?
Start all over again.
Me too, dude.
They just cannot. I know why they update, because they keep changing the they keep changing the encryption algorithm, right, on the internet. So they have to keep updating everything, update the virus scanners, update all this. But what they're getting used to as well is basically the constant online. That's the thing I hate. I hate constant online games. That's why I've never played Assassin's Creed or any of those. I hate Ubisoft, basically. I've gotten to the point where I hate them,
Yeah.
I guess it's because I'm an old school gamer who likes to buy a game. I like, you know what I mean? Anime night, buy a game.
Single player games should not require an internet connection.
Or an in-game shop.
Tell me where the princess is, which cast back, and how many orcs are going to
Now, if it's a multiplayer single player combo, then it's one thing I understand. I understand that aspect, but if it's going to be a full-blown single player game, leave the internet connection out of it. We want to play the game as is.
Yeah, there's a reason why I quit.
Not so much internet, it's just if there's going to be still constant updates and everything else, then don't charge me $60-some for a game that you're admitting is not finished. Okay?
Well, there's a reason why I quit gaming after the PS2. They went way up in price. They started taking it online, DLCs, all this microtransaction. No, that's not gaming. I'm sorry, that's not gaming. In my opinion, that is not gaming. That's the furthest thing from it.
Unfortunately, most of the current generation are born on the PS3, so they don't know pure gaming like we do. Anime Knight knows pure gaming simply because he's cheap, right? He avoids games with microtransactions, but it's a good attitude to have.
He's not a retro gaming. The movie with the butt, that was
the only one where I mainly spend microtransactions is Fortnite, and that's it. Everything else comes second, but everything else comes second nature to me because I did buy the Mafia game and everything, but I bought the base edition.
Yeah,
I don't know why I got the extra stuff. Unless of course I was drunk that night and bought the wrong one, but that's okay.
Probably. Look, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that you bought the Mafia game. I'm just saying they're the problem, not you. Okay, you have no choice, right? You want to play a game?
No. I'm happy I bought the game. It's just I think I bought the digital deluxe version rather than by accident. But regardless,
I shouldn't complain. I spent $250 on a game. Okay, get the complete collection edition. It's not even the highest tier, right? So I'm not lecturing you. I'm just saying I too avoid certain games because it's pay to win. Okay. Ask Creed. You want to play 20 hours or 80 hours? Depends whether or not you buy the special edition or microtransactions. If the less you pay, the longer you play. Because I think
the last time we had a game like that was Crash Bandicoot 4 because everybody was because of the microtransaction debacle in Nitro Fueled, but which in the defense of that, you could still earn the coins via the races and everything, and still.
But it's the grind. That's what I'm saying with Assassin's Creed, right? Assassin's Creed Shadow, you can get everything but the legendaries. Legendaries you can only buy with currency, right?
Right.
But the grind to get currency, to get free currency by doing the daily chores, it's 80 hours just to get one legendary.
Yeah, that's their incentive to make you want to buy it, make it look like it's a better option to just buy it.
The skins in Crash Bandicoot 4, you got those just by getting the gems and completing the level. Because there's like gem challenges and everything, like get 4 gems to unlock this, or there's a specific requirement, and it tells you what level to get it at too. That's why I like Crash Bandicoot 4. The basic have fun level, it's a very fun game. But it's a completionist nightmare to where it'll send
Yes.
you to the hospital.
Yeah.
I nearly had that happen to me one night. I almost had that happen because I was so stressed. Because
Are
I
you
wanted.
talking about Fortnite? We were building that building. We had to get a
No,
fucking.
no. This is Crash Bandicoot 4 we're talking about.
Okay.
Although that fucking building that you were building, Raquel, that all those goddamn bananas. I can't tell you how many times we have been up and down that beach in Lego Fortnite Odyssey trying to
Oh.
find bananas. How I nearly broke. I nearly broke mentally because
Yeah,
This
there was
is
a
the-
lot of bananas.
because
This is
Raquel said anime night, and I'm like, yes, we need more bananas.
Yeah.
This is the main reason why I'm such a fan of the modding community on the
Yes.
on the PCs, because the ones that haven't sold out to 5M or any of those people, you know what I'm talking about.
De Nouveau, yep.
They bring back an element of the games that these developers have lost, which is replayability.
Yes.
You know, and
this I'm pretty sad that a lot of games don't have mods or have too few mods. But see, it all started with Doom, right? With Doom maps, right?
Mhm.
And that's when I switched from RTS to shooters, right? But RTS also, but Command and Conquer did at least have replayability in single player mode for versus the machine, and they did introduce maps, I think but yeah, it's all started with maps, downloadable maps. But I think now, I think Skyrim is the most modded game right now, and you can actually play Skyrim, a modded version of Skyrim, no main story whatsoever, 250 hours of content. But the thing is, it's all optional, and it's not forced on you. There's no grind that says you have to do them.
right.
That's the difference. Where Assassin's Creed, oh, you want this? You want your finger knife? Okay, do this. Do this, and then every skill, every action, every weapon is a grind to get. So there's no and basically once you get it, there's no I replay. There's no in-game plus or anything.
Mhm.
I was surprised how few games actually have a plus mode where you go back and sandbox. I'm playing Postal 2. That game is a sandbox, right? You don't have to play the game, but you do have to do the quests. They're silly quests. They're over in 5 minutes if you don't do anything stupid like get milk. Okay, get milk, pay for it. That's it. You can just go around shooting as much as you want. You don't have to steal it, right? You don't have to steal the milk, trigger an event, and then go through the building shooting. You don't have to do the craziness
Unless you want to.
unless you want to. That's why
I'm leaning more towards the single player stuff and everything.
That's
and
what
less
people have been
multiplayer.
saying about Assassin's Creed, right? What they want is they want the game separated so that you can play the entire mission, right, from start to finish, and not have to do any side quests, right? And that pleases the speedrunners because they don't have to do the side quests. Then you get the completionist who can do the side quests, but they're optional. Then they should have allowed modding to allow optional content. So if somebody wants to, but they don't. They don't please anybody, right? They only please the completionist, and most of the completionists are sick and tired of buying microtransactions to complete a game that they want to complete. They want the grind. They don't want to get to a certain point and go, oh shit, I'm only 80%. I have to literally buy another game to finish the game I want to complete. And there's no point in buying it because you've completed everything, just to get 100%. To get all the goods, you have to buy, stuff in shop that's exclusive.
It's no secret that GTA, everybody here knows I'm a GTA fanatic. I've been a fan of that series since the first one, GTA 3. Well, they had the 2D ones, but I like the 3D ones better. Anyway,
I'm just gonna say, GTA 3 wasn't the first one, but you're right. It's the
right.
First
it had London and GTA 1, 2, London. Yeah, I like the third ones from on. And I'm
first person,
and I love the fact that the modding community has taken that game online and modded so many more maps with it. Weapons, cars, player skins. It just shows you, that they can do it and do it a lot better than a lot of these developers. Yeah. And they're more accurate to the lore, and they know what they're doing. They know what they want, and people are fans of it. I'm a huge fan of a lot of them. There are mods everywhere for Vice City, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
I'm not sure of GTA 3 or GTA 4, but Skyrim has overtaken GTA for being the most modded. Right, there's over 250 mission mods for. There's over 250 mission mods for Skyrim. There's only like 100 plus for GTA, and a lot of your GTA gun mods don't count because there's a lot of more of the same. Like there's so many pistol mods, and it's like put them all together. What they're like? They're just skins, right? They're just pistol skins, right? They're not really anything. You can't. It's the same like Skyrim. There's so many different skin mods, but they don't count those mods. They're only talking about mission mods here when they talk about real mods.
But you would agree. Oh, I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
But the worst one, I was going to say, but the worst offender is Payday 2.
Oh,
$254 for every DLC because they don't allow modding.
Wow.
Yeah,
here's the thing with a lot of us older gamers, right?
Yeah.
I stopped gaming in 2010 because I couldn't afford it no more. It got out of hand. PS3 was coming out. People were going nuts. Anyway, for me personally, I'll speak for me personally, and I know a lot of my generation and gamers, they love replayability. They love to buy a game that's complete, go back when they're bored, play it against their buddies, have a good Friday night with beers or pizza or whatever. Take bets, whatever. Playing like wrestling games or Dragon Ball Z or, a racing game or something. That's what we enjoyed about it. You could put NASCAR in and play it as much as you fucking want and beat people and they beat you and all. These modern games, they don't have that anymore. They just don't. No. It's not the same. And I don't know. I miss it.
There's 3 rules of gaming. 1, every mission is no longer than an hour, right?
Yeah.
Where you're fighting, where a combat game, it's 5 minutes, but it's like a maximum of an hour, right?
Something like that, yeah.
Maximum campaign is 8 chapters. Maximum breakdown is 3, right? So you've got 8 chapters with 3 parts. That's the maximum. Right?
Yeah.
You either have save points, right? You have save points, so you have, right? So, or you enable full save, but you do not have a mission that you have to. You don't have you don't have a mission where you have to do the entire mission or restart every time. I forget which one it does. System Shock at the end. That's why most people abandon that game, right? Because and the third thing, which is probably most fundamental to players, is that you can play it anytime, right? You're not dependent.
it's called unlockability, right? Once you complete the game, you have a screen where you can go, oh, I want to play mission 3 again. And you can just play mission 3 again or chapter 5 again, you know? You don't have to play the entire game again. That's now and according to PC Gamer, there are very few games that follow the classical rules of game design. Most games are bloated. They have missions that are longer than an hour. They have forced missions, which is a no-no. There's no, you know. Of course, they have too many missions. Like they go past more than 8 missions, people start to get bored, right? They want to get to the end. But you can have chapters in the mission, right? So you can have a game from 8 to 24 hours. Now, but you can have side quests, but they're optional, right? All extra material is optional. But the most fundamentals, the 3 fundamentals, time, replayability, and be able to save. Those things are just not there in most games anymore. You either have to get to some checkpoint, and like you come back later, and like that checkpoint is usually straight away into combat, you know. But I just cleared it. Nope, the checkpoint, and it's like, oh god, there's just so many little things in games these days. But the worst offender, of course, is microtransactions in a single-player game.
Yeah.
I know, was it Valhalla? 24 million copies or something?
Assassin's
90%
Creed.
of those, yeah, Assassin's Creed. But 90% of those were bought on 75% discount on Steam 3 years after its release.
Sure.
So, Ubisoft, that's what I mean. Ubisoft and Valhalla, they only bought it because that's when but I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it started with Bethesda with this horse armor in Skyrim, but
there is a sweet spot, and I've been noticing this for years, not just in the gaming industry or that, in the sports world and a lot of the other things in the world. There's a sweet spot that happens when it starts off noble, good, the right people with the right passion starts them off, right? Sports, games, whatever, anime. And then once money starts getting involved, once you start getting people getting interested and the bigger money starts getting interested, that sweet spot turns.
Yeah.
And eventually it starts turning into business and politicking, and then it turns into what you don't want it to be anymore. And I think the gaming world has reached that. And I think the anime world is headed that way because there's a lot of big sponsorships.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I was going to say anime, where you go from Sailor Moon dolls, right? Everybody remembers Sailor Moon dolls because they were everywhere. But then came Hello Kitty. And now look at Hello Kitty, how much merch there is. There's no TV show. 90% of people didn't even know it was a TV show. It's been revived.
From the 50s, wasn't it? 50s Japan?
It was one of the first animes,
Yeah,
well,
there is a...
90, the character designers like 90-something.
There is a sweet spot where this stuff reaches a golden age or a plateau.
Yeah.
In all of these things that we know before it turns to shit with politics and, sponsorship dollars, money, all that stuff. And it,
you know what kills
it? What's that?
Exclusive merch.
Yeah.
With basketball, it was Jordan. With basketball, they peaked with Jordans, Air Jordans, and then what came after that? What you got? LeBron? Who else you got? Caitlin? T-shirts? It's exclusive merch, man. Who's going to pay $400 for a Caitlin tank top?
And this tracks. If you'll go, okay, look, I'm a massive wrestling fan. Go back to the 80s and 90s when it was starting to peak. NASCAR,
$20,
when it was started to peak. Look at how.
Remember
Right.
Matchboxes, $20. What are they now?
Right.
$250?
Something like that.
Right? Yeah, $250 for
Right.
not for a car, for a Matchbox.
Yeah. look at the gaming, and it was, take it for instance, when it first started. Look at how memorable those first several years and decades were, where people couldn't get enough of it. You had some of your best athletes, celebrities, whatever, and then all of a sudden, money started rolling in, and it went in a different direction.
Your first Xbox, $250. Your first Xbox game, 1995.
Yep.
Then your second one, okay, it's $29, but the Xbox was $500. Then it's $750, and your games are going on $59. And then the next and then the next one is Crash City. It's crashing all the time because they tried to put a 64-bit graphics. They tried to put what did they do? They accelerated a 32-bit video processor to try and mimic a 64-bit, the quality of a 64-bit graphics card. Now, yes, your 64-bit graphics card on a PC. Sorry, the PC graphics was already 128-bit. Sorry, but it was a $700 video card. You can't crunch a $700 video card this big into an Xbox, right? There's no room.
Right.
You had to double the size of an Xbox just for all the heating, cooling, etc. already, I
have heard from some people that they're technically they're no different than a PC.
Sort of. They're a PC design, but they have a special architecture chip, so you can't run this. So you can run some Xbox on PC, right? You've seen that, right?
Yeah.
There's Xbox exclusives can only run an Xbox because it uses the Xbox architecture chip.
I can say,
but the problem is they overclocked it. So what happens is your Xbox overheats and your Xbox architecture chip shuts down. But if you're not using it, you won't notice. But because Xbox exclusives use it, it starts to crash all the time.
Right.
I see. Yeah.
On the PlayStation, you can have PlayStation Play and have that on your PC or any device.
That's because it's an emulator, not because it's the same chips.
Yeah. Look, for what I know is, if you're playing this PlayStation, for example, on your TV, there's going to be a lag with that in terms of using the PC, which is more faster.
People use the PC because they can save and have access to a greater range of utility.
Right.
I'm a PC guy.
And they get something that does more than just play games.
PC gaming used to be more expensive, but they figured out if you just sell the graphics, like NVIDIA found out that if they sell the high-end graphics card to the high-end people, they make a lot of money, and then they can sell their $100 video cards. They're still basically most of us only have $100 video cards, right? Built in.
I don't have a PC.
So I'm just saying, it's whether you're an Xbox or PS, you only have $100 video card, right?
Now
you don't have a good video, but PC you can take out, unless you've got a laptop, you can take out your crappy $100 card and replace it with a $700 card, and you can do. You look at your PS5. It's basically a giant video card.
Pretty much,
And that's but to make up for that cost, Sony sell the PS5 at cost and make up for it in video games.
See, this is one of the, and again, I'm a console guy. I've been a console guy since day one when I started playing. But in my humble opinion, I think it's not going to last too many more years. It's eventually all going to go to PC, I think, in my opinion. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I am.
No, I think consoles are going to die because they're nothing more than expensive video cards, and eventually NVIDIA will basically, NVIDIA or someone else will come out with the console card, basically.
Sure.
well, Nvidia will definitely if Nvidia came out tomorrow and says, "Hi, our $100 video card that comes with every PC," right?
Mhm.
Well, it doesn't matter who it is, right? 90% of your PCs have a Nvidia chip somewhere in them, right? In your video card. They make the majority of video chips. Doesn't matter who you are, Intel, whatever. That's just the support architecture.
Mhm.
Otherwise, video cards wouldn't. It goes back to the old days of ATI, right? They realized that if all video cards didn't have the same architecture, you couldn't play video games.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry. But if they come out with a console card and say, hey, every PC now has a console quality card, that's it for the consoles. And the video makes $1 trillion.
If that work on your computer, hey,
Like I have been hearing rumors about this. Supposedly, just take this with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
That Steam's going to create their own console. Supposedly,
Who?
Steam.
yeah.
Steam.
Yes.
platform?
The Steam Deck. Yes. They are, it's called the Steam Deck. And it's a Linux. Right now, it's a Linux box. But they are looking at basically a PC console. You can play PC
Interesting.
games. Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah, they are developing. They have confirmed that they are developing the Steam console, which is a PC Lite. But the problem they have is design, because as you know, there are design patents from Nintendo, and of course Sony still has its design patents. So they've got to come up with a unique design internally and externally. Now, the problem is, of course, as you know, the smaller the system, the hotter it gets.
True.
Now, a lot of systems, what they used is they used the screen. You know, they use gas screens, you know, because the gas would absorb a lot of heat and dissipate it very quickly as light, which is why your screens are bright. Because it heats up the backlighting. You know, did you know that? It heats up the neon, the backlighting.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's an engineering trick.
Yeah, I'll just turn down the brightness on my device.
Yeah, that's why your handhelds get brighter and brighter. It's actually heat dissipation. It's an engineering trick, but it worked, right? It got handhelds to run. Otherwise, they would blow up on you. But as a trade-off, though, that's why the Nintendo originally had 4 colors, because they couldn't put more in because it would just get too hot. And you'd have, remember the PlayStation, right? And the handheld, they had to get, it was getting too expensive, you know, and you're right. A lot of people remember that, you know, the PlayStation was just getting too expensive, the handheld. Nintendo, the same thing, you know, they increased the size of the Twitch because, you know, and even then it's still having heating issues. You know, they added a cooling fan, I think, to the CPU. Not that it's much of a cooling fan. And in theory, the Twitch 2 is called the Twitch 2 because it has 2 hours of effective battery life. Now, of course, I'm not saying that at the start, but, you know, after, you know, a solid ion battery decays quicker than than most. You know, it's a cheap battery, and there's a lot of things about Nintendo that's cheap, except for their games, right?
Yeah.
And the lawyers go and squash anybody who tries to.
No,
But
that's
in the console wars, Xbox has decided the only way it could survive the console wars now is to be a multi-platform gamer. Right? Where they basically say, yeah, you can run your Xbox games on PC now. And we're going to bring out PlayStation versions. And fuck you, Nintendo.
Interesting.
Well, the thing is, why spend $24 million a year to produce Xboxes to sell them for $24 million when it doesn't make sense anymore? They were going to bring out an Xbox video card, but Nvidia has them by the short and curlies.
Well,
because
they're already into the,
Yeah.
BC.
Besides, most of the architecture is PC anyway.
Yeah. So,
And they can decode. They can, unlike most gaming companies, Microsoft keeps all its source code, so they can redo all its games. They can re-release. They could take any game off the shelf now, recode it, and put it out on PC if they wanted to. Just take out the architecture reference. Just recode it. It's all in C anyway. They just have to go through and take out all the architecture references.
That's amazing.
No, it was always designed like that. Microsoft wanted to merge the two into one product. They were going to. It was their way of trying to take over the PC market by creating a Xbox. The Xbox was actually originally designed to have a keyboard and mouse and all sorts of accessories added to it.
I think they did.
I did not know that either. Huh.
Yeah, I think they're optional.
Yeah, the original Xbox had a flap at the back with all the.
I was a Sony guy. I am strictly a Sony guy. I've always been.
Sony also had a Sony PS1 had a wireless keyboard. Most people didn't know that.
Anyways,
yeah. Hey, Sony.
Yeah, so
Going on,
you were
brother?
talking about Nintendo, right?
Yeah. No, it was Sony. We
Yeah,
did
Sony,
curse
yeah.
Nintendo though. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, look, I heard about what PETA want to do. They want to be like, collective shout doing the same exact thing against that because, they want a piece of that pie.
Oh, you mean that age verification system where they get paid millions of dollars a year to tick a box and
not really. They want to get rid of they want to censor the cow because of the nose ring.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I know.
I saw that.
Yeah, the nose ring cow wants all video games sent to her for approval. Yeah,
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And the thing is, I wasn't.
and be paid millions of dollars to do it.
Can we just conclude that PETA is an organization that really needs to find a better hobby?
Yeah, and to be honest, they're the same company that
They're
they want to
Peter-its.
ban Pokemon from platforms.
Put it this
Really?
way, PETA legalized the mafia extortion racket.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And to be honest, to be
And they
clear,
got a
because
few good points here and there, but otherwise, no, just shut up.
PETA really needs to leave Pokemon alone or any games related to digital animals because they're not saving animals or anything.
It's a computer game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And from a psychological standpoint, hold on. From a psychological standpoint, if you give somebody let's say you have a chronic smoker and you get them to vape, do they go back to smoking or do they stay with vaping?
Depends.
It exchanges one habit for another. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now you take that to prisoners. Most prisoners with an Xbox become very timid. Did you know that? Yeah, it was an experiment they did in Britain. They found that they gave half the prisoners an Xbox and the other half a PlayStation. For some reason, the frustrating games on PlayStation made them more violent, but the timid puzzle games on Xbox, right, made them less violent. So this is what Collective Shout are basing the ideology on, turn everything into just a puzzle game. But the reason, but that's only a short-lived experiment. There's no long-term behavioral modification. There's no long-term behavioral study that says violent video games make people more violent. If they're violent, yes, they're going to be more violent. But violent video games don't make a passive person violent. That's the thing they're missing from that study.
That's true.
The violent people got more violent with violent video games, but that's because they're already violent. And when they got frustrated because they couldn't finish the game, that's nothing to do with the violent tendencies of humanity or violence training. And the reason why we're violent is because the Earth is not a safe place.
Yeah, and think about this. Like, we see many people doing violence in the past, and video games didn't exist during those times in the past until like later on, when video games are invented, like people were blaming on that because of they care about the kids, and we know they want to weaponize children.
Same with this age verification stuff. Okay,
Yeah,
this is all bullshit. You go back 100 years, people still had a preference for older. Men have a natural preference for 18 to 35. It's if you're a bad wife, you're not going to get you're not going to have a loyal husband. If that's a proven biological fact.
that's true.
Most men don't want to marry a woman over 35, but if you're a good wife, the memories you invoke and the care you bring keeps him loyal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the world revolves around the fact that women have to be good. If women aren't good, you have a bad society. Just look at the reign of Elizabeth I or reign of Victoria. The worst periods of Spanish history, a queen. The worst histories of Russian history, Catherine the Great. The worst histories of Chinese history. The worst offenses of Chinese history. Just look at the Dowager.
Yeah.
Or just look at Biden administration and all the feminists there.
Yeah, that's true.
The digital ID, the deal that they're trying to pull now with YouTube, is nothing more than them tyrannically governmental overreaching. That's all it is. And the children are just excuses.
It's corporatization, which is also known as, which is known by another word in politics as fascism.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's not fascism when we do it, right? Says the Democrats.
We literally just saw an app be exposed for selling online information, the T app. Yeah, they have no excuse.
And the other thing is, the Roblox scandal, I have to tell you this. They've been owned by certain politicians like Pelosi and the other one who's in line for, I assume backing up for the co-sign in the Screen Act. And not to mention, like with Roblox, they've been owned by Vanguard and BlackRock.
It comes down to this with the internet.
Yeah.
The fact that you can get on a smart device, push a button, say whatever you want, prove whatever you want to prove, and reach billions of people around the world at a given instant second is the very thing they're fighting against you right now to try to take away from you.
I'll give you a prime example. Yeah. Why will China never be the number one economy in the world? Under the CCP. Because to be the number one economy, you need a consumer economy.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, they can't have a consumer economy because that means they have to give their consumers the freedom of choice.
Yeah, it's true.
They have to have competitive products. And when you're the state, and the majority of the state's revenue comes from the sale of goods and services, not from taxes, because the people can't earn enough to pay tax.
Yeah.
The people, when you have a country that indebted, it's inevitable that you rob the people, and the people basically lay down and die because there's no incentive to live.
That's true.
So there'll never be the number one economy because in order to give people freedom, it's the only way people will consume. Basically, if you have to have ownership, and if you have ownership, you can't have communism.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're trying to create pure communism by staging digital currency to get rid of money.
That's true.
To get rid of ownership. So they can't have a private economy. They can't have ownership.
And I'm gonna be real, because with those people who are in charge, they're old, but the thing is, they should be retired, or they shouldn't be too long in power. That's the problem.
Now, it's not just too long in power. Nobody who loves power should be in power.
Yeah.
No, like whether it's Nancy Pelosi or I'm trying to think who was power mad on the right, but right now I can't think of
I know there's a Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
Whether it's Pelosi or McConnell, right? They're peas in a pod.
Yeah.
Okay. We were talking earlier about the British Tory party hasn't existed since Thatcher, right?
That's
most
true.
of your Tory politicians come out of the same universities as Liberals or Labor, right? And with the collapse of the Liberal Party, most of them joined the Tory Party, right? Which was the final death knell of the Tory Party, right?
Yeah.
Because the fact is, the Liberal Party was of the UK was bigger than the Tory Party in membership, but didn't have the voting power because they pretty much didn't turn out the vote. You know, if they turned out the vote, there would be no Labor.
That's true.
And the problem is sorry, just one more thing about the digital ID.
Yeah,
it's not government; it's private organisations, and that's how they've gotten America so used to the idea the Constitution only applies to the government. That's why I say, scratch a Democrat, find a fascist.
Yeah, and here's the thing: the government shouldn't be using corporations as a way to help them out. Because then think about it, like the corporations will turn against the government, which the point.
Well, we were talking about that earlier about how the U.S. government since the 1920s was in bed with the mafia up until the 70s.
Well,
allegedly.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. At some point, they realize they don't need them anymore. When you gain that kind of power.
Yeah. Then the government turned around and says, hey, Giuliani, you can prosecute them now. It wasn't that Giuliani had a reasonable argument that they cost us more than they give. Let me prosecute them. They are costing us more than they give in return. Because let's face it, where do you find intelligence agents? You don't find them in the average. You look for they're not nice people, right? Trust me. They're into betrayal for a start, right? And they need a cover. Well, if you're a betrayer and you're looking to undermine government, you're looking for betrayal. And where does betrayal start? Betrayal against society, right? You're looking for corrupt people. You don't send nice people, right? You send drug dealers, because they can sniff each other out. They can sniff can sniff an addict.
That's why I say these people, it's a criminal organization running the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because their priority isn't the people, it's power.
That's true.
And then they said, don't be naive. Look, it goes back to all these people who say, don't be naive. You're quoting Napoleon to Jefferson. Jefferson was saying, America should not get into international affairs and choose sides in the Napoleonic Wars. And Napoleon said, don't be naive. Well, isn't that what Democrats say today? Don't be naive,
Yeah.
Well, a Democrat came out yesterday, right? He was arrested. He refused to give his name to police, and he said, call me Superman.
Wow.
He was high as a kite. Right, this was the so-called best you can come up with for a gubernatorial race. A meth addict.
Yeah.
No offense, but it's not just white people. Okay, the majority of meth addicts are minorities, but when the majority of your party are either alcoholics or meth addicts,
that's what happened.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party's been a basket case for decades.
And I have a feeling
like
that
I said before,
and the thing is ID.
The sane one said, "Fuck it, I'm independent," or just turned up for Republican.
Yeah,
the line of the party. I didn't leave the party. The party left me.
Yeah, but the problem is those in the party who vote genuinely for Democrats, they're rage baiters, right? They love the rage. They love watching other people swim in mud because it makes them feel superior.
Yeah.
Because let's face it.
And the
the people of Woodstock. I'm so rich I can afford to take the weekend off and listen to crappy music and smoke dope. That's it.
Yeah.
You think those were all idle rich kids? They weren't.
Yeah.
Arlo Guthrie had a real good point about how
And
about
yeah,
having people sit around in the mud and the rain and all that. This is not exactly a great statement about humanity here, okay? But
Yeah,
that's
but I'm
Arlo,
saying the majority of hippie.
Arlo,
I'm just
you
saying.
were at Woodstock. I was paid to be at Woodstock. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, look, I had a job, okay,
Yeah.
for the government, and part of that job was basically staying in university and basically going to meetings for certain organizations, right? And just
That's true.
basically figuring out who was the biggest idiot in the room, right? Who was the biggest idiot in the room? And then the organization I work for would basically recruit them to spy on that organization, right? So,
Yeah.
and after a year, when some court challenge or something that the government disbanded they declared the organization illegal, okay, and they destroyed all record of said organization and terminated all employment without record. So it's like, wow. Yeah, have you ever had a job that gets deleted?
Wow. And you got to think about this. These paid protesters,
Yeah.
they're in a bit of a
But yeah,
ride.
that's what we did. Okay, we would identify like the difference between the true believers and the idiots. And trust me, a lot of these people who go to these organizations, particularly like the Democrat Party, they're idiots. Okay, they like idiocy. This is the problem with democracy. The majority of people like mayhem. They like chaos. They like feeling the fact that they can stand on the balcony and watch people they don't like fight over a sandwich.
That's the point. And here's the thing. And here's the thing. When you see on social media, these people were groomed to this action and they doing this. And like, let's say you seen like what happened with this miner who is a rage baiter is basically rage baiting people to go after people who supported Vic and then she's shipped to politics.
Yeah. But see, what started these little organizations was the fact that the founder of the UFO organization was a Soviet agent. Yeah. They created the UFO scare in America to get Americans to spy on America and report mysterious lights in the sky that the Soviets could track when and where U-2s were being launched from, because U-2s had to fly over the United States with their lights on, and then the lights would turn off when they reached.
I have always said,
you don't get told this because the organizations, like I said, the organizations that were created to try and counter the Soviet misinformation, when the Soviet Union fell, they basically disbanded and deleted these organizations.
Yeah.
I have always said that's what Area 51 was, that was the front for government tech that they didn't want the rest of the world knowing about, so they let the world believe that it was aliens and that it's all about aliens. And
that was by mistake. The US used to have this thing called the Alien Act, and they used that to confiscate German technology. And because they didn't want to put the N word on, they didn't want to, they didn't want to say, "Hey, this scientist used to work for those guys." They created the Alien Act and gave them Argentinian passports. But yes, Area 51 is where all the Nazi aircraft went. That's where the U-2, B-2, and all those aircraft were made, because they were all designed by the Nazis. Now, how could the Nazis in 10 years develop so much technology and plan the next 100 years from launching rockets off the back of a truck at Russians to launching rockets to the moon? How could they do that in 10 years? Well, they didn't. Technology used to be way more repressed, right? Von Braun was launching penny rockets up into the sky. And when he went to work for the Polytechnic Institute, he saw rockets the size of a building. He
he helped design some of the biggest rockets in the world, the Apollo, etc. Even today, the Orion, all got the von Braun's hand on it. He didn't join the Nazis by choice. It was a survival, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was join or die, and people don't know this, but von Braun went to the Allies 6 months before he was captured. He actually helped bring lots of people out of Germany. He wasn't a diehard. He was just a sad man who was forced to keep secrets that he didn't want to keep. That technology was way ahead than anything you or I were told about.
I see.
I've seen aerial photographs of World War II, and they look like they were taken yesterday with modern technology. You can actually see the tanks. You can see the outlines. These cameras they weren't black and white. They were green. There were green scale cameras. This is technology that's still not out there today. This is technology that's floating around the Air Force. Don't know if Captain's heard of a green scale camera. Basically, in nature, there's certain. It's a recon camera. It takes pictures in through a green filter at high speed. Because in nature, green is natural, so anything unnatural will be an unnatural shade of green.
And sharp.
And that's how you. And that's why there's a search on for camouflage that looks natural, because you can't hide from satellites, otherwise, because satellites can filter out the natural green.
Yeah, Amy Shearer Title's got a real good thing about von Braun. Goes through the whole thing of how he got in and out. He could have done more, but if you don't want to, or situation, or because he was investigated by the SS himself.
Oh, he was approached by Dulles 6 months before. Yeah, he was approached by Dulles in Italy and helped get thousands out of Germany through Italy. Yeah. He wasn't a bad man. He was just forced to play a role and then keep it a secret for the rest of his life.
Yeah,
he was forced to wear the shame of being a member of the party, but he was an undercover operative for OSS. And a lot of people who worked undercover will never get credit because they have their jobs deleted when they're finished.
That's true.
Like there's a lot of people out there who did very, very brave things during World War II who will never get credit because intelligence relies on secrets and lies.
And it's all about secrets,
But unfortunately, some of the people have ulterior motives. Like Dulles basically ran a blackmail operation on the U.S. government for 20 years to keep himself in office. He was not a nice guy.
Yeah.
MK Ultra. You don't dream up MK Ultra. MK Ultra. Where did that come from? We can't say.
We all know what it is.
Yeah,
we all know, but you can't say. You can't.
And Amy said Von Braun was really more of a pragmatist. He wasn't really an idealist at all.
Yeah,
he wanted to do with rocket research.
Yeah, that's right, von Braun. But when von Braun, right? Publicly, rockets were just a little toy you shot up into the sky, right? Yeah. Sky rockets. But when he joined the Polytechnic, he was introduced to the prototypes of the V2.
That is true.
The technology was well ahead. Okay. A lot of technology developed.
When we can do your very bad. If you don't, you may not exist in the next week.
Yeah.
And your family.
But
you just.
But while in Vienna, I'm not sure if it was during Kennedy's visit to Vienna or it was Dulles' visit to Vienna when von Braun first approached the Americans. But he wasn't activated until towards the end of the war, in which he helped get scientists out of Germany through Italy. And was shipped to Argentina to get new identities. But von Braun was too famous. He had to live under his own name.
Well, yeah, he was not shy of the spotlight either. He had an ego.
No.
So,
But many
Yeah,
Americans
but
cheered
I-
him as the hero after the moon landing, and there was a petition that many signed to get him U.S. citizenship. But you know, this is the problem. They just didn't want to admit that, you know. And I think it was basically, oh yeah. By the way, we have also these guys, you know, because if they admitted to von Braun, they didn't want to open the files because they also had a bunch of guys who were party believers who were only working off their prison sentence, you know. You could go to Dachau, what was it? You could go to the Russian prison, or you could go to work for NASA. You know, that was not a very nice thing.
Yeah.
You know, we go work for us, or we send you to Russia. But yeah, America got desperate though because the Soviets had penetrated Germany so well that with espionage that they'd recruited at least they'd recruited out. You know, by the time America realized that that a lot of German scientists were already recruited by Russia, well before the war was over, that you know they had to quickly act. They couldn't wait for the war to end anymore. You know.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who say the war could have ended in 1944. They wanted to see more dead Russians. That's same with the war in Japan. They just wanted to see more dead. That's sick, you know.
Well, the thing about it, like that, one of the things that Patton's right. We're going to be fighting pretty soon. So
we fought the wrong enemy.
Let's let them beat each other up. Yet we'll have that way in 5 years we won't be back at it.
Yeah, 5 years would be liberating Germany from the Russians.
Yeah.
He was right. People forget Russia and Germany, the von Ribbentrop, what do you want to call it, alliance or agreement or whatever, that both sides broke. Both sides never intended it. Both sides intended to go to war against each other. And America was already planning the war back in 1936 with the launching of aircraft carriers and battleships, which you had neither the need nor the money to pay for, except if you deliberately collapsed the economy.
Ready, yeah.
Yeah.
Not that we were ready, but at least it was better if we hadn't done anything.
There's the testimony of the radio operator who swears blind as he was flying that he flew up and down watching the Japanese all day, every day, not for days but for weeks. And when they launched and he heard this cry, Tora Tora Tora, he relayed it to the station. But unfortunately that day, his friend was on a break. If he wasn't on that break, the base would have known.
Yes, the incompetence of the peacetime military is something to believe. It's something to be believed, kids.
And, to this day, there are still so many ships and bases out there with a single operator. To this day. As you said, it's not conspiracy.
No.
It's not just incompetence, it's also being cheap.
Yeah.
The base commander looks at it and says, do I have a pool or three radio operators? Which do you think they choose?
So the best movie to watch on that, as far as Pearl Harbor goes, is Tora Tora Tora.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it's straight up, and they don't pull any punches on those things.
No,
the Japanese, we were idiots, okay? We got caught with our pants down. If Roosevelt did know something was coming, I'm pretty sure he figured, well, let's let them get the first slug in, and we'll get them. And he probably thought we'd fare better than we did.
Roosevelt is on record as saying Roosevelt ran on peace, right? Did he not?
Yeah.
On American neutrality. But then he told Truman to prepare for war.
But Truman wasn't his VP.
And when World War II broke out, he said, I need an excuse to break neutrality or the American public will hang me.
Well, Truman wasn't.
Well, they did, but
Truman was
they
still,
should have.
I think Truman was still in the house. Maybe sooner.
But don't forget, both sides wanted war. Right?
Yeah.
Let's not mince it. If the Republicans were in power, they would have been in sooner.
Yeah, the first issue of Captain America one was like in September 1940.
Yeah.
We were wanting to get in. But yeah. I'm saying that no, we just wrapped up one over there, and we're still paying the price for it.
Yeah, a lot of people, you said basically you sent a lot of good boys to die, and then they said, oh yeah, we could have ended this war sooner without. It's like, what? Oh yeah, we were just deciding. We were deciding when the borders were going to be. Well, you could have had a ceasefire during that time. No. We had to continue to kill off the excess population. It's like the gut. Look, the gut. It's not that the leaders are gutless. It's the vast majority of leadership is just so incompetent. They don't. If things go wrong, right? They look around and then eventually they'll land on war, right? They'll collapse the economy. They'll double down on stupidity. They'll ignore criminality.
Yeah.
Anything to stay in office. Do not underestimate. Politicians are not special, okay? If you can balance a checkbook, you can run a country. Politicians do not have special skills, okay? There's nothing special about them. In fact, they're the least amongst us, not the best.
Usually they're the biggest idiots.
And the thing is, here's the thing. Most Democrats been ignoring crime. They're not doing anything because they just let criminals run around and they let them free. Because you see, New York City is a big example.
Look at the streets. I like me, and I'll do something about it.
There's a new book out about false Christianity, and it is a brilliant book on false Christianity. I think it's called I can't remember its name. It's by John Amos, I think. But anyway, sorry, I'm not plugging a book here, and it's not mine. I just want to bring it up as an example that a lot of people now have recognized what I've known for a long time, and that is the government infiltrated the churches in the 1900s and the CIA and OSS and many intelligence organizations. They even have they have a department of religion within the CIA. Okay.
Yeah.
There's been now. I'm not saying that every religion is false or wanting to insult or start a fire. I'm just saying there's a book out on it, and it explains how governments turn legitimate religions into propaganda, and they're not the first one. Okay. There's a famous Islamic scholar who just the other day had to seek asylum in Britain simply because he questioned the Saudi Arabian narrative that the original Islamic text in Saudi Arabia was handwritten by Muhammad. That's not true, right?
No.
Yeah.
That the current text in Saudi Arabia was written by the Turkish in the 14th century, and it's a rewriting of the 9th century treatise on Islam by Saladin's grandson, and that the original Islamic text was actually written by Saladin because Muhammad dictated it to him. Muhammad could neither read nor write. And that's actually a fact in Saudi history, that Muhammad could neither read nor write, that he dictated the Quran to Saladin. And it was rewritten by Saladin's grandson to create the caliphate. And then the Turks rewrote it later to create their caliphate. False religions, whether you believe it or not, right? There is plenty of evidence to suggest that the Greek gods were actually once real people in what you would now call the ancient Greek kingdom, right?
That's true.
That there is plenty of evidence that they were once real people and they became revered figures for their various
inventions, like probably the first winemaker, the first, but it also became the basis of 26 personality types. The marathon, Mercury ran the first marathon, Hermes, he created the Hermetic Society, from which we get astrology. In fact, most astrology books are direct copies of the Hermetic text. Now, there's always the possibility, right, of, I'm not saying that supernatural does it is, but I'm saying that the natural possibility that the simplest explanation is the most obvious is the truth. And the most obvious is that God is the universe and universe is the God, right? That there is an intelligence to the universe has an intelligence, right? Can you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be because it's so vast and so complex that our brains can only process a fragment at a time. That's why that's why there is no such thing as a single religion. That's why there's no single book on the supernatural that can explain the supernatural, because we can only process a fragment. Did everybody mute so they could silently scream at me instead of breaking the YouTube algorithm? But you know what I mean, right? If you look at the universe, you look at it in the natural laws, you look at mathematics, the natural laws, the repeating patterns, right? You can see, interactivity. You can see natural laws at play. You can see personality developments, all these things, repeating patterns, right? That there is an intelligence beyond our own.
Right.
And it is vast, right? But it is so vast we cannot comprehend it. So we assign the name God. The problem is religions come along and try to explain it. It's trying to explain the unfathomable. But what is most controversial about the Bible is most people don't understand Revelations. Revelations is when people finally are revealed the truth, and that the true fundamental truth is that it's all happened before, that we're locked in a cyclical pattern, and until we break that cyclical pattern, this is Armageddon will keep happening to us. We have to fight Armageddon now to prevent Armageddon and break free of the cycle of life, death, and destruction. Right? We create civilization. It's in our nature. But unfortunately, the devil in us destroys that civilization each and every time. And every religion has recognized that war in some form or another. And if you go to this Islamic scholar who is currently hiding out in Britain, who's in fearful of his life, he's recognized the same thing, right? That the battle is not external, it's internal. That spreading religion doesn't stop revelations, it accelerates revelations. We're spreading a false religion, and until we as long as we keep mixing consumerism and religion and systems of obedience, right? Because if you created any system of obedience, let's leave religion out. Let's look at communism. It's a religion, but it's a system of obedience, right? What happens to every communist? They eventually become a tyrant, right? Let's go to liberal. Name a successful liberal democracy.
Whew.
They're either bankrupt or they become either go bankrupt or they become Ukraine. Or Pinochet, or you go. Hey, look, we have a phrase in English, right? Draconian rules. Yet most people don't know what that means. It's actually a reference to the first democracy.
We elect dictators eventually, right? Every liberal democracy will eventually elect a dictator. Biden almost became one. If he wasn't a dementia patient, he would have become a dictator too.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be clear: the Biden administrator was plotting to do the ID verification if he got to be second term, or I say the Kamala administration.
You mean
And
the Obama fourth term?
Yeah. And guess
Please
what?
be honest. It wasn't a Biden administration. Be honest.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it was Obama. And the thing is, Obama fourth term, third term kind of screwed me over when they took away my disability.
Put it this way, Shiny. If it's not an Obama administration, why is he signed in every day yet he wasn't actually physically there? Why is he signing in? Because you know that, right? He was signing in.
Yeah.
So somebody was signing in as Barack Obama. That's treason.
Yeah.
Because we know he wasn't there every day. That would have been front page news. He can't hide. Plus, we see flappy ears on the news every second day somewhere. So there's no way he's at the White House every day. But somebody was, and somebody was using his White House account.
Yeah.
That would have been his former chief advisor, who was also Biden's private secretary. What a coincidence. And it would have been Kamala's chief of staff, would he not? It was definitely Obama fourth term. And yeah, you're not the only one who got screwed over. People forget. And I honestly do think Democrats, they're just idiots. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't think there's a grand conspiracy. They're just idiots. They hear on the news that Medicare is expanding, so they believe it. But it's like the jobs numbers. They hear that, Trump fired the job secretary.
And the thing is, here's the other thing. They made these type of scares thinking, oh, they're cutting Medicaid. Nobody's cutting Medicaid.
No, they cut people out of Medicaid who did not deserve to have Medicaid. But Biden did cut funding to Medicaid to fund his infrastructure bill.
Yeah. And not just only that, it's also funding the migrants who's been, it's basically the waste of taxpayers' money.
Yeah, SNAP. Yeah, SNAP. They also used many programs not just Medicaid. They used many programs they illegally gave dead people's social security numbers to illegals. Some of them who later left the country because, let's face it, would you live in California on Medicaid, or would you live in Southern California, aka Mexico, where prices are 50% cheaper? There was a big riot. People may not notice. There was a riot last month in Mexico against all these Americans coming into Mexico. The Mexican president opened a retirement center to attract American retirees to Mexico. All right, it was like Trump, selling the visas. Well, her way was to get people to retire in Mexico, basically because, they bring in a lot of foreign currency to prop up the Mexican economy, right? But the Mexicans rioted against it and told people to go home. Well, the irony, right? It's the opposite day. But that's the reality we're in, Democrats aren't the only ones who believe rules are for thee, okay? Whether you like it or not, anybody who loves power loves rules. But basically, Bob would probably explain the Star Trek phenomenon better than I could. And that is, if you look at the Prime Directive, it has both exemptions and rules for the rules. Basically, it's not this ironclad, all-encompassing law that Star Trek makes it out to be. Star Trek, how many times has Captain Kirk violated the Prime Directive? Well, he violates it every time he puts his arm around a alien for a start.
Yeah, that's true. And
thou shalt not race mix. I mean, sorry, I'm sorry.
yeah, of course,
it's actually in the Prime Directive. But of course, let's not say that one out loud on
Yeah, we
television.
know, and we know about, let's say this with Captain Kirk, he's being polygamous, to be honest.
Yeah, also the starship captains had to be of certain virtue, of which Kirk was not.
Yeah.
If you read the Prime Directive, you go, "Holy cow! This was written by the Kamala Kooky Club, right?"
Oh my god.
The guys in white sheets. No, but really, seriously, there's some really kooky stuff in the Prime Directive, and this comes from Gene Roddenberry's own hands. No, it wasn't Coots or anybody else. You can't blame anybody else. Roddenberry was adamant that
yeah,
and I don't think anybody else had a hand in it.
Okay, what I miss?
The Prime Directive, how it has rules and exceptions and exemptions, and it also has a clause about race mixing.
of course. Star Trek.
You know how Kirk, every time he put his arm around an alien, he was breaking the Prime Directive. There's even a Kirk exemption, I believe, at one point about contact with lesser species.
That's true.
Or the Forbidden Zone, which he broke a few times. Yeah. So, but I'm just saying the Star Trek phenomenon of breaking rules. Bob could explain it better than I, but Star Trek has created that mindset in people. It is known as the Star Trek phenomenon.
Well, the Star Trek phenomenon generally refers to the fan reaction. It has nothing to do with within the show.
No. But I mean, in the modern era, the idea of having a series of rules, aka the American Constitution, but also there's exceptions. The idea of having exceptions to every rule. Most of them, the modern impact of Star Trek is the Star Trek phenomenon. But in the day, yes, the Star Trek phenomenon was the hopeful future, as opposed to most sci-fi being dystopic. But unfortunately, that hopeful future has turned into basically Hugo Boss onesie. Well, you look at it. Modern Starfleet, they may be onesies, but they were designed by Hugo Boss, right?
Yeah.
You look at Directing 13.
Anything made it to 2005.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they call it Kurtzman Trek now. It used to be called something else. I forget which.
JJ Trek, Kurtzman Trek, crap.
No, but it used to be called something else. It was New Trek or something like that. Yeah. Because they didn't.
New Coke.
Yeah.
That didn't go well either.
No.
And,
but Paramount, I don't know if it's true or not. You probably know better than I, of course, but I have heard that Paramount wants to return to Trek.
yeah.
Right now, the best intelligence, though, is that there will be a small extension, or at least not an extension of the contract, but a renegotiation. That Paramount will be pulling back a lot of rights. Kirkman's not at the door just yet, but he's going to have a lot of power strength.
Yeah.
The question of, is he going to go along with it?
Because
I have a letter already written up and ready to send off tomorrow to Paramount. I'm going to do a video on it as soon as I can get these fucking control.
Good. Sorry to take away from this, Shiny, but I just needed a good example to show you that it's not just Democrats who have the rules for the mentality, but right now they're the biggest group in the world who have that mentality.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm just going to say this for real, that, people need to be careful of all the rage bait and all the stuff, because that's how they end up being fall for the trap, and they vote.
Oh, well, Wonders. 2 minutes of rage every day shuts down primary thinking.
And the thing is,
we
should need to settle the rules down, like not to have rage baits on every political campaign, to be honest.
Well, we want when we tried to bring in truth in advertising, the Democrats defended the First Amendment. When we tried to ban, believe it or not, remember, Berkeley liberals fought to have pornography legalized. I think you saw my post. The left are now eating their own. Berkeley liberals fought to have pornography legalized, and now they're fighting to have it criminalized. They're eating their own.
That's true. And the thing is, like, you gotta think about it through, because if they thinking, oh, they want to criminalize something. Remember back over 100 years ago, they were banning alcohol because there was a group of religious women
thought that it would make men pure.
Yeah.
All it did was usher in the era of organized crime.
Yeah.
It turned two big safe breakers into millionaires.
And 100 years later, we're back at it again.
And remember, in the 1950s, who was the biggest producers of pornography?
We know.
The mob.
Yeah. And before that, independent artists, they were eking out a living, right? Some of our greatest artworks, right?
Yeah.
Are now considered pornography. They want to burn Raphael, okay? Because it's topless ogling of women.
Yeah.
Well, Toulouse-Lautrec made a book at the time because he was a prostitute.
And
but remember,
he gave one, a Roman helmet here and suddenly it's art.
Yeah. But the thing is, right? After they come from classical art, now what next? Because we've seen there is no group. Have you ever come across any political group? No one, I'm talking about political agitation groups who have stopped, right? After they came for alcohol, they also, the ban on alcohol also proliferated the consumption of heroin, don't you?
Yeah.
Which was legal at the time. So was cocaine. What made Big Pharma big? Legal drugs, folks.
Of course.
Not pharmacies. Pharmacies were selling opium and cocaine, Coca-Cola. Your pharmacy was at your pharmacy.
Coca-Cola was always trace amounts and not propofol anyway. But the name.
No, but what I'm saying is Coca-Cola wasn't sold
there, so,
over the counter. It was made in a pharmacy, and it wasn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. You didn't buy Coca-Cola originally in a grocery store. You bought it at a pharmacy.
At the drugstore, at the soda counter.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting.
The jerks weren't pharmacists.
Because it's made with coca leaf. It's filtered coca leaf. Okay, it's not the alkaline cocaine, but it's filtered through the coca leaf.
It's sort of a tonic.
Coca-Cola is the only company in the world allowed to grow and harvest coca outside of the Colombian tea cartel. It's the only legal cartel in the world, by the way. Oh, sorry, it's one of the few legal cartels. Sorry, I forgot about the oil cartel. Cartels are supposed to be illegal, right? Again, that Star Trek didn't invent that phenomenon, but they popularized that phenomenon. That's the difference I was trying to make. It's the same with the rules for thee. That actually started with communism, okay? The idea that you can hold two ideas at the same time, even though they're contrary in belief.
Two opposing ideas.
Yes. The dialectic, that you can support capitalism and communism at the same time because whatever gives you the greatest outcome with the least amount of effort.
Mm-hmm.
But every liberal democracy is a gateway drug to socialism. And socialism is a gateway drug to communism. And communism is the religion of control. Okay? It is the ultimate religion of control. There is no worse religion. People may say a certain Middle Eastern religion is bad. No, it's just a new gateway drug to that stage. Okay? And you may not believe this, but right now we're in a reverse religious, we're in a very religious disorder right now where Christianity is still slightly in decline in the United States, But in the last few months, we're starting to see resurgence of Christianity across Europe. And as it's rising, a lot of people, as they rediscover Christianity and read the, I forget the name of the text. But what's the name of Luther's text? A lot of people.
Well, those, whatever 10.
Yeah. But then basically Luther's text pointing out all the problems with church and churches, and people are going, wow, Christianity, it's not Christianity, it's the problem. It's the government-sponsored preachers. People are realizing, particularly in England, that the government churches are the problem. That the cover-ups weren't, that, all the cover-ups and all the lies and all the corruption wasn't the church. It's the government churches. You go to a private church and try to pull shit, and you're kicked out or you go to jail.
Well, when the so-called defender of the faith is basically celebrating...
celebrating not just another
holidays religion. Didn't we go to crusade against these guys back in the day?
Not just that. Not just that. He's talking about merging the two faiths, and it's like, say that what now? Work. No, excuse me, right?
That doesn't work, Charles.
Yeah, Chuck, I know it's a crime to insult you, and you won't admit it, but you have sicked boys on the people before, so go F yourself, you jolly old dictator. But the former occupant, when you have colonized countries, right, you don't turn around and say, okay, boys, you can now colonize us. No, you do not turn your enemies into neo-colonizers. That does not make peace. That makes you subjugated.
What makes you a bloody moron?
You do not turn around and say an English minority would be a good thing. You're the fucking king of England, not the fucking king of the world. And you never will be. Okay? Because the majority of the world just sees you as a ponce. A cuck.
Well, listen, can we get the version from Spitting Image? Seem a little more on ball.
Can we have a... Besides, Chuck, okay, I'm not going to claim the crown of England, but I think there's at least 20,000 Englishmen today who are probably more qualified to be King of England than you. Probably because, one, they're English. Now, I don't know what shenanigans were pulled off, but there's a very good documentary called The Murder of George. That basically, the House of Windsor allegedly murdered their way to the top.
I remember being pointed out that the Spencers actually had a somewhat stronger claim to the throne than the Windsors.
Yes, I remember that. That's true.
By way of Charles II.
That's right. Diana, if you look at the royal chart, Diana is 14th and Chuck was like 26. I'm sorry. What now? So, she's the real princess?
When William gets to the throne, if there's still a throne to get to.
Yeah. Well,
the closest thing to an English king on the throne since Harold in 1066.
Well, as a lot of people say, Chuck, you're meant to be a ceremonial seat warmer. You're there to wave to the crowd. You're there to advise the Prime Minister. And that I forget the third one. There's only three things that he has, right? There's only three jobs he has. Okay, I think it's diplomatic. Okay,
head of the Anglican Church.
Head of the church, head of diplomacy, right, and chief advisor to the Prime Minister. That's it, right? He's a diplomat.
Yeah.
He's an advisor. He's a religious figure. That's it.
Royal ascension, for the law.
But, I mean, politically, he has no power, okay? Politically, he has no power. He's only an advisor.
Technically, he does, but it's like, you better watch it if you use it.
Yeah.
Because, this whole thing, the last time a law was sent to the crown and ascension was withheld was, like, Queen Anne. And even that was, that eventually got worked out. That was a couple 100 years ago.
But I'm just saying, a British archivist
Mhm.
and researcher found out that there was basically more than a few murders that
Mhm.
went on.
Yeah.
But the last, and then, of course, the blackmail of Edward, and just to put Elizabeth on the throne. Now, that doesn't seem sense at the time.
Well, Edward kind of bought that for himself by being
Yeah.
but to a certain Austrian paper hanger.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like, we're about to go to war with this guy, and you're being nice to him.
yeah, but I mean,
We could overlook Waddle Simpson, but that
I think, and again, I wasn't sure how much public outrage really played a part, and how much of his own self-pity and the offering to return the crown. I think there's a lot of stupid. It's more incompetence and stupidity than somebody who was a believer. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And again, that's because of the love of power. Like, oh, I would have been a good king, but
Yeah.
no, you weren't.
Yeah.
You're like, all kings are mediocre men who are given too much power.
Kind of like he liked being king, but didn't want to actually do stuff for the king.
He did, yeah. He wanted to be the the diplomat, but not the all the other things. He didn't even care about religion to a start.
Didn't want to be the head of state.
No. And as the head of state, he didn't want to be the prime minister's advisor. He wanted to be the prime minister's boss.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
And
like I said.
Yeah, well, you kind of are. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we settled this debate with Cromwell. You lost, by the way.
They still have power just in case. But, it's like, you better
But better be very careful
sure.
with it.
Yeah.
Better be very careful with it.
Don't get stupid, because suddenly that approval rating's gonna drop to the thing, and you'll have actual enemies.
Yeah, you prove that this is the thing, and I think a lot of people, particularly mostly foreigners, you're a king, but
Yeah.
you're not a. And I think a lot of people like the idea of a monarchy to a degree, right? They want a solid figure, trained and educated, but they want a temperament, right, to that power.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, over time, kings have abdicated their power, and once you give power to a politician,
good luck.
Yeah. Now, I think, again, you come to Elizabeth, where she was seen as a non-threatening figure, and the political establishment thought they were safe, right? Unfortunately,
much savvier on how to do things.
yeah. But there is a problem, and I do understand that, and I don't know how much this all plays into it, but Chuck went to the Hungarian School of Political Science.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And,
So much Elizabeth taught her.
and apparently he was there at the same time as the current king of Saudi Arabia, who may or may not come to power by holding a pillow over someone's face.
Well,
the Saudis are starting to come around a bit. I think they realize they kind of played the Wahhabi.
No, well, actually, he's realized. No,
they're starting to pull back a little bit here.
He's realized that if you have a ninth century education system, your political, social, and economic outcomes are all going to be from the 9th century.
Yeah. If we could at least pull us up to the 19th, we might be able to, believe in.
Now, unfortunately, because most people don't understand, oil is not a fossil, but a renewable resource, although the renewable side is slow in Saudi Arabia.
It takes a while, but
it takes a while. But right now, Russia has more oil than Saudi Arabia. The US has more oil than Russia.
Yeah.
And Venezuela has more oil than Saudi Arabia. And Antarctica has more oil than everybody else.
Difference is it's a lot easier to get to Saudi. I think I heard it's like,
yes, the Saudi is shallow oil.
It's a cost of about $13 a barrel to drill down
compared to the US. Yeah, the US
whereas the Saudi, it costs like free. So
Saudi oil is shallow oil, and it's half the price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's half the price of US oil, and Russian oil falls somewhere between the two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Russians also, if their equipment's so outdated and wrecking, they're afraid to shut it down. They got to keep it running because if they
Russia hasn't got any modern Russia hasn't got any modern engineers who could work anywhere else, whereas Saudi Arabia has top line equipment.
Yeah,
but that's because they make $300 billion compared to Russia's $100 billion on the same oil. You know, the Saudi oil profits are ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you know, it's because Russia has to take longer to dig up their oil, and they have to actually, they actually have to pump it out. Whereas Saudi Arabia just goes wee into the barrel.
A whole lot of I think they didn't find it. They didn't discover it. They didn't drill for it. They're just living there.
Yeah, but you know, and at the time, you know, England was heavily invested in Saudi Arabia as well. And we all know that the Crown is pretty much dependent on AMCO because without AMCO money, there is no British Crown, right? They're bankrupt.
Yeah.
You do know that, right? The Crown has sold most of its land to pay taxes. No, the Crown had so much unproductive land, they had to sell land to pay taxes. Wasn't it Elizabeth the first monarch to pay taxes or something? They've never paid taxes. No, the modern monarch is the first to pay taxes. They've never paid taxes before, so they had so much land. But it was all unproductive. You know, Chuck and his stupid forests.
Yeah.
Bankrupted the Crown. See, before, the hunting licenses paid for the land, and they had no land tax. But now they have land tax and no hunting licenses. They're bankrupt. Land tax. Which is why the Crown hates the Tories. But the Tories... but the Tories said, you know, you want NHS or you want private insurance. You can't have both, right? You can't have... You want low taxes, you can't have NHS, right? Or you have to cut everybody's wages. You know, at least the Tories were right about that. They were trying to fix a broken system that doesn't want to be fixed. Because everybody in England wants cheap fish and chips, you know, but they also want to be able to afford to go to the Savoy. I'm sorry, it's one or the other, you know. And England's been told many times, save the cod, will save the economy.
Yeah.
Right? But they won't. I'm sorry, but they won't get out of their own way. You have to raise the price of cod. You have to make the cod a protected, limited fishing species, and you have to create fish farms to breed the cod. Okay?
That's true.
And but they won't raise the price because everybody wants their $5 fish and chips. It's like, then you're going to heck. All right? You are going to run out of fish very soon, and China will just swoop in and take what's left.
And especially when you let the Europeans coming from the continent in and just raid the fishing, beds. It's like, where's this shit from?
And I'm going to tell you this. And I'm going to tell you this, not just only cods, when they need to have like also deer farms and other farms, because the thing is, like, look, if they want to hunt, they need to breed more, the same creatures anyway. But the
hunters are told this.
That's
you
true.
But they won't. They won't get out of their own way. Now, Thomas Sowell. You know Thomas Sowell, his famous saying, Africa is not broken because of capitalism. It's broken because of socialism, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you also know at the end, he also said Europe is going the same way. A lot of people call Thomas Sowell Uncle You Know What for saying that Africa's broken because of socialism. But he also said the same thing about Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Africa's the same way. They want their, I forget what they call it, but in Africa, they want their Big Mac, basically.
Mhm.
But they don't call it a Big Mac. But, in Africa, they want to be able to buy a Big Mac, but they also basically want to have their big families and big, and their big holidays, I mean, Africa has the most public holidays in the world, apparently, or something, the least they're the least productive, okay? Because they have just so many holidays. If the country, Nigeria has 9 religions with 9 holidays for everybody, basically.
Yeah.
And then you add the 6 weeks off. Basically they work half a year. And
Yeah. Well,
so,
as much as I say,
it's not picking on Africa. It's just pointing out they got there first. Okay,
Yeah.
They got the bankruptcy first. Okay, whereas Russia, well, technically, Russia was bankrupt first, but people forget that. But okay, let's just say after Russia went bankrupt, then Africa went bankrupt. Russia got out of it slightly. But Europe is heading towards bankruptcy, and Putin's saying, I'm trying to soar as fast as I can, cut us off from this mess. But unfortunately, he's got too many people on his side who want war. He's got too many people in Ukraine who want war, and there's too many people in the US like Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, and Nancy and Joe who want war, or because they want to beat their chest and say, it's the only way to get your history books, but...
that's true.
And Trump is the first president in U.S. history to not want to be a war president.
Yeah.
That's looking at Carter, by the way. Carter, he wanted his war. I forget what did he want.
Yeah.
What did Carter want? I forget who he wanted to go to war with. I think he was more a Cold War, wasn't he?
Sure was, beating the,
But he wasn't a peacemaker. He was a faux. He was a faux peacemaker. Okay, he created more problems than he fixed. He never really. I suppose if he had a second term, it might have been different. But you don't want to take that chance, do you?
God, no. I remember the Carter years. God, no.
Because a lot of people would say, but we would have had double the taxes.
It was already ridiculous as it was. I mean, my God.
But you know what I mean? We're looking back now and saying, what? Carter was saying there's no oil, that we reach peak oil and we have to have all these, and we have to have an energy tax.
They say,
when they knew Venezuela.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
Yeah, when Jimmy Carter,
it's all you.
He knew Brazil and Venezuela had more oil than they admitted to. He knew there was more oil in Texas than they admitted to.
Yeah, it's true.
But
he knew there was oil in Louisiana.
Went nuts and think, no, you can't do that. We haven't built a new refinery in this country since 1976.
Yeah.
Who was president? Jimmy Carter.
Why? Because he wanted to be Jimmy the nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
The whole thing about
that sounds like somebody from Vegas who's hiding from New York, right?
The whole thing with him walking through the airport carrying his own garment bag. The garment bag was empty. It was all for stuff.
Yeah.
The total thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Whenever a president smiles, markets shudder, right?
Yeah, check your watch. Okay, yeah.
Check your wallet.
Yeah.
Check your watch. Yeah, check your watch and wallet.
Yeah. Besides the point, guys, as much as I say about with all the bans going on and all the stuff, here's the other thing I'm just saying. Remember the Dr. Pizza incident? Say, oh, if you like anime, you're basically a PDF. And the thing is, he ended up revealing himself as what he's doing, the actual crime. And I don't know why.
Politician. Yeah, any politician who makes the claim should immediately, they're bringing up claims against Trump again, right?
Yeah.
They're trying everything they can desperately to pin every crime they've committed onto Trump ever.
And also, they want to try. Here's the other thing: they want to try to pass the Screen Act or the COSA Act to make Trump look bad. That's the thing.
Yeah, Well, all this, like I've seen this before, and I'm sure Captain Bob remembers that every bad thing Carter did, all of a sudden, ta-da! Here's Reagan. Let's blame him for everything.
Yeah. And
The
I'm
left
gonna be
have always taken their crimes and delivered them at the Republicans' doorstep.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real with all this situation. Who taught minors to hate on lolis, or I could say, oh, these these cute looking characters, like I say.
As I'm saying, it's a Japanese kawaii, as it's properly referred to as, is where adults act cutesy, dress cutesy. It's a Japanese culture. They admire cute, and cute is small, thin, and that's why the how do we say Rosie O'Donnell's of the world.
Yeah.
Trying to make it out that you're a PDF file because you're not age appropriate, really. So let's go through all the high schools and let's see how many high school teachers have a relationship with a 15-year-old male student.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's different.
Let's just say that's the thing. It's bad enough when a Japanese guy is doing it because they're smaller. They can almost pull it off. When a big hulking white guy, tries it,
that's
and it's like,
different.
no, you are a creep.
Guy,
Get the fuck away from my kid.
No, but we're talking about a misunderstanding of what that culture is. These are not teenage girls. These are 20 to 35-year-olds, and they take advantage of the fact they're 5'0".
Yeah.
And they dress in a particular style that is known as Lolita.
Yeah.
But it's not, that's the westernization of kawaii. And because it's not well known I think it actually means pink and cute, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's got nothing to do with the age. It's just the fact that most of these women who do it are 5'0".
Yeah.
The guys are getting over here.
And the thing is, if they want to have war on fictional characters, the problem is their brains are not that great at the point. And the thing is, they want to try and make other people to be more dumb.
The problem is the Rosie O'Donnells of the world are upset that they no longer have power, and that they realize their power only came from their attraction, not from their brains.
Yeah.
Men do not go to women. There are men who do go for women for their brains and their intellect. Okay, I'm not saying that, but most men do not get attracted to a woman who is smart.
Yeah.
Even if you are smart, they're looking at your hairline, your teeth.
Yeah.
Men are evaluating your entertainment value.
Yeah.
Because men don't need or want a competitive partner in the home.
Yeah.
Okay? They want to keep that out of the home because they see what a toxic environment it produces in the workplace, and they want a sanctuary from that idiotic competition of nagging and bullying and undermining and I'm right, you're wrong, do as I say, not as I do, mentality that has bred into women and has become part of women's psyche through feminism. And basically, weak men produce hard times, and because weak men, and this comes back to the romantic age, where, and this is where feminism comes from, where men who couldn't get with women would basically seduce them through poetry, the Cyrano, the story of Cyrano. I'm too ugly for a woman, but I'll stand in the shadows and whisper in her ears, and then in the darkness slip into a bed. That's the Cyrano.
True.
That's the true story of Cyrano. He was an ugly man, but he had a cute voice. He sounded, and this clear. And then you had, Byron, the man boy. As soon as his golden locks started and looks faded, he killed himself because he wasn't cute anymore. Plus, women found out he was batting for the other team.
Yeah.
He's bad for whoever was up at bat. Yeah.
Yeah. He was the
And the
good
main
little
pro-
mummy's boy, though.
And the main problem is people need to just, need to just realize, look, they need to stop being so jealous of other women if they're attracted. Like, the thing is, like, here's the thing.
Oh, women have always been their own worst enemy.
And the thing is,
Again,
like,
Revelations. Sorry,
Yeah.
Shani. Again, it comes back to what I said about Revelations. Until
Yeah.
we see the world for what it is and fight against it,
Yeah.
we keep having this cycle.
and the thing is, who's at fault for not getting men is these ugly women didn't have a chance to get a boyfriend or girlfriend when they were younger.
Or
Oh,
they no longer, that they probably were. Now, I'm not saying this is everybody. They were probably cute in high school and had lots of boyfriends, but
Yeah.
once they aged up and men started realizing they wanted a mother figure in their life, not a
Yeah.
sex doll, a blow up sex doll.
Peaked in high school. Yeah.
Yeah, these girls picked a lot of them. Like Rosie McDonald, look at her now, right? She's obviously, have you seen that Gillian Anderson ad? Women don't age, they upgrade.
Yeah.
And then you see her, without makeup on. You go, you don't know the meaning of the. You keep using that word. You don't know the meaning.
Yeah.
Don't call that an upgrade, love. Sweetie is an upgrade.
Yeah.
Rosie O'Donnell.
One video going comparing
Desperation.
Sydney Sweeney found out the first pitch of the game compared to a Barack Obama found out the first pitch of a game.
Yes, we can no longer say Obama pitches like a girl.
Yeah.
Because girls, even girls,
Obama
pitch
felt like he's never met a baseball before.
Well, she proves
Sydney's
that
in pretty good form. It's like, hey,
she proves that sex still sells.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not just sells a refined beauty.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure she also made it over the plate with it.
And the thing
She
is,
doesn't just use her natural beauty; she refines it. She doesn't hide her. She doesn't hide it. She refines it. You notice she doesn't have caked on makeup.
Yeah.
She doesn't have hair extensions. She doesn't have.
There's been no surgical
not
alteration.
revealing. She's not revealing in the jeans.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She has a third button. Only. The old rule: only two buttons,
Yeah.
not three.
It's like you
She
see a
is
lot of
always
skin, but not
keeps
really
her
anything you wouldn't see otherwise. Like if she's in a bikini, you'd see more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. In that jeans ad,
Yeah.
she's classic.
Yeah.
But also approachable. She doesn't look
Also,
like
her voice, the way she speaks.
Yeah.
Again, sexiness is not just looks. You hear how Rosie Donald talks, and you think, "Is that a drunken sailor? Did he just come off a garbage scow?" You're right, Bob. You think it's a you think this is a U.S. Navy garbage ship.
I wouldn't be surprised if that one Sydney ad with the Mustang.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if that was her car.
I wouldn't be
Was
surprised.
that the one?
At the very least, she knows how to like she's never seen under the hood of a car before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the photo of
feels
Sydney
out.
Sweeney with the hood up,
Yeah.
and there's no subtitle. I've seen the original, so it could be a early Instagram of her when she was.
Now, was that the one?
Feels out. Like, she's done this before.
That's when she's under the hood.
Oh, okay. Because there's an ad that I've seen where she plays with like a little toy one. Thought that was the same one.
Actual, honestly, God, like a 67
No.
Mustang.
Yeah,
And she's,
one where she's
kind of pull,
yeah.
Well,
track
she
around
wa-
her, looking on the hood and thing, slams the
She
hood
wa-
down, gets in the car, peels out.
she won me over with.
Whoops.
Oops, she won me over with the oops. Glitched out. YouTube didn't like that statement.
Yeah. And we all know about why the apocalypse happening for the past couple of months because
it's like the 8th one. Okay.
no, the past couple of years. Here's the thing about this, like, it's all because of COPA, not just only COPA. It's because they don't want people to have like spicy, edgy stuff on YouTube anymore. Because you know,
weenies.
The adpoc. You know who got hurt by the apocalypse the most?
Yeah,
Colbert.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're
okay. She had you at what?
Anyway, what I was saying before I accidentally fat fingered, she had me at the Hooters deal on Saturday Night Live. That, of course, you all know I like Hooters chicks, but that's. Yeah. Oh God, Sydney Sweeney in a Hooters outfit? Yes, please.
Oh,
yeah, give me those.
While we're gone, we pivoted somehow to the apocalypse, and Shani was right. And the reason why they don't want the apocalypse is edgy content and stuff like Sweeney.
Yeah.
If you could imagine if she had a, if she had a YouTube channel.
I was also thinking because she's having fun.
Yeah.
The thing, here.
The Baskin Robbins ad. She is having the time.
No, but you could imagine her with her own channel right now.
And
think
about this. What happened to all the good ads that we have, like the Hardee's Junior women?
Here's the thing, okay? And again, we've talked about this on your show numerous times, Anime. The things that sell in our entertainment world is the things that they're trying to
squash.
They're trying to get a hold of it, right? Which is sex, and they're trying to give you a counterfeit to it, basically.
Yeah, again, it comes down to the conversation I had before when I was telling you why the CCP would never be number one. Because that means they'd have to give freedom of choice. I think you bounced out then. And if you look, what does sex give you? Freedom of choice, right? You choose a partner. Now, you don't know about this because I do a lot. I delve into the darkness of technology as a writer. Ever heard of an exoworm?
Of a what now? Sorry.
It's called an exoworm.
Not right offhand.
Uretine simulator is it's an artificial urethra, basically. You can't replace men, but you can replace women.
Yeah.
I think that covers so much from the trans and everything else. It's like no.
If you've read Dune,
Dune. Men can be just as good at women. Like Paul Chavis says, men make the best women. It's like
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the breeding tanks of X in Dune, many other technologies. I don't know if this came up in Star Trek, but I know there was a sci-fi where it was and then taken out. I can't remember where they're talking about the tanks. Was it Star Trek or just some Babylon where they were talking about breeding tanks?
Various ones have talked about it.
Yeah, but I don't think it came up in Star Trek. I think they ruled it out as something they won't touch.
Yeah.
But anyway, the artificial worm is real.
Yeah.
Not
really got it working yet, but they're certainly working on it.
No, they have a working one. They gave birth to a goat in I forget which university it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
The technology is real. Basically, right now we can replace all women.
And here's the thing: is how they get the eggs when the AI robots are born, like babies.
No. Stanford, 1968, the first artificial ovum was created. They cannot make artificial sperm, but they can make an artificial egg.
Yeah.
Captain Bob, what were you trying to say? Go ahead.
You put in one got chair in the back. Touch him back in the Sydney Sweeney, man.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yes, please. Sydney Sweeney, yeah.
Oh, I am so sorry. Yes.
Well, that's good because, American Eagle's responsible thing. Due to may concern, we sincerely apologize for featuring Sydney Sweeney in a recent advertisement. In hindsight, we underestimated the combined impact of her blue eyes, blonde hair, and general hotness. Also, we did not realize how big her boobs would be.
Yeah.
Our team has been sent to denim sensitivity training. Thank you for your feedback. Please stop emailing us. I'm still trying to cover it.
What the fuck?
Oh, that is
This
epic.
was their official response. That's
what you get. I like American Eagle even more. We should back them.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
Their stock price has shot up like 300%.
Excuse me, did they have to put that sign there because she's holding up the middle finger or holding up a leg?
No, it's just over a picture.
Yeah. Oh my god. And
well, go ahead, Shenny. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this: is like all the situation. These people need to stop being jealous of other women that look beautiful.
Right.
Here's the thing.
Again.
Here's the thing.
Go
I'm gonna
ahead,
say this: like they need to stop being stressed over things and stop being depressed over themselves. And at the same time, they need to work out a little more, improve their beauty in a way, and
But
try
not
to.
just that. As I said, stop burning the candles at both ends at 20, and suddenly become a nun at 35.
Yeah.
Give a man a decent relationship for your entire life, and you have nothing to worry about. The problem is they want to burn the candle at both ends. Okay, they want their attention. The problem is they don't understand biology. They don't understand psychology.
Yeah.
Even men who live
for the past 10 years.
Men who
you're really a boy. You might really be a girl.
Yeah, that's hedonism. Men go through phases of hedonism, and then they suddenly mature and go, now I want a wife, and I'm not going to pick somebody my age because there has been. I'll pick somebody nice, fresh and new who's going to give me a decent relationship, and when I die, everything gets handed to her, and she can have whatever, be a wicked old lady. But they just want to be a wicked old lady for all their lives,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that doesn't work. You burn out, okay? And this is proven fact, your organs only have limited use. So, a woman burns out very quick, much faster than a man does, by the way.
I'm kind of feeling that right now.
Look, you look at Rosie O'Donnell. Her body is literally failing her, right? It's falling apart because she doesn't maintain it. She abuses it at every opportunity.
Hate will do that.
And the thing is,
that consumed with unreasonable hate.
It's spite has a there's a
she's only 2 years older than I am.
Yeah, but there's a direct correlation between psychology and physiology. That if you have a bad psychology, it eventually reflects on your body, right? You age faster.
Yeah.
Your body falls apart faster. If you have a bad mentality, you've heard of demon face, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it happens, right? As people get older. Bob's probably seen it much more than I have.
Looking at Rosie O'Donnell. There it is right there.
Demon face. Yeah. They literally look like they have horns on their forehead, because they've just scoured their entire. They've basically burnt that demonic look into their face.
He's only 2 years older than me, and how much?
Yeah, Rosie's got starting to get demon face, right?
Does she look 63 or 73?
Yeah, she's starting to get that scowl, above in the forehead, that looks like she's got horns, right here.
Yeah,
right here, man. She is absolutely guaranteed she's going to be red-eyed for the rest of her life, No, I'm not mocking demonic possession. I believe it's real, but I'm just saying she's starting to show the very signs of it,
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And you go for every religion. You look at China right now. They say Xi Jinping's demonically possessed, and these people, you go through the history of, Japan and yokai. They actually have famous yokai with names.
Yeah.
Again, when you sell your soul, who do you think you sell it to?
Yeah.
I mean,
it ain't the good side.
Yeah, as I was saying before about universe, it has an energy. It has a positive and negative layer, and if you live a bad life, you're basically in. you imbalance the yin yang. You know, you basically have more. You're basically feeding the negative energy. You're blocking out the positive.
You know what's crazy, brother? You know what's crazy?
I think George Lucas had the right idea.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? I've actually heard theories that when you lie versus telling the truth, you have a psychological negative, an actual psychological, like not psychological, a literal physical negative chemical imbalance that happens in your brain that actually affects it.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
But unfortunately, in the sociopath test, when they do that, they actually find this chemical is not produced. But it's a sociopath test. It's a biological test. If you don't produce this chemical, you're a sociopath. You literally produce your enzymes. You don't produce. Okay, when you tell the truth, you create positive enzymes. When you lie, you don't. But psychopaths don't produce these enzymes at all. It's basically, it's gone. They've basically totally inverted their entire brain chemistry, where they become positive to lying, that they get dopamine hits from lying. And you get this through, and you actually, if you study esotericism, you actually go, wow, this actually fits with yin-yang inversion theory, you know, that evil is an inversion of the yin and yang.
Yeah.
And then you go, and Christians say, oh, that's demonic. I'm sorry, but yin and yang is in the Bible under different names. You reap what you sow. That's the basis of yin yang theory. But the Buddhists just went further into yin and yang than Christianity did. But basically, karma is the law of consequence, right? In modern psychological terms.
Yeah.
But yes, when you lie, you don't produce a positive dopamine hit. But psychopaths do, which
That's
is why
true.
it's not a reliable test.
And the thing is,
fits
when
with yin-yang theory.
Yeah, that's when I look at my former friend. She used to look good, but until she went all ugly and went all the situation, and that's how I realized that is true. You said that because when the thing is, when she told lies about me, and then guess what? It leads to a point.
Yeah, it's in the head, man. You look at you look at now you look at how yin yang but what about Ted Bundy? Again, that's because of the inversion. Okay, the more evil he did, the better looking he got, right? Because he was creating positive enzymes. So as soon as he went to jail, he all went to shit, right? Same with Manson. Okay, that's because they cannot unvert, right? Okay, this is where it comes into Christianity again, and the whole theory of yes, we have forgiveness, but you have to become forgivable, right?
Yeah.
Which is the part the church often leaves out. Yes, in Christianity we have forgiveness, but you leave out the other half where you have to become forgivable. So you have to invert, right? If you've inverted and become positive, you have to invert again, right? You have to revert back. And then you get forgiven. You don't get sent to hell. You take yourself there. Okay? It's I think it's in James, isn't it? Or Psalms, or one of them. It basically points it all out, right? The hell's the consequences of your actions, not your punishment. Okay? God doesn't flip a lever. You do. You put yourself in it. And I think every religion has recognized the fact that you send yourself there. I think it's only modern. Is it modernity, or how do you say it?
Modernity.
It's the modern era that basically created the idea of absolute forgiveness and the idea that God sends you to hell.
I don't know.
But I don't know. At some point, the church forgot the church doctrine and started teaching modernity. Basically, forgiveness without penance, basically. But penance was once the core term. The church was all about penance. You want to do penance? go become a monk, give up
Yeah.
all the vices because you can't control yourself. I mean, I think demonic possession is basically the consequence of acquiring too much negative energy, right?
That's true.
Right. So,
And if you look at Japanese, they went further, right? They gave names to these demons, right? They gave descriptions. They gave what basically, if you look at them and go, wait a minute, those are traits that we can see, right?
Yeah.
And if you match up yokai, and you go, wait a minute, we can match Rosie O'Donnell to those big bloated, statues, how the Wicked Lady, right? Always, following people around, always waving their fingers at them, and they become this crunched up old hone, waddling around. But they also had positive yokai. You know that, right? There was, look at the kitsune. There's actually 6 positive kitsune out of 13, So, and there's the tensai. The tensai aren't really monsters. They're actually angelic. So you can actually see that it goes back to my theory earlier that religion is just our interpretation of a fragment of the universe.
Yeah.
But we're not smart enough to create a unified religion. Okay, we can't. Most of us can't even remember the tenets of our current religions. Let alone learn the tenets of another religion on top of that. It's like telling people about karma. They'll remember the first couple of lines about consequence, but that's about it, right? Or yin and yang is about all they remember.
Everyone's got a different part of the elephant.
Yeah. Again, it's like politics. How many people understand their political affiliations? These people who are lifelong Republicans. Okay, what does Republicans stand for? They got to think for a moment. But really,
well, abolition of slavery.
Abolition of slavery is the only common theme in the Republican Party. Okay, they haven't even.
And we accomplished that one.
And no, but small government is only the libertarian wing. The Mitch McConnell wing is not small government. The anti-war, no. You have the neocons who outnumber the anti-war libertarians. So, and then you go to the Democrat side. What do they stand for?
Nothing. They just want
winning elections. Yeah, winning elections. Yeah. So, you ask people, what's the American dream? I bet Shiny could answer that, but most people can't answer that. Hey, Bob, how many people who could answer that question? What's the American dream? I know you can answer it because you're a pretty smart guy, but I mean, the average person.
Most people think it's probably the house in the suburbs and 2.5 kids. No, that's not it.
No,
it's left.
Freedom to choose and control. The freedom to choose and control your own
destiny
and be left alone by the government.
Yeah. But that's the libertarian wing. But the standard American dream, as outlined by both Democrats and Republicans up until pretty much, I think, the Second World War, they both talked of the American dream as the freedom to choose your destiny, which was actually the Democratic Party platform at one point.
Yeah.
And was one of the actual reasons why most states sided with the Confederacy, because they thought Lincoln was taking away their freedom of choice.
Mm-hmm.
That's
because
true.
Democrats
they just kind of lean on the part that the freedom of choice
wanted the vote. Yes, the Democrat wanted the vote to be state level, and that was Lincoln's mistake. He should have let them have the state level vote, and then in the second term, the abolitionists could have worked on furthering. The abolitionists pretty much were the neocons of the day, right? If they didn't get their way, let's go to war.
Mm-hmm.
Another factor that I saw brought up that had occurred to me, but a lot of the people, they're only 3% of own slaves. Yeah, but the reason why other people support the institution, because no matter how white trash they were there, at least there was a rung lower than them.
Yeah,
they weren't at the bottom. At least we weren't slaves.
Well, it comes down to the $5 economy, right? If you can afford a meal for $5, you're not going to question You're not going to question who or how it was made, right? You're not going to question the labor. You're not going to question. You're not going to question the ethics of how the food was produced.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always been throughout history, right? Every country.
And I'm hungry. That's cheap.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You go to India, they're not going to question the ethics of the basically it is a slavery, but I forget what they call it. But basically, Indian farmers working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, in the tens of thousands on minimum wage, okay, to produce rice. That's basically modern slavery, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, it's
the
true.
The state makes most of the money, okay? Most of the money goes to the state from rice in India. Okay, it's the only thing keeping their economy from completely collapsing, because they have, and 60 million a year in foreign aid, which they use to fund their military. Because otherwise China would probably have invaded them long ago, okay? Because they would offer no resistance.
Or Pakistan.
Or Pakistan, yeah. Or the Boy Scouts from Malaysia at the rate.
Oh my God.
But I'm just saying, look at India, okay? It is a modern slave state, okay? You look at North Africa, it's a modern slave state. You look at Nigeria, you look at South Africa, they are becoming modern slave states.
That's what the UK almost got when they had Mosey in there.
Of course.
Yeah.
Mosley.
No, Mosley never came to power. He wanted power.
Yeah, they almost got that. Had they elected him instead of Churchill, they almost got that.
Yeah, that's true.
And believe me, ask any Brit in here, they would gladly say they're glad they picked Churchill.
Look. But I'm talking about the modern slave state. How the decline of morality, and you look at the inversion theory of karma, and it all fits, right?
Yeah.
Then eventually the love of power, right? You have to have, and the $5, as I said, it's the $5. Actually, it comes from, it was an article in Dungeon Magazine. It was called the 5-coin economy, right? Basically, you have 5 coins, and you meet you have 5 needs, and you have a coin for each, okay? And if you can meet that economy each and every day, you have that's the bare minimum, right? That's the lowest rung of the working class, right? Anything less than that is pure slavery. But 5 coin, right? You look at India, you look at minimum wage all around the world. You look at how many countries have people below the poverty line, yet they don't starve to death. And you basically realize that neo-slavery is the working class feeding charity to the upper classes for these false religions so they can play do-gooder. But all they're doing is propping up the slavery states, these aid to India to do what? To grow rice at less than minimum wage.
Yeah.
And once the $5 economy breaks, the $5 economy is a rewrite of the article that if you can't go in and buy a meal for $5, which you can't anymore in the United States, right? Most places in the United States, you can't do that anymore. And you notice, right? Yeah. So you may question Trump's methods, but he is trying to get rid of that mentality where you want a $5 meal, but you're not going to question how it's made. Because if you want a $15 wage, you can't pay $5 for a meal, right?
because it's taking somebody an hour to make that meal. Overall, right? You got to split. $5 to the worker, $5 to the rent, $5 to the boss, right? You can't have, you can't give them $5 each, right? You can't give all 5 layers of production $1, right? If minimum wage is $15, they have to make 15 meals an hour. You
Well,
look
it's
at
greasy here at politicians. $20 an hour minimum wage. Guess what? A lot of people are not going to have a job at all.
Yeah.
Because suddenly it's like, that guy who came in there offering the automated, fry
Burger
chef,
flipper?
Yeah, get him.
Come here, boy. Come back, boy. I'll pay.
Suddenly your staff of 50 people working it has now dropped to 5.
Look at. Okay, look at.
Two guys working drive-through, one guy working the counter, and one guy to clean up the bathroom.
Yeah. You all know
your labor by 70% because you bought this machine with the burgers.
Right.
How's your minimum wage going now, assholes?
You look at Temu. They're paying $7.50 minimum wage, right? And they're paying $3.50 for delivery, which is soon going away because of Trump's tariffs. Because US aid is no longer subsidizing Chinese labor. Which, like I said, it's the modern slavery, right? It's the $5 economy. You're not going to question, your $5 meal because it won't be $5 for much longer, right? It's like your cheap healthcare. Don't question your cheap healthcare, otherwise it won't be cheap anymore. But again,
like flies since we cut off USAID.
You have the problem with the $5 economy is you have 7 needs, not 5, but you're only meeting 5 at any one time. Okay, you've got to juggle. So you have your minimum wage, or you have slavery. But right now we're headed to both, right? Where the minimum wage guy is only getting $5 and trying to juggle, and yet he's delivering $15 meals. Something's going to break, and it's already breaking. Look at Temu. How much did Temu lose last quarter? Isn't it amazing they started losing money as soon as USAID was cut off?
Yeah.
What a coincidence, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it a coincidence that India cancelled its second aircraft carrier right after USAID was cut?
Yeah.
What a coincidence, right?
No, we're not going to build up your Navy. You do it yourself.
Yeah. Or South Africa. Oops, oops.
Yeah. And I really don't need
South
that
Africa went
$100
bankrupt.
I can wait.
As soon as USAID was cut off, Trump in his first term found all the weaknesses. All right. He knew you can't do it in your first term. You have to get re-elected. You have to be a second-term president. These are things that you can only do as a second-term president, right?
Well,
you can't go scorched earth in your first term because you've got to get re-elected.
Now, though,
burn! Bring on it!
After all the crap they put him through, the first and the last time, no, you expected mercy now, motherfucker?
But it's not just Trump. You think all the crap he's gone through, but think of all the nameless people who've gone through worse with Goldman Sachs or a Fannie Mac loan or any other Democrat institution. You think of all those union guys who are looking at their pension funds in New York and going, you go socialist and start taxing the market, we're moving our pension fund to Florida and going full Republican. Now, it shows you that behind the scenes, they do not have full control. There's a third party, okay? If the union's making public threats, because remember, the union used to control the vote in Chicago and Pennsylvania and New York. And if they're making public threats, it means they don't control the vote in New York anymore. It means the progressives are taken over. Mondami couldn't do this without a billionaire behind him, which has been exposed now that he has 2 behind him, not 1. And both are basically what you would consider Basically, Adams would have both Adams and Jefferson would have stood on the White House lawn and introduced them to their pistols, right? I mean, those were presidents, right? Hey, come here. I want to talk to you about your activities with foreign countries.
Yeah.
I don't stand still. Just for a minute. Look at
That's. I know it's cheesy. I know it's cheesy, but that's why I like the character Trace Kushanada so much in Wing Gundam Wing.
Yep.
Have you ever watched that anime?
Anime? I think he's out.
No, have you ever watched the Gundam Wing anime?
Oh, me?
Yes, I have.
I've only
Trace.
Remember? Yeah.
Trace Kushanada is basically. He's like us. He sees the tide shifting with the AI tech and and he wants to keep humans as an element in war.
Yeah.
Whether you like war or not, because
I understand.
That's true.
It's a central theme.
It's a parallel to what we're seeing now with AI taking over, and people wanting to make unmanned machines and all that.
Yeah.
But if you noticed what Trump has done, he's in the last 6 months, he's introduced 7 new air defenses to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than any president has ever. You know how low priority air defense in the United States has been, or missile defense? Not since Reagan, right? The last 10 years was built under Reagan, right?
Yeah.
I think so,
it.
It was against the law to pursue missile defense.
Yeah. That was Bush selling out, right?
That was going back to Nixon, actually. Part of the Soviet.
Was it start? I thought. Okay.
Now it goes back now because the thing is, neither side will develop technology to stop the other, but we got to leave ourselves wide.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But
I'm talking. It's different. U.S. and missile defense. But I was just saying, you haven't had new U.S. missile defense since Bush or Reagan. I can't remember which. But you've basically been using the Patriot is advanced. Oh, I'm sorry, my phone's going off.
Uh-oh.
Well, guys,
I know it's gonna call off.
Let's wrap it up here. But we'll see what happens in the coming future. However, I will say this, Shiny, I haven't been hit with the age verification because
same here.
I think it's partly due to the fact that I'm partially monetized already, and I already have my my processors up and everything. And I don't think they need anything from me because they already know who I am, and I've been on camera more times than I can count.
Even though they already know they already seen my face like before, but I kind of censor it. But the only thing is, they did a video verification before this age verification happened, like a few months ago, and it was weird, as I could tell you.
My channel is over 20 years old. Never mind me. My channel itself is over 20 years old.
They haven't hit me yet, but I'm pretty sure being MGTOW and Redfield, they're going to hit me very shortly.
The only thing is, my main personal channel didn't got hit because of the the channel history. So the only thing is, I just watch mature content.
Well, if you stick around with us, MGTOW, I think you're pretty. You should be fine with us.
Yeah,
because you already verified your age already from the get-go and everything. I highly doubt YouTube, being as drunk as they are right now, would do anything, because all you have to do is just verify and that's it. It's like
the problem is the data collection, and the day they announced it, Anonymous hacked Google, so there's no way they can keep this. If Google can't keep this information safe and secure, nobody can, and it shouldn't be collected. Okay.
And the thing
age verification does not protect children.
Yeah.
Children,
They don't even learn this from the beginning when say you 18 and older. When say yes, that's how they got through. It's the same effect when you're doing age verification with the ID and all this stuff.
do you know who the biggest predator of children are?
Other children.
Other teens coming on 17, 18.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they've made it legal for teens to prey on tweens. You ask most tweens who they lose their virginity to. It's a 17-year-old because they can get away with it.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But a tween, it doesn't matter what age you are. If you're under 18 and somebody preys on and somebody uses you like a sex doll, doesn't matter what age the abuser is.
Yeah.
Even if it's your own age, it's still abuse.
Yeah.
Abuse doesn't have an age limit.
That's true. Hopefully they might revert back because of all the backlash happening,
Look, I'm not a prude and I'm not pro or against. I'm just saying from a psychological point of view, there's a problem between 11 and 15 that you cannot exactly identify the right age. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? But
Simple
you
as-
cannot say
Simple as
that
that.
a 17, that's exactly it. If you are under 18, you should not, doesn't matter what your personal mentality or views are, don't engage or don't activate or don't
Yeah.
engage. If you teach, abstinence is the best policy because psychologically we've seen these things resurface later over and over where a boy who's used as a sex doll by an older female or an older male turns into a predator. That's where most predators come from. They are victims of abuse.
Yep.
Because females can abuse you predaciously without violence, they can get away with it.
That's true.
We had this argument the other day, I think a couple of episodes ago, and it turns out the biggest killer of babies are women, right? The biggest, but because it's legalized or turned a blind eye to, you don't have the horror statistics. But technically, Jill Stein is a serial killer, admitting to have killed 9 babies, right? That's a serial killer by any measure of the means. But because of the attitude, and it's the same with the attitude today towards, it should be if you're under 18, that's it. No, oh, he's just 17, we'll let it slide. No, the victim is a tween. They're still a victim.
And I'm gonna be honestly clear. Like, and the thing is, age verification wasn't gonna do it. The only thing which it should be done is doing through accountability, like not the corporations, is personal accountability by the people anyone who caused the problem in the first place. Not all of them, just individuals.
And if you allow a child, if you basically, as a child ages, right, they have to be given more and more levels of freedom. You have to be able to let a child sit down, watch YouTube, and if they see a naughty video, most of them will laugh and and they'll never watch that channel again.
Yeah.
And if somebody's going to be an abuser, it doesn't matter if he's 17, he starts at 17 or starts at 18 or starts at 22.
Yeah.
They're abuse, go after behavior. Don't go after somebody's gender. There has to be a hard age limit.
Yeah.
They're trying to come up with some kind of mechanical algorithm. They can just throw the switch and okay, problem solved.
Yeah.
So they don't have to hire people to actually do and then take responsibility for when they fuck it up.
No, no. Yeah, they're absolutely right. They're trying to create the maximum amount of control. They're not trying to create the maximum outcome. They're trying to create the maximum control. Okay?
That's true.
They know the people are going to do it. So they bring in means of control because they can also exploit at double end. They can create an entire industry, which is pure profit. And then when the government wants that pure profit, they can raid them and take them out and pull everything back in and say, look at us, look what good we did. Meanwhile, all that money they just confiscated gets... Have you ever seen what happens to some of the drug confiscation money?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just seen a little bit of that today with a Dodge Hellcat that one of the police turned into a patrol car.
Mm-hmm.
clearly
What
confiscated.
what about Governor Waltz and his boat, or Pelosi and a mansion? You know,
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, politicians at every level are benefiting off the drug trade.
What you
One of my
just
best subjects was economics, and I got kicked out of economics class because I said all crime is a tax on society, and I got kicked out of history by saying also all socialism is communism waiting to happen.
yeah, what you just said has a term, Hegelian
Yeah.
dialectic.
Yeah,
Problem
Okay.
cause solution, and most people don't see the thread.
yeah, that's true. Politicians don't solve problems; they first create them.
They are the problem. They are the problem.
Yeah,
Without a problem, they don't have a job. So
That's
Yes.
true.
you need to create a problem.
and we go back to real monarchy, not the current dog shit we have today. But if you go back to a real monarchy, you go, wait a minute, most of this is just self-governance. If
Mhm.
something is wrong, you say, hey, Lord, fix it, or we'll rebel. Right? You're out.
Mhm.
That's a real monarchy, right?
Yeah.
You have power as long as it's given to you, and we can take it. But I think the problem came about the 30-Year War when the nobles were so rich they could afford armies. The power was taken from once we had professional armies. That was it. They had power.
Yeah.
Until the monarchy had when the monarchy had no professional army, when the nobles had to rely on peasant armies, and the peasants, the nobility always stood up to the king. The king had a balance of power.
They had to raise
But
an
once
army.
the nobility started to get professional armies, yeah, knights went from defenders of the people to your fair game.
Yep.
And again, I'm sure Chuck was on a plane to a certain island along with Bill Clinton and his friends. And I'm pretty sure that,
Andrew made the mistake of getting caught.
yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the weirdest thing ever. Maybe, you watch a Trump interview from, I think, just after 9/11 when they asked him if he was going to run for president.
Mhm.
I think you saw the glint in his eye. I think they just let's set off something right there and there.
They've been asking him for years. And he said,
No, but what I mean is,
I don't
the first,
want to.
This
I
is
really
the
don't.
first time.
I'm happy with the thing, but it's like, if I have to,
Yeah,
Yeah.
if I have to, and I think that's what set it off. I think he didn't have an answer.
this has gone too
He
far.
thought, well, yeah, if I have to, but that set something off. That
And-
he's been.
Yeah.
This tells you how long he's been planning it, folks.
Here's a
9/11.
hypothetical. Here's a hypothetical question,
Mhm.
and David, I like your input on this as well.
Yeah, sure, man.
If they were to release the full 9/11 thing, like the full thing,
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
what would that do hypothetically, and how bad would it affect the stock market?
Okay, you want my answer last, or you want my answer first?
Whatever
It's
way.
best last, by the way.
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
Okay, 9/11. All but 6 pages have been released. The 6 pages detail the operation, which was to create a debt and then eliminate that debt in order to propel countries that were secretly in debt out of debt. And because they were all US allies,
Yeah.
the US was unable to expose the conspiracy. But people tried to stop 9/11. There weren't 3 aircraft, there were 4, and that's what's in the hidden report. The attempt that Bush was caught off guard.
That's true.
That he tried to stop it, and they got through. And 2 planes were shot. Sorry, 2 planes were shot down. Only one the public know of, and the other 2 got through to their targets.
9/11 was an attack on the US by US allies. And that's what and it wouldn't be the US stock market that collapses. It's basically the US demanding war against certain countries, which may or may not include Britain, France, Germany, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and India.
And the thing is, these certain countries are the enemies of Israel.
No, well, I'm saying they're not friends of each other either. But I'm just saying, group of countries got together, conspired against the United States to eliminate their debts.
That's true.
Mm.
And that a certain person who benefited from this was also the inside man for who benefited from 9/11. He, with the help of Bill Clinton, purchased the WHO building and then had it renovated and then had insurance doubled on the building. And only so for a mere measly $1 billion, he made $22 billion.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. And
insurance fraud.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there wasn't just one country involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That there were 6 documents, each outlining 6 different components of the conspiracy, in which they hired a organization that was formerly working for the CIA to carry out the operation.
Mm.
Okay. The CIA is very infamous for hiring and firing, very quick. When you're no longer useful and we shred all your documents and employment and you can't claim benefits, you're out on your own. There's a lot of people out there in the, there's a very good book by one of them. It's called Addicted to War. Have you ever come across it? It's about the mercenaries and people who basically they go to war, they get addicted to it, and suddenly they get recruited into the life of basically wars that do not make headlines, like the Sudan, Syria. You know how many wars are going on right now?
Mm.
Yeah, you don't, do you? You don't
Nope.
even get you don't even get footage from Ukraine. You have to go to foreign sources to even look at fragments.
Okay, we're on the final segment, so we might finish up soon anyway.
Okay, anybody else want to add what you think will happen to the U.S. economy, or you think it's pretty much... Because it's not the U.S. economy that will collapse. It's society's trust in the alliances that you currently have.
Well,
I think that's already happened.
Yeah, people know Israel was involved, okay?
Yeah.
That's Israelis.
Hey, we're in a
Hold
But
on
what people
one
don't
second.
get yet...
I'm not going there.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Shiny, go ahead with your answer. Go ahead.
and I say we're in a slippery slope at the moment. Just how to say quick before you continue.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm saying is they weren't the only ones, okay? That's what people haven't come down to, okay? The pilot was Saudi Arabian, not Israeli.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
They were flight trained by Air India, not in the United States, okay? That was a lie. They were basically multiple countries who stacked their debts with a little-known financier in the World Trade Center who cleared out all his staff, cleared out all his offices the day before. All their debts. Okay?
And not to
And
mention,
And don't you think it's a coincidence that after 9/11, the Pentagon can't account for trillions of dollars that were held in accounts around the world since World War II?
Now it makes sense. It was to erase any of the debt that people would start asking about.
and not to mention, guys, and not to mention,
And what
one
happened
thing.
to the not? Yeah, basically you got robbed by your allies, and
And not to mention,
people inside the U.S. government helped. Now, I can't say for certain whether or not, but I do know Bush was caught off guard, and I do know that I do think it was Cheney who was the inside man, not Bush.
Yeah, it was Cheney. And the thing is like what I heard from what I remember years ago when someone said about 9/11. Here's the thing. Well, And the thing is, the U.S. had gold inside of the Twin Towers that they were appointed by the
Yeah,
Chinese allies to pay back the debt like that in gold. But what
yeah,
happened is, when 9/11 happened, where all the gold gone?
yeah. That's what I said. That basically all the paper trail was stacked
Yeah.
up in the offices. And guess who was guess who was a junior finance officer for that company?
Who?
Who? Jeffrey.
Oh, him. Yeah, man.
Well,
And Big
guys,
Tail's going, oh, I really make sense now.
yeah, it makes sense when you really connect it all together.
So the World Trade Center was basically the cover up for a lot of different things merging together.
Yep.
Yep.
And the thing
You
is, it
remember
was the island
you
man.
remember the okay, there's a movie. I think it's Clint Eastwood. They rob a train, right?
Mhm.
No, one group robs a train. It's a group of Americans rob the Spanish gold. And then they bury it. But on their way back, they're captured because they're in Confederate uniforms, they're executed because they were Union soldiers. But an outlaw, while waiting, they talk about what they're doing and they're overheard by an outlaw. By the way, that's a true story. The Union did rob a Spanish train in Mexico, tried to get the gold north, and were captured by, but they were hunted by the Confederates, and they buried the gold in a cemetery. That cemetery was later acquired by the U.S. Army, and that gold has never appeared.
They made the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, guys,
Except-
this has been a very, very thought provoking conversation. I love everybody's answers and insights. It was all good, and
Mhm.
yes, there's a lot we still don't know, but with everything
Between
going on,
all of us, we each see a fragment and we bring it together.
yep.
That's true.
But
Mhm.
well, let's hope that if they do get released, because
Before all of us are dead.
because we all want the full we all want the full truth and everything, because
Yeah.
there's a lot we really don't know, and when you piece together, there is some truth to it.
And
However, I hope
I will-
everybody takes it with
Yes.
because
I want individuals who took part to pay the price, not the innocent
Yeah.
civilians in those
That's
countries.
true.
exactly we just want accountability to the right people. We don't
We're not
hate
advocating war.
we're not advocates for war. We never were. We may not like how things are in certain countries and everything, but the people from there who we have interacted with, who we're good friends with, they're not
Are
our problem.
innocents.
They're not our problem. We don't have
Yeah,
a problem with them.
Yeah.
It's just we have a problem with a lot of the things that do go on.
Institutions.
That do go on and everything, but we're honest about it.
I think a lot of foreigners are still basically stuck in the blame the CIA. They're not the only institution, and they can't get away with what they do without foreign institutions also being just as equally bad. Right? They're only okay. The truth is, the CIA is made up of two organizations. One is 110,000 analysts who analyze news and produce the report for the president at an enormous cost of $100 million a year. And the other is special tactical operations who carry out assassinations, coups, plots, and criminality. And they're the ones that need to be brought to account.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Well, when we gotta finish things up, but we'll continue more about this. Maybe if you gotta go into my podcast, maybe this week if possible. Since you know I didn't stream in a while, so I'll let you know, David, if you're
I'm
available.
interested, man. If I'm interested and available, yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, check out everybody's content. We're all out of here. Tune in tomorrow night. I will be playing more of Splinter Cell. Check out Raquel's channel. Check out David's book. And also congratulations again on your recent successes. And I hope for more of the best. Shiny,
All of
good
you
luck.
too.
Good luck with
Shiny.
Good luck with yours. And don't let the age verification thing scare you. It's if they're not bothering, if they haven't bothered me, I'm pretty sure they won't bother you as well because
Yeah, because I already
we
showed
we
my
already
face.
we already did all that from the get go. So
Yeah.
I think this is probably more towards like the spam accounts and everything. Those ones are those people should be the one to worry the most.
Yeah, and the thing is,
However, but I do understand the danger behind all this. I'm
Yeah,
not down.
look,
I'm not
my
downplaying it
problem is
on
they're not going
any
after the
level.
Hassans of this world,
Yeah.
that's true.
okay, who deliberately
The one that
target
actually
and
educates.
advertise. Yeah, who deliberately target and advertise the people under 15, even though they're a political channel who should not be advertising to anybody under 18.
Exactly. But you guys stay safe out there, okay?
You
All
too,
right.
man.
Catch you all
Absolutely,
later.
man.
Well, I'll see you later.
Later.